ballad.
Let's go. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. I'm Daniel Reyes, the Chief Program Officer at the Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender Center here in New York City. Thank you for joining us today for our discussion COVID-19 Health Panel. According to public data and research conducted by the Human Rights Campaign, LGBTQ communities of color and immigrants have been severely impacted by the pandemic. Black people only make up 12% of the population, but account for 22% of all COVID-19 deaths in the United States. In New York City, Latinx people make up nearly 34% of all deaths related to COVID-19, despite only being 29% of the city's population. And in New Mexico, Native Americans are only 11% of the total population, but comprise nearly half of all COVID-19 related deaths. Today, we are going to discuss the impact of COVID-19 on LGBTQ communities of color and immigrants. And as the shelter-in-place restrictions begin to be lifted across the country, we will discuss how we move forward in a more equitable way. Joining our discussion today is Dr. Darian Sutton, emergency physician and medical contributor at ABC News, Stephen Karpiak, Senior Director of Research at the Acria Center on HIV and Aging at GMHC, and J. Maurice McCants-Pearsall, Director of HIV and Health Equity Programs at the Human Rights Campaign. Thank you for joining me today, gentlemen. So, from your perspectives, what are you seeing? What have been the experiences of LGBTQ people of color and immigrants during this pandemic? J. Maurice, you want to get started?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for having me today. When we look at the data, we see that, particularly as it relates to the quarantines, we see that LGBT folks are disproportionately impacted by COVID. With that being said, the hospitality service, management services, or hospitality industry accounts for nearly 40% of persons who identify as LGBTQ. Those are folks who work in fast food restaurants, who work in hotels, and restaurants and retail stores. They're now out of jobs. And we see in some of our data that those folks tend to be people who are Black and brown. We realize that the systems that exist, the social service systems that exist prior to COVID, have always, in many ways, failed people of color. So now those systems, and they were already burdened, so now those systems are experiencing an extra burden as it relates to trying to get people within the system. We talk about unemployment. We look at the time that it takes for a person to file. Traditionally, you file within a week, probably a week or and a half, maybe two at max, your application will be approved. But now you have millions of people who are filing for unemployment, and that process is taking much longer. So then what happens to folks, particularly those who are Black and brown, possibly of a lower income bracket? What happens? Like, there's no income coming in. We still have housing and food that they have to take care of. So, we're seeing this have some dramatic and probably lasting effects on communities of color.
Thank you. Dr. Darian, you are obviously a physician, so what have you been seeing on the front lines?
So right now, we've gotten through most of the pandemic in New York City. Currently, we are trying to be proactive in preventing the likely next surge of these cases of COVID-19, while figuring out what best ways we can limit the exposure to others who may be vulnerable. And that, of course, includes our queer people, specifically our queer people of color in our communities that are just significantly at risk. I wish I could talk about a lot of the data that would be existing, but a lot of it is neglected. And many people know that the best way to not allow a scientist to speak on a subject is to not be able to give them data. And so that's a big issue that we're facing in science right now.
Wow, thank you. Stephen, how about you? You've been working with older populations at GMHC. How have folks been dealing with the pandemic?
Well, the older adult has been the topic of my research since 2002. And at GMHC, we have a very large older adult population who are LGBTQ. In fact, 42% are Black and 31% are Latinx. And about 61% identify as gay. And then there are other categories for which we don't have all that complete data. But with the onset of COVID, we watched our client population. Of course, we had to close GMHC. All of us are working virtually right now. But one thing that I observed the most was that, particularly among the Black and Latinx members of our clients, that there was a great need for food. So our pantry and our feeding programs closed down. We would feed about 350 people a day for lunch and about 450 for dinner on Fridays. And our pantry was so busy it was oversubscribed. So imagine all that came to a sudden halt. And yet food continues to be a necessity. So we had many volunteers as well as staff who got their cars out, those who had them, and arranged to deliver, I think, over 10,000 meals to these particular clients who were infected.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. So, we've kind of touched on this a little bit. Jay Maurice, you did a little bit, but what are the dynamics that you feel, or the factors that you feel explain why COVID-19 has disproportionately affected communities of color and immigrants? Dr. Darian?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question one more time?
Sure. What factors do you feel might explain why COVID-19 has disproportionately affected communities of color and immigrants?
Yeah, so the beginning of the problem, which began in January during our first case, during January 20th, is the lack of available, accessible testing. When you don't have testing, you don't know who's positive. And when you don't know who's positive, you don't know where to direct your resources in order to prevent further cases from exposure. And that was the primary issue. Many of our patients of color, specifically our queer patients of color, did not have the available, accessible, affordable access to testing. And that showed the results of it, of what we've seen in these amount of cases and unfortunate deaths. The second issue is just the fact that many of our patients, as Jay Maurice and Stephen said, are food unstable. They don't have accessible access to internet. They don't have accessible access to actual basic services. And so that was the main issue, which led to the exposure of so many, which led to the contamination and the rates of COVID-19 increasing in these parts of New York City specifically that are full of high-risk people who don't have the access and affordable care.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add, Stephen?
Sure. I think that at the beginning of the epidemic, we were afraid that the older adult with HIV was at high risk for the COVID virus. But as some data has been coming out, and we don't have all of it yet, what we're observing is that many were not at such a high risk. And I think part of that reason underlines what's going on in the epidemic in general. If you have HIV, you are likely connected to healthcare. And you've been likely connected to healthcare since your initial infection. So therefore, compared to the non-HIV population, this population has access to healthcare. And that makes a big difference in how the virus might infect them or what their health outcomes might be. So I think that there was they were at if you will, at an advantage, but at the same time, it exposed the underbelly of our healthcare system.
Thank you. Yeah. I think that one of the things that seems to be kind of lost in the translation is this almost lifting up of frontline and essential workers as almost heroic, and yet we fail to recognize that many of them are doing it out of necessity, because without those jobs, especially queer people of color and immigrants who don't have access to unemployment, don't have access to entitlements, they have to do something in order to keep food on the table and to stay housed. And I think that that's definitely something that it's this dichotomy of where it's very much yes, that's great and it's wonderful, and thank goodness that those people have been brave, but at the same time they've been put in positions where they have to be exposed because they don't have the luxury of working from home or being eligible for unemployment at a wage that will keep them sustained. So what are your all thoughts on what's been happening, especially within communities of color who really, a lot work in the hospitality industry and a lot work in the food service industry and in warehouses and have to do things that are very, very challenging physically, and then to be exposed to the virus as a result of a fear of losing their job or a fear of not being able to put food on the table. How have you all felt that has been raised in your areas across the sectors? Jay Maurice, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, to your point, if a lot of folks are being exposed because they have to go out and work. That's not even a question. I think on our end, we have conversations around, the need for paid leave so that people can take this time off to be with their families and take care of themselves and not have to worry about, us income coming in to be able to afford food or housing, shelter during these periods. I mean, so I'll kick it to one of my other colleagues, but yeah, I think for us, we're using this opportunity to push our coalition partners and legislation, to really highlight the importance of paid leave in times such as this.
Great, thank you. Any thoughts, Dr. Darian or Stephen?
I just have to say that at this point in my life, I think I've diagnosed over maybe hundreds of people with COVID-19. And for many of my patients, the first question isn't what are the risks, what is going to happen. The first question is, when can I go back to work? And we have to acknowledge that that's a true problem, because if you're asking that question and you can't abide by the basic guidelines of separating yourself, sheltering in place, quarantining, and isolating from others, you're likely going to expose others to it. And we have to realize that from a federal standpoint, if we don't provide benefit to prevent that, then we're just going to further increase this problem that we have, which is more people who are vulnerable, who can't take care of themselves, getting infected with COVID-19. So that's been one of my biggest frustrations operating inside of the emergency rooms.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Stephen?
It's interesting that as we hear, the social distancing is one of the ways we have to combat this epidemic. And yet, curiously, the older adult living with HIV, who are largely LGBTQ, they were socially isolated. In a way, they were preemptively isolating themselves from the community. Why? Because they still live under the extraordinary toxic effects of stigma, HIV/AIDS stigma. And I might mention, we saw in this epidemic now the not particularly pleasant head of ageism rear itself, and how even many politicians were disposing already of seniors who were most impacted, particularly those in nursing homes. So the older adult living with HIV has been, in a way, advantaged, but at the same time, their isolation has been made even worse, and which exacerbates their high rates of depression and anxiety.
Yeah. So the kind of thinking along that same line, as far as like immigrants and their ability to access healthcare, what factors do you think have played, especially with the federal government's new public charge rules, which have really have they exacerbated the problem to kind of prevent people from seeking care because of fear that accessing free health care is going to, in fact, cause them to be a public charge and affect their immigration case? Any thoughts on that, Dr. Darian?
I would honestly, I operate in a small area within Queens mainly. I want to advise anyone that's within New York City that you do not have to give your immigration status, but it is concerning because whenever you have a patient that comes into the hospital, as anyone can attest who's been in a hospital, you give a lot of your information. And I have to be honest, we don't always know where all of that information goes. So I want my patients to operate in the best of their ability to be able to take care of themselves and their family. But I agree, this is a problem. When patients are stopping from being able to obtain care because of fear that their immigration status might be affected, you are not fixing the problem. And so right now, hopefully, we're preventing that with the guidelines within New York City to prevent that exchange of information. But as a physician, I always try to advise the important factors, which is that there is a risk, and I just want people to be aware of that. But obviously, you have to take the pros and the cons when you're making a decision based off of your health.
Sure. Yeah. What has the Human Rights Campaign been seeing on that front, Jay Maurice?
No, I totally agree with Dr. Darren. I mean, for us, we've seen, I'm the director of HIV and health equity. So this isn't new or uncommon to me because we experienced this particularly on the HIV side as well. When we look at, after the hurricanes down in Texas, people were afraid to go and seek care because they were afraid of their information being turned over to immigration. We saw in some instances in places where immigration and IAS actually showed up at testing sites and health department locations. So it's a major concern and a major problem. We've worked with a lot of our coalition partners to try to figure out how and where can we put some safeguards in place as it relates to the dissemination of information. Because to Dr. Darren's point, you go to the hospital, you go to the health department, you go to a clinic, you have to give all of your information. And that is what's preventing some folk, particularly those who are immigrants, from actually accessing the care that they need.
Yeah. What about at GMHC, Stephen?
Well, I know from conversations with my colleagues and people here in the city that immigrants perceived GMHC as a safe space, right? There was a reputation that you could go to GMHC, access services, they would connect you with care and whatever help you needed. But since we had to close our doors, we tried to do some of this by phone, but really this requires interaction with the people who are immigrants in this case. So I know many of them are probably falling through the cracks or ending up in shelters, which are not particularly safe right now. So we are planning our return in the next couple of weeks, and immigrants are number one on our list to assist.
Sure. Yeah, it's great. So switching gears a little bit, let's talk about mental health and the impact that it's had on LGBTQ communities of color and immigrants. What are folks seeing? Have there been I know that there have been initiatives in the city to kind of get the word out, but it's definitely not something that is a method that people will take readily. So, what can communities of color and immigrants do in order to make sure that they are also taking care of their mental well-being, especially as, stress levels have been incredibly heightened, not only because of the pandemic, but also because of what's been happening with police brutality and, really the fight for racial equity. What are folks thinking or seeing? Stephen?
Well, I live on the west side of New York, and I look out to the city, and I see many a demonstration, be on 9th Avenue, 10th Avenue. And the heartening thing is that these are highly heterogeneous population. These are white, black, Latinx, whatever. This is a great melting pot, of course, New York City is. So that's kind of encouraging in that these demonstrations are not specific as regards to participation goes. And I think that's what we need, as a matter of fact, when we petition our government. But nonetheless, it's a challenge, and particularly in some of the outer boroughs. Manhattan is a different place to live than, say, Brooklyn or Queens, and I know it's more difficult there. And I think it's the isolation, the fact that you're kind of disconnected from the larger society. Demonstrations aside, is really what's making people almost afraid.
Sure. What about you, Dr. Darian?
So I have to say that I trained at Bellevue Hospital, which is known for its care of the mentally unwell and the psychiatric illness that exists within New York City. And I want to say that during isolation, you increase the chances of having anxiety, resurfacing depression. Unfortunately, domestic violence is a real problem that will continue to exist, if not increase, during times of shelter in place. And unfortunately, I think as healthcare providers and physicians, we're not paying as much attention to it as we need to be. I think in the meantime, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, you're focusing on those who can't breathe and those who are having shortness of breath and other symptoms. But one of the key issues that is increasing in size is mental health. I want to explain to people that there is different opportunities within each city that is provided by public health. And also, I want to advise as an emergency physician that if you feel as though you may have an emergency that may cause harm to you or someone else, an emergency room is also a safe place. And so I feel for people who are having these issues, because I know that they're existing. And many of us, unfortunately, so many of us are having them, that people don't feel like there's any place to go.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Jay Maurice?
Yeah, I mean, we partner with our coalition partners and community-based organizations, and what we see is that a lot of black and brown folk, particularly those who are LGBTQ, find themselves in isolation right now. I mean, we have the demonstrations going on, which provides an outlet for some folks to be able to get out and be among the people. But there are others who are stuck in their home in fear of going out and contracting COVID. So they're continuing to stay in their home. We're partnering with some local community-based organizations to help develop some guidances as it relates to getting people into care or linked to care, mental health or behavioral health care, and some short list of like some agencies that are in geographical areas where these community-based organizations are focused, and making sure that, leveraging our relationship with our community-based organizations and our coalition partners, that folks in the community are actually getting access to these resources so they know that, there may be an organization in their area that has a support group that's offering, a Zoom session. One of the things I realized in this pandemic is that, prior to the pandemic, when we were on the Zoom call, everyone couldn't wait to get off the call. And now our community discussions that we have via Zoom that, people rushed off the phone and we saw a drop off halfway through the call. Now people are staying on an extra 30 minutes. These conversations are going over an hour. It's because people miss the ability to connect with others. So what we do at the HRC, or what we're doing at the HRC, is working with some community-based organizations and developing community discussions where we talk about COVID, we talk about current events that are going on in the community, and just provides an outlet for people to actually have conversation and convene with each other. And we have seen that to be quite beneficial. So that's what we're doing on our end.
That's amazing. Yeah. When the center closed, we went virtual, and it was a heavy lift. But, the number of people who participate in our groups, who see their counselors and our recovery programs are like through the roof with participation. So I think that folks are isolated, and places like HRC and GMHC and the center, we have to kind of figure out ways in which we create connectivity and community while we're all being socially distant, and that's very, very challenging. But speaking about protests, Dr. Darren, do you have some advice or safety tips on for our folks who are out there in the streets fighting for our rights and for equality? What safety measures should folks be taking when they're out there demonstrating?
Absolutely. So I feel like at first many people were looking at protests as asking me questions specifically, like, can I or can I not? As a man of color sitting in front of you, as a queer man of color, protests are what got me to sit here. And so I would never neglect the opportunity to protest, because I think they are necessary, important, and they work. And so I would advise my friends who can protest and feel safe to do it is practice the same precautions. Number one, washing hands still works. Wearing a mask still is important. If you feel the need that or if you feel that you can stop from chanting, then I would advise noisemakers like tambourines or any kind of shakers. And this prevents you from yelling and exposing your viral particles to others if you are in fact infected, and maintaining a safe level of distance. Obviously, all these things are difficult, as when you protest, you're normally in a group, close contact with others, but do what you can. That's what I advise people. I've protested myself. I've seen myself in positions where I felt a little uncomfortable, but for the most part, protesting in New York has been relatively a lot safer for me than going to the supermarket. I found that many people are practicing the appropriate guidelines, that I feel like they've all listened to me on my box, just stand and talk to them about these issues. But I honestly feel like many people are practicing safe precautions, and I'm really proud of New York for that. I do not think that protests will provide a significant blip in the outbreak of COVID-19. You'll start to see a narrative of that, and I want to advise against that, because as protests started, we started to see an increase in COVID-19. But you have to look at the math. The amount of time, the incubation period for when someone is infected to when someone shows symptoms, about 2 weeks. And so what I saw was that as soon as a protest started, I started to see advertisements or media notices about increasing cases. But you have to track that back 2 weeks, which in fact was Memorial Day weekend. And so a lot of the Memorial Day activity most likely was attributed to the increase in cases that we saw when protests started. Again, protests then started, and then we started to open up New York more. So a lot of this will be muddled. And so I want to advise against people from looking at protests as a direct contributor to increasing cases of COVID-19, because you have to do the math and pay attention. This is a narrative that will be repeated to us to try to convince us that protesting is causing a problem. But in fact, I think it's the quite opposite.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think that, I think how do we go about making sure that that narrative doesn't take hold? Because I do think that there is this incredible danger. I'm very supportive of what the governor has said and done and brought into law, but to literally be on the camera and say you got what you want, stop protesting, it's a little short-sighted. So, what do we do to make sure that our voices are not tampered and we don't kind of let this kind of protracted narrative kind of take hold within this real struggle for what we're looking for as communities of color? Any thoughts, Jane Maurice?
Oh, sorry.
Darren was saying something. Darren, yeah.
No, I get really into it, so I apologize. But I get really, I think my nerves kick off when I hear you got what you wanted. I think as a person sitting here, I think if you say something like that, then when I heard that, I was like, you've completely missed the point, which is why I'll grab my coat and I'll be back outside with my mask on and hand sanitizer to continue to belabor the issues that exist that you have not solved, specifically speaking on a federal standpoint. But as far as what I believe that we need to do is hold steadfast. You continue to protest appropriately, continue to follow the guidelines, be aware that some of your friends may not be able to physically stand outside with you and protest, and encourage them to find other ways to do it that is effective and helpful. These are the guidelines that I would make sure that people pay attention to. But again, the protests and the timelines, pay attention to what you see in terms of the spikes and trace that back to when you think the exposure was. And most likely, you'll find a very, very different timeline than what is when it's trying to be taught to you. Sorry, Jane Maurice.
No, I think you said it all. I mean, it's our God-given right. It's our duty to get out in the streets and protest and make noise and push for the change that we want to see. If you are willing, if you can or willing and able to do so. So, I'll kind of leave that point there. I don't want to go on from a tangent.
I would love to have demonstrated. I demonstrated during the Vietnam War. We brought down a president, ended a war. So petitioning your government does work. You don't always have to vote. You should, but you don't always have to do that. I have a group of about 5 clients at GMHC that I keep in contact with, and they were kind of depressed. They have about 5 to 6 times higher rates of depression than the typical population. And I said to them, you know what? Just put on your mask and go out into the streets and demonstrate. And, they would call me back the next day, or sometimes I wouldn't hear from them in a few days, because they were going out every day. And they were learning actually to socialize. And that was really combating their depression really very, very effectively.
That's amazing. Wow, that's amazing.
May I just say one more thing, too, as far as tips that a physician can give you? If you're going to protest, take a private photo with the people that you're protesting with and try to keep your group small. And I would advise that when you're done protesting, get tested 5 to 7 days after. If you find that you were positive, check your photo album and advise all of your friends in those photos to get tested. I'm just trying to help people prevent the exposure and the risk and the probable contamination that will lead to the second phase of this virus.
Sure, definitely. And I think that, the city has done an amazing job at getting mass testing out there, both of the antibody and the actual tests. So I think that, that's one of the messages we need to make sure that everybody knows is that, we want you to be out there protesting. We all need to be out there protesting, but make sure that you're also taking care of your health as well. So, okay, so pivoting a little bit, I want to talk about our LGBTQ youth. At the center, we have a fairly large youth component. And, one of the things that we've really seen is that our LGBTQ youth of color are, find safe space and the ability to express their gender identity and their orientation in the way that they feel the most free at the center. And, obviously when we closed our doors, no more congregate activities. And so, what we've seen is that a lot of youth are not in affirmative homes, and that they have basically had to go back into the closet, or they've had to, tamper down their gender expression. And, from everyone's perspective here, what have you seen, and what can we do moving forward? Because this probably won't be the only time we have some kind of a health crisis like this, and our future is suffering at this point, and there isn't a whole lot we have been able to do. But what can we do moving forward? Any thoughts?
And one program we have at GMHC is the Buddy Program, and which is reminiscent of the early days of the epidemic, when in the 80s and early 90s, when people were passing away rather rapidly and they needed someone to take care of them, a caregiver. So what happened after a week or so when we were in quarantine, the person who runs our Buddy Program began to get more and more calls from younger folks who wanted to become buddies for the older LGBTQ adult with HIV. So there was a catalyst, necessity is the mother of invention. And so we saw something creating this intergenerational connection, which is very hard to generate, extremely hard. But the virus was, in a way, a pandemic was making it happen spontaneously.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Any thoughts, Jay Morris?
Yeah. So we have an HBCU program here at the Human Rights Campaign, and what we realized is, a lot of kids had to go home quickly, leave campus, and again, they went into homes where their gender is not affirmed, and they had to deal with situations and issues of abuse, physical and verbal, from family members and those alike. And what I realized, though, is a lot of them have found some refuge in the demonstrations. It gives them the opportunity to get out of the home and be with people of like mind. But my thing is, in my personal group, we make a point to reach out to younger folk to provide some guidance and some mentorship. And this is something that we started even before COVID because, unlike GHMC, most of the other safe spaces for youth in the country are starting to close. They don't have those opportunities and those spaces to go to normally that, community-based organizations will offer a space in the evening. A lot of those organizations don't have the funds or the spaces anymore. So what we start to do at HRC is to literally make an effort to reach out to our younger folks. We have our Youth Ambassador program through our youth and well-being work. Where we actually mentor members of the community who are LGBTQ identified. So we make an effort to not just engage them, but try to engage their families as much as possible. We also have video campaigns and different materials that we work on to work with families of children who are LGBTQ identified to kind of make break that wall and that barrier down so that in the home that the parent understands their children and where they're coming from, and kind of lessen the likelihood, we hope to lessen the likelihood of children experience, particularly those LGBTQ, experiencing these horrible situations in their home.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Dr. Darian?
During this time, I've actually been working closely with social workers. I think it's one of the essential workers that isn't always shouted out whenever we have the applause at 7 p.m., but they do some of the most work in our hospitals, taking care of our communities. And they're the people who advise me as well as my patients about opportunities at HRC and the Gay Men's Health Clinic. And so we're just being a helpful hand in terms of educating the public on what exists out there.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll soon be able to open our doors and we'll be able to kind of create that space again. I know that we've been doing a lot through Zoom. It's amazing the mini ballrooms you can have over Zoom. So it's been interesting. I'm always amazed at how flexible those children are. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get hurt.
Well, I want to do a shameless plug if I can. I know we've developed a program called You Are Now, which is a program that focuses on the house and ballroom community. And we're having our first gathering, which is a community discussion where we talk about COVID, HIV, and kind of the struggles that young people face, particularly those who identify as LGBTQ. That's going to be on June 24th at 7 p.m. So I just wanted to plug that. So we're doing what we can on our end to engage the community, particularly youth. Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's great. I think that's definitely been an area that not enough energy has been put into it. And really, our youth have really formed their families and formed their culture within the ballroom community, and in both in a good way and a bad way. Sometimes there's some issues with substance misuse, but I think that we have to really focus our energies and make sure that we're supporting them so that they can actually manifest their future in the way that they want to. to, which is always incredibly important. Thinking about our TGNC constituents here in the city and across the country, we've seen a few news articles that have really kind of come out showing how, as a result of the pandemic, many TGNC individuals have had to go back to their hometowns or to their home states, and haven't had access to medications and treatments that they would normally have had in a larger urban setting, and really have been grappling with that. What do you think we can be doing in order to kind of figure out ways and policies that can mitigate this extremely negative impact on our TGNC people of color?
I'll start there. I think one of the things that we have to continue to do is, one, it starts with our federal government. We have to push the CDC and the NIH to allocate the proper amount of resources and funding to communities, particularly communities of color. We realize and we see a lot of times that, the services just aren't provided. So when we talk about, they have to go home to their homes in the South or wherever, their cities, and there isn't any care there, it's like, well, we have to ask the question, well, why is that? Why is there no care? How do we increase access to care in some of these jurisdictions? What we do on our end is we work with, we have the federal ETE plan, which is the end the epidemic through the Trump administration, quote unquote. And it's supposed to provide services or funding to end the epidemic by within the next 10 years. And that money is starting to roll out within the community. However, we have to be conscious and make sure that when those funds actually hit the community, they're actually hitting those who are disproportionately impacted by HIV, meaning that the money goes towards not just towards testing, but to addressing the social determinants of health of those folks, meaning that they have adequate housing, access to employment, access to adequate education. On our end, that's what we're fighting for. And I think, once we address that, then we make it a little easier for our LGBT folk, particularly those who are gender nonconforming and transgender.
Thank you. Any thoughts, Dr. Darian?
I think that we should, just as much as we talk about the stimulus check, we need to provide waivers for people in order to be able to obtain their medications. We need to be able to say, hey, maybe you just don't need 30 days. I'm talking about 90-day supply, and that doesn't just apply to antiretroviral medications, but also hormone medications. These are vitally important to people, and when you stop using them, you're going to have detrimental effects that will last beyond the time of a pandemic. And so I try to belabor that point to anyone making decisions within our federal government. If you act in prevention, you're going to save a lot of time, money, and most importantly, health of your patients than if you just wait until something happens.
Yeah.
We have to stop waiting for the plane to fall out of the sky and then fix it. We have to fix it while it's up there. I think for me, I spent 25 years at Columbia Medical doing research. I'm now at NYU, and this epidemic has exposed the very soft underbelly of our healthcare system, and I think more people realize that, especially politicians. I hope and we'll be able to realize that, so that we get better care for our LGBTQ population, and HIV as well. They lack help and medication and mental health services in an enormous way.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that, one of the things that I think that we have been grappling here in the city is, and I think it's just become incredibly more highlighted, is that, how the over-policing of communities of color and immigrant communities, and how, as social distancing was being enforced, some areas were getting masks by the cops and being told, don't do that. And other places, folks were getting arrested, or they're getting summons, or they're being threatened by the police. And, I think that, as we kind of think about what this new future looks like, what are we going to do in order to make sure that we are truly addressing the disparities and the inequities that really have been brought to light by what we've been experiencing here, not just in New York City, but across the country. And I think that, my question to all of you is, what's next? How do we move forward in a more equitable way? What do we need to do to ensure that we don't forget what happened, and that this is not just some blip in time, but in fact, a catalyst for change across the country? Any thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I can start if you don't mind. Data. Information is important in order to make decisions. As we just saw a specific headline recently, our president made a statement that if we stop testing, then we'd have less cases. That's true. And that's a ridiculous statement to make. But that's also something, that's how people think inside of our federal government. But that's the thought process in terms of retracting information, withholding data, and not allowing scientists to make actual observations and claims so that you can then be pushed to act on them. And that's a tactic that's been used since the beginning of time. And so the one thing I always try to advise people who are fighting to get change is fight for data. We need information. We need to be specific, because if you don't address it and you don't say that it exists, then you won't be able to solve it. You need to see the variables in an equation before you get the answer.
Which is why Amazon is so successful.
Exactly.
And I think the point Darren made about data it's spot on. We released a letter in partnership with Color of Change about a month ago that we addressed to the Secretary of Health and Human Services and the respective heads of the other federal agencies, the NIH and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And what we did was we're asking for or demanding, it's the We Demand campaign, we're demanding accurate collection of racialized data, particularly as it relates to COVID-19, because we know that data drives resources. When we look at the HIV epidemic, we see that resources are distributed to communities that are most impacted based on the rates of infection or acquisition within that area. And if we don't have the accurate number and or data as it relates to COVID in communities of color, then we cannot fully guarantee or make sure that services and dollars are allocated to those communities that are mostly impacted. So to Darren's point, data is of the utmost. And I think that's the first place where we must start, is the call and demand for accurate data.
Yeah.
Which is why the census is so important right now as well.
Yes, definitely census. Yes.
And to your question, I think you said something in your question. You asked about like police brutality and what are some things that we can do. We can vote. And I don't think, and when I say vote, I mean vote on all levels, like not just vote for your president, but vote for your mayor. Be engaged in the mayor's race. Be engaged in who is the commissioner of health. Like those little races, in many ways, little, and I use quotations on that. Those races have dramatic impacts on your livelihood and your lived experience right where you live, in your home. Direct impact. So if we have issues with our police commissioner and our commissioner of health, then it's our job to make sure that we are at the polls and we're voting for mayors who appoint these people, that they're appointing people that have our interests and in mind first and foremost.
Definitely. So true. So thank you all so much for this incredible conversation. So I have just one last question. It's almost reminiscent that we're in this galvanizing time, and we're also celebrating the 50th anniversary of Stonewall and the Stonewall March. And really, hoping we don't lose sight that it was our Black and brown brothers and sisters that made Stonewall happen. And so my question to all of you is, what will you be doing to celebrate Stonewall 50 this year?
Well, this is part of participating in this forum, which is great. Especially from home.
No, I'll be out demonstrating like every weekend. I'm out. I have a 10-year-old and an 11-year-old son. Like I have a duty. Like I have to protect them. So for me, celebrating Pride Month is actually being out with my people, fighting for the safety and security of our community.
Thank you.
I have to agree. Demonstrations are what have created spaces for us to thrive in. And not only should we be demonstrating, but we should also be thriving, because that is a sign of protest within itself. And so I'll be trying to do my best to do both.
And remember, the first Pride was a riot.
Exactly. Exactly. Yes. And they tried to change the narrative, but we took it back. So
always.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. Well, that's what I'll be doing too. I'll be out demonstrating as well because I just feel as though we have to create a future that is equitable for everybody, and we have to get past this health pandemic, but we also have to not forget what's happened and understand that we have to create a future that includes everybody, and that includes all LGBTQ people, all communities of color, all immigrants, and we really learn to like embrace love as opposed to just this rhetoric and this narrative of hate and otherness that really keeps us divided. So, I think that's one of the most important things to remember. I have been telling many of my colleagues and many of my friends to remember, the Latinx community has a lot to fight for as well. And remember, Black Lives Matters was down at the border when they were putting our children in cages. And so we have to be there along with everyone, fighting as hard as possible. And so this Pride is going to be definitely an incredibly emotional time, I think, for all of us. So thank you all very much for joining me in this conversation. I hope you all have a wonderful Pride.
Thank you. Be safe.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hey everybody, welcome to Be the Change, driving intersexual equality and inclusion. I am so excited to be here today. This is my second year moderating this incredible panel with incredible guests. And listen, last year the theme was all about acceptance. Acceptance matters, and it still matters today, but I like to say we're kicking it up a notch because the stakes are so much higher, and more than ever, we need to be champions for advocacy and activism. And our focus can no longer just be on acceptance matters. It's got to be about protecting our Black friends in the community, our trans friends in the community, and fighting racism, period. There is no place for racism in our world, and we are going to do everything we can to do our parts to fight it. And this is a conversation all about that and how we can really drive real action to foster these intersectional equalities with the Black and the LGBTQ plus community. So we have a lot to cover. I don't want to keep talking. I want to introduce you to my guests. So what I'm going to do is dive into the first question. And for my amazing guests, if you can tell us a little bit about yourself and then answer the question, that would be great. So we are kicking it off with Pride Month. I love me some Pride Month. And listen, it looks different this year. There's no parades all throughout the country, all throughout the world. All the street celebrations are canceled, but that doesn't mean that the spirit of pride and equality is gone. We are keeping that alive. So for all of my panelists here today, what does equality mean to you? And how do you plan to take action during a time when action seems like, or the action we're used to taking seems like it's not there? How do you plan to take that action yourself for equality?
Peppermint, you start, please.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Peppermint, and I am probably best known for my appearance on RuPaul's Drag Race. I've also been on Broadway and some film and television, and I certainly love to stay on all of the social media platforms, speaking out for equality when I'm not marching in the streets for it. And I'm really happy to be here. So hello, everyone. And thanks for that question, Tommy. I think that it's obvious. I knew when, as soon as the pandemic of COVID-19 hit us, that Pride was going to look different. Everything was going to look different. And then when we had several instances of more videos of police brutality and murdering of unarmed Black men, I knew that the entire world was starting to shift and change. And I honestly wasn't sure exactly how these things were going to connect with the LGBT pride initiatives and movement towards equality. And I didn't know how things like the Title VII decision that we're celebrating yesterday that protects LGBT individuals in their workplace. I didn't know how that was going to be viewed through the lens of 2020, but I'm really grateful. Although many of these things have had taken a terrible toll on many communities, specifically Black and Brown communities and communities of that are in poverty. I'm really grateful that we have the opportunity to re-examine not only the police force, not only healthcare, not only pride organizations and how they implement and interact with communities of color, but the entire country. I'm glad we're able to reevaluate the connections and really realizing that all of these things are very intersectional. And there's no such thing as either the LGBTQ community or the Black community. There's no LGBT community without the existence of the Black community, and there's no Black community without the LGBT community. They intersect, and I'm standing right in the middle of those things. And so I'm happy that we're able to have a conversation that really draws upon each of these topics and allows us to look at each thing simultaneously.
Great. And Nick, how do you plan to go after this big concept of equality and take action to make sure that this is a fight that we're still fighting, even though these events are canceled this year?
Hi, so yes, my name is Nick Adams. I'm the Director of Transgender Representation at GLAAD. For those of you who don't know, GLAAD is a nonprofit organization that is a media advocacy organization. So we work with media content creators as they're developing stories about our community to give them the resources and make the connections to advocates within the community that they need to get the story right as they're creating it. And my job mostly is to work with Hollywood. So I am the Director of Transgender Representation at GLAAD. I'm a transgender man. I transitioned in 1997 and I started working at GLAAD in 1998. So I have been working a very long time to try to help Hollywood specifically do a better job of telling transgender stories. And that was a pretty frustrating task for most of the time that I was at GLAAD. We would sort of take one step forward and 3 steps back, and nobody was really interested in engaging in how to do a better job of telling transgender stories. But that really started to change about 6 years ago. I think I can see the sea change starting with Orange is the New Black and Laverne Cox's amazing performance on that show and the way she used that opportunity to become an advocate for the community and to speak out on the issues that are affecting us. And it's like all of Hollywood took a look at that show and Laverne and went, so you mean we can write multidimensional trans characters and hire trans actors to play them? And from that moment on, I've been sort of inundated with requests from showrunners and writers' rooms and casting directors and network executives and publicists to help them try to improve the way they've portrayed trans people in film and TV. So it's been an incredibly exciting time to work at GLAAD, especially over the last 6 or 7 years. And, to that end, while I love Pride like every queer person, and it provides this huge opportunity to tell the media to look at our community, to look at both the strides we've made and yet how much further we have to go, I also have the joy of being able to work on these issues 12 months out of the year because it's my job. So right now is an incredible moment in our history as a community to lift up, elevate, and amplify the stories of Black LGBTQ people in our community, other people of color who have sometimes not gotten as much representation in the media as we need them to have. So for me, it's like right now, just taking advantage of this media moment that has been created by so much grassroots on-the-ground advocacy from people in big towns and small towns across this country, and help the media frame it and amplify that message far and wide. So that's what I do in June, and thankfully that's what I get to do 12 months out of the year.
I love that. That's important work you're doing. That's incredible. Dawn Randall?
Hey, so Dawn, I will give the floor to you. That's very, thank you, Nick. I have a 12-month job, but my job is actually as a journalist. I am not an activist. I have often been called that just because I happen to write about our rights. And I have gone from tearing my hair out over J.K. Rowling and having a man in the White House who wants to take away the rights of every transgender American to get health care and health insurance, to celebrating the most conservative justices giving me the rights that I should have had when I was fired from ABC News and in 2018 fired by a local company. In both cases, I had to basically rely on lawyers to tell me, you're just not going to win. Their lawyers are just too good. They're too big. It's just not going to happen. So we settle. And that's what trans people have been doing forever. We've been settling. We've been waiting for the Equality Act. We waited for every kind of opportunity for us to be treated as equal. And for me, now I feel like the tide is turning. We had thousands of people turn out in Brooklyn this weekend, marching for trans rights. Boston, the march in Washington. People are getting it. And my important message for Pride is that Pride goes on because it's in here. I'm the managing editor of Outsports. I came out in 2013 as the first transgender journalist in television network news. And I was also the first one to get fired. But the point being that at Outsports, we celebrate, it's true, Peppermint. I don't usually mention that part. We at Outsports, we're an LGBT sports news site. And since my hire back in February of last year, pardon me, could you let her in? Thank you, that's my dog. Since my hire last year, my job has been trying to make the site more like America. More black faces, more brown faces, more women, not just white gay men. And to their credit, the co-founders did a lot of stories about transgender and lesbians and people of color. But now we do even more. And our staff is more diverse. We're 14% African American. So for me, it's not enough. For me, Black Lives Matter is a pride story. Because it wouldn't be pride if it was not for the brown and black women at Stonewall. And I'm very proud to be part of this, and I acknowledge my privilege. Male privilege got me where I am. White privilege still helps me in many ways. And I feel like my position, more than anything, is to step up from the table, give my seat to someone else, and hold the mic in front of someone who needs to have the microphone. I'm here to amplify voices. And I'm very proud to have written some, really important stories. But my job, more than ever, is to make sure that other people get a chance at that microphone.
Thank you, Dawn. And beautifully said. My God. Yes, yes, yes. And Randall, please.
Yeah. You know what? I'm so excited to share the stage with really cool people that we've had a chance to chat over the last hour or so. When we think about equality and what that means, the first thing that comes to my mind is when a person's, their voice, their life, their perspectives, and economic value and wealth in society is no more or no less than anyone else's. And over the last 20 years, I've dedicated my life to driving inclusion and diversity within organizations, and really proud to work for MasterCard. That is a very forward-thinking organization in this space. And so very excited to be here. I think that the work still continues. So from a representation perspective, from who we buy our products and services from, how we brand our company are all things I keep top of mind as we continue to do this work in light of not being able to be on a float. The work still continues. It just looks a little bit different.
Beautiful, beautiful. And you know what, guys? I feel like allyship is, being an ally is such a big word right now. It's like this buzzword. And a lot of people who aren't part of the LGBTQIA plus community want to know how to be a better ally. But I would argue it's also up to us internally to figure out how we can be better allies. So to you guys, and please feel free to just shout some answers out. In the absence of this physical pride event, which is what some people consider the number one way to go and physically show that you're being an ally, how can we still show up for the community in ways that are just as impactful, if not more?
I think it's really less about performing allyship this year, and actually engaging in the work, whether the people who are around you who may be LGBTQIA plus or Black and Brown and people of color, whether they are aware of it or not. I think it's really more about having those conversations in the spaces that those people don't have access to. That's real allyship to me. It's nice for you to let me know that you care that I am connected to certain issues, but it's more beneficial for all of us, for you, whoever that person is, to go and actively work at dismantling those systems that are continuously victimize and oppress these marginalized communities. And so for someone who's cis and straight and doesn't consider themselves a part of the LGBTQIA community, maybe we need to make a little bit of a paradigm shift. I mean, I know definitions can matter in some regards, but and there's certainly no taking away from the bond that people have who do identify as LGBTQIA plus. But for those people who are cisgender and straight, maybe it's about not looking at us as other and looking at us as a part of the same community. Maybe instead of you saying, well, that's the gay community and they have a pride parade and I wear a flag and I hope they're okay, maybe you actually consider an attack on us, our humanity, our healthcare, as an attack on yours. And then maybe we will get somewhere a lot sooner than you just putting on a t-shirt.
Right, and I love what Peppermint just said. It's not a spectator sport. Humanity is not a spectator sport, and so when one of us hurts, we all hurt. And since we've been given, lemons for the Pride Parade, I think we should just make some lemonade and put some sparkling water in it, or your beverage of choice. But I do.
The sponsor's beverage of choice.
But I think it falls on two different lenses. I think the LGBT plus community has things that they can do, and then our allies can do. So, like mentoring, like sponsoring someone else's life, self-care of yourself, and kind of recalibrating are all things that are really helpful in this moment. We're in a very tricky situation where we're living through history, and I think we have to take the time to be the best to ourselves that we can be. But at MasterCard, again, work for a great company. Last year, we launched True Name Initiative. So if those are in the transgender community, non-binary community, having issues with just what's in a name, what's in a pronoun, everything is in that, because do you know how hard it's taken someone to gain their freedom? And so at MasterCard, that's what we want to do, is make sure that people's chosen names are reflected on the card, as well as internally, which is great. We also have the pronouns. So aside on our signatures, we can put our pronouns to better identify ourselves. And we've done a lot of work around our benefits to make sure that they're gender neutral and incorporating all sides of our community. So a lot of work to be done, but at the first point of it, self-care, and then kind of reaching out to do the best you can.
Fantastic. For me, there are 3 S's. It's stand up, speak out, and show me the money. Stand up means when there's a march, when there's a parade, when there's something, when there's just a conversation, stand up and offer your opinion. That goes to speak out. I have a lot of people who I'm their only transgender friend. And all I ask of them is, when they're in a conversation which I'm not part of, and somebody talks about me or trans people, that I expect them as my friends to stand up and say, well, I know someone, and let me tell you what this really is about. And then last is show me the money. Trans Lifeline, so many other worthy charities, GLAAD, the National Task Force. We need support. And I don't think that people understand that among the LGBT community, trans people are the most marginalized, and Black trans women are the most threatened. And we need to fund these causes, especially Black Lives Matter, to make inroads so that we can finally have some kind of equality. I don't know if I'll see it in my lifetime. I'll be very honest. I'm a journalist, so I'm a natural cynic and pessimist. I didn't think Monday was going to happen.
I must be a journalist too.
And there you go. There you go. And Peppermint, can I just say, you bring the 4th S in stunning.
That always helps
Amen.
the
And
pride,
Nick,
I
anything
guess.
you would like to add?
I mean, I will just add that, you started out by saying I think that the theme last year was acceptance, and acceptance is not enough, but I think it's a critical piece of the puzzle. Like, this is achieving justice and equality is we need a multi-pronged attack. We need people in the streets. We need people donating money. We need people learning and educating themselves about the conversations that we've been having in the Black community and in the LGBT community for a very long time. But we know that the 1964 Civil Rights Act did not eliminate white supremacy and did not eliminate racial injustice in this country. And this huge victory yesterday that we got, which is stunned me. I was fully expecting a loss. So when I woke up yesterday morning after the horrible week that we had last week within the community with J.K. Rowling and others attacking trans people, the Trump administration, to see that victory yesterday was just, I needed that so desperately. But that is, legal protections are essential and we have to have them, but that doesn't mean that it changes people's behaviors. We have to get through to people who think that they've never met a transgender person, for example.
Right.
Depending on how you ask the question, only about 20% of Americans say that they think they've met somebody who's transgender in their real life. More Americans say they've seen a ghost than say they've met a transgender person. So they don't feel like they know us yet. Yes, Pat.
Nick, that reminds me.
Oh my God!
Chris Mosier had me write up a meme for him, and it was, "You've already peed to a transgender person. Get over it."
I'm sorry, wait. Our poor interpreter. One person at a time. What were you saying, Don?
I was saying that Chris Mosier asked me during the bathroom bill battles to come up with a meme, and we came up with this one. You've already peed next to a transgender person. Get over it.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
So
that's
people
too funny.
think they haven't met us, and therefore, the acceptance levels are not as high as we need them to be. So again, this is just a multi-pronged attack. Donate to causes that support and empower Black trans women and other trans women of color. These demonstrations in the streets like we had in Los Angeles and Brooklyn over the weekend, but also we still need to work on the acceptance piece and getting people to understand basic things, like we are who we say we are. Like, we're not a threat to you just because we need to be ourselves. And, the statistics, when you look at the statistics, especially that affect the trans community, the best survey we have is the U.S. Trans Survey that was conducted by the National Center for Transgender Equality. And in that survey, even I was surprised to see that 68% of the respondents said they didn't have one piece of identity document that matches the name and pronoun they use every day. So just imagine trying to go through life, not having a single ID document that says you are who you say you are, that matches who you know yourself to be and how you live in your day-to-day life. And the reasons for that number being so high are the obstacles that governments and bureaucracies put into place to make that difficult. It's expensive. It's incredibly complicated. So that's just one small example, and that's why the MasterCard True Name thing was great, because it allows people to have one thing that has their actual name on it, Right. But there are so many other examples of things we need to do to achieve true equality and social justice. And the victories in the legal system are fantastic. We need the Equality Act to pass in Congress and a president who will sign it. But I also do believe that, like, acceptance, educating people, talking to them about our stories, letting them hear from us is going to be that culture change that we need, that will really make those legal victories work the way they're supposed to work.
And I think what I'm hearing from everybody is it's not just showing up, it's putting in the work. It's educating ourselves. Right. It's doing the actual work that it takes to get change to occur. And that's something that I think is really important. Listen, I am a white gay man, and with this recent Black Lives Matter movement that has really just surfaced in such a big level, I've been putting in the work and educating myself. I'm not looking for everyone to teach me things that I don't know. And I consider myself obviously not a racist human being, and I'm for everybody in the world. But that doesn't mean the work has to stop there. You can always learn and educate yourself. So I love what everybody is saying. I am so with you on that. And I think with a little hard work and education and resilience, we can all become better allies to the community and to ourselves. So I want to shift gears for a minute. And we have had so many victories in this community. We've been talking about one we had yesterday from the Supreme Court, which was such a win, being that people in the community can't be fired anymore. But of course, there's still a long way to go and a lot of work that has to be done specifically for the Black transgender community, as so many have said on this panel today. So how do we actually spark these meaningful changes that really support the transgender community and get work done and help anybody who's struggling with their own identities? How do we do this?
I can go first.
Maybe it's not the easiest question to answer.
It's not the easiest question, but here's the thing. I mean, I think we have a lot of brain power here that we could solve world peace if we needed to. But I think it starts with
put in overtime.
Let's do it, Ms. Peppermint. I have seen your shows. I have been there, so I know that you can solve a lot. What I would say again, I mean, it starts with us. I think each of us is either a headwind or a tailwind to making sure that someone feels included, invited, and they feel like they're a human. And so you don't need big systems. You don't need, I mean, it's important, but it starts with us. And so if someone is out there just saying a hello or how are you doing could save someone's life. It literally could save someone's life. I've heard the conversations where some people have been so marginalized they don't even feel that they exist or are part of society. The other piece, I think, is around education and awareness. And I think we just brought it up in our last segment around the educational piece and people saying that I don't know someone that's trans or I don't know someone that's gay. Yeah, you do. If you literally, I went through my history as a kid and I thought I was the only one. Then I kind of turned back and was like, all those people were gay, but no one said anything. No one said a thing. No one said a thing. I was like, I'm not an island by myself. So I think that opportunity for storytelling, open dialogue, as well as making sure that people are able to tell their story in a very safe space and have that conversation to dispel myths as well as stereotypes. Because everyone thinks the boogeyman or the ghost or the scary person is gay or the scary person is trans. And all along, they've had people in their lives that have been that. And so I think if we're able to share those stories and just be transparent, that'll take us a long ways.
Yeah, I really do think one of the keys is just for people generally understanding the idea of intersectional identities and understanding that, you know, while we do have a lot of, especially in film and television and art and entertainment, there are archetypes and kind of stories that we tell that kind of fit into really neat boxes that most folks really don't only fit into one box or even two. And the more we can acknowledge our connection to all these things, not only how the issues themselves are connected, but our connection to all of these things, then we can understand. It kind of maybe sounds very like esoteric, but like as humans on this planet, we're all connected, right? That means our issues are all connected, our desires, our needs, our wants are all connected. And so in a more practical way, that means, again, there's not going to be a law that affects only women. There's not going to be a law that affects only people of color. There's not going to be a law or a practice or a policy that affects only LGBT people. It's impossible without affecting all those other groups. And then on a very interpersonal level, I think the best way to really get to where we need to go is really re-examining every one of us as an individual, examining our relationship and our relationship to racism and white supremacy and sexism and homophobia and transphobia. We each are connected to systems or processes or events that could potentially perpetuate some of these notions. Whether we like to look at it or not, we all have a stake to claim in both ameliorating, but also really solving these problems. And so, you know, when we look at white supremacy or when we look at homophobia, yes, it's the policies, as Nick was saying, are really important. But like really saying, what is our relationship to these things? Maybe we don't think we know someone who's trans or gay or in the community, but whether we know we do or not, doing whatever we can to maybe not ask when we see a child, oh, is that a girl or a boy? Maybe we don't ask that. We don't know who's trans or not. We don't know if that person, maybe maybe instead of when we see a little child, instead of saying, do you have a boyfriend, when they're in school or something like that, maybe not asking that question because assuming that they're heterosexual. So these are things that we can do in our own behavior that don't necessarily mean we have to go out and join some club. We can just modify the behavior and what we demonstrate interpersonally. I know there was a long answer, but that's the answer.
I love
Good
it.
answer. No.
Connor, Nick?
And
Yeah.
Tommy, I just wanted to say, I wanted to say what you said before about doing the work. A lot of trans people, I'm sure Peppermint understands this too, and Nick, we often get asked to explain things. Well, you know what? I'm not fucking Google, all right? Pardon my French, but there are so many resources now in our current environment in which you can do the research, you can do the work, you can find out about these things. Same goes with Black Lives Matter. Find out for yourself. I'm encouraging people to do the work. And yes, I am one of these so-called community leaders who people ask questions of, and I don't mind doing it in this forum. This is fantastic. I'm so grateful to be here, and I'm sorry I cussed. But I'm just so frustrated by the fact that many people, relatives included, expect me to be their, Encyclopedia Brown. I have to be their guide. And no, I don't. I don't have time. I'm a single mom raising 3 kids, and I got 4 part-time jobs. Could you possibly use Google?
Well, I have another resource recommendation other than Google. But yes, I agree with that. And thank you for your comments, Peppa and Randall. I want to say, there's so many answers to your question in terms of how to dismantle the structural inequalities that affect all of us. And I feel like, in my job at GLAAD, I can just do one small piece of that puzzle. And that piece is to use the power of the media to amplify trans stories in a way that's going to reach those people who think they've never met a trans person. I mean, we could collectively go around and knock on every door in America and shake people's hands and say, hello, you've now met a trans person. But that would take a very long time. So I want to use mass media to reach them. And so there's a quote from Vito Russo, who was one of GLAAD's founders who wrote The Celluloid Closet. And back then he said, and I'm sort of paraphrasing, but I think I have it right. He said, Hollywood, the great myth-making machine, taught straight people what to think about gay people and gay people what to think about themselves through those portrayals that they put in film and TV. And the same is true for trans people. So Hollywood has also taught cis people what to think about trans people and trans people what to think about ourselves. So my little piece of the work that I can do with my little shovel is work to make those media images that are coming out of Hollywood better, so that if you don't get a trans person knocking on your door saying hello, you might run across one on TV or in a movie. And I just want to take a moment to say that on Netflix right now, there is a documentary called Disclosure, that full disclosure I'm in, but is a look back at 120 years of Hollywood's portrayal of trans people, starting with silent film all the way through Pose. And you really see, when you put all that transphobia together in one compact 90-minute documentary, it's kind of stunning to look at. And you realize how much these people around us have absorbed from Hollywood and TV about who we are. And none of it is good. So it's so time. And we're at this tipping point moment in Hollywood where creators want to do the right thing, and transgender people are getting empowered to tell their own stories in Hollywood, which is critical. So that's the piece. I think that Disclosure will be powerful for people to watch, because when you can see all of those lies that Hollywood has told about trans people separate and apart from you, and you realize what you learned from it, if you're trans or if you're cis, it's a very liberating moment, even though those clips are hard to watch. So that's one thing people can do to educate themselves, is watch Disclosure on Netflix, to just be one little tiny piece of the conversation that we need to be having right now.
And I think these are such great ways to truly make change. Go ahead, Peppermint, please.
I was going to say, I can't wait to see Disclosure. I've been waiting to view it, and I'm so happy that it's going to be on Netflix. Another thing that people can do, I've partnered up with MasterCard and GLAAD, and NYC Pride to put on an event called the Black Queer Town Hall event, which is taking place also on the same day that Netflix releases Disclosure on June 19th, this Friday. But it's every single day this weekend. It's going to be airing on GLAAD and NYC Pride's Facebook and YouTube pages. And this is taking this one step further than what Nick was talking about, how Hollywood has told our stories historically. This is the ability for Black queer folk to get together and tell our own stories through performance, conversation, healing, round tables, and it's myself and Bob the drag queen who are the hosts. So I would love for everyone to go to blackqueertownhall.org. It's free, and check it out.
Yes.
I don't know about you all, but I am feeling inspired right now because, yes, like I said, we do have a ways to go in terms of, you know, getting more equal rights and getting everyone to a place where the basic human right of being a human being is enough for us all, right? And we don't have to fight for all these other things. We do have a ways to go until we get to all those rights. But what you guys are saying is there's so much we can do in the meantime to educate, to amplify, to support, to move the needle. So there's hope and there's no loss of inspiration there because we all can do things. And like you guys just mentioned with the documentary and the events, I mean, it doesn't stop. So I encourage everybody watching to continue the education piece, which is so important to really make any sort of change. Now, in the interest of time, I want to keep moving forward. I have a few more great questions that I think you guys would provide amazing insight in. And this one has to do with corporate businesses amplifying the messages of the LGBTQIA community. So what role do you guys see these private partnerships and corporate America, we'll call it, in playing and having a change for equality and creating that change for equality? And I just kindly ask if we can keep these answers a little quicker so we can get to our final question. That would rock.
No problem. I guess let me start since I'm part of a corporate machine. But I think, you know, the easiest way to answer this is how I started, that, you know, over 20 years in doing this work and working for really great organizations that values the lives and respects the backgrounds of everyone, and MasterCard is one of those organizations. And so the way that we show our commitment and support is literally through action. That's the only way a company can really do it, is they put their money where their mouth is. They have put the things in place that will make sure that we have representation, that we are buying and procuring products from LGBT plus suppliers, and that we're engaging our employees to bring their full self to the organization. And then having, you know, those examples like True Name and the pronouns, all of those, and then being part of HRC's 100% on the CEI. All of those things are proof points that show that we're headed in the right direction. Are we there yet? No, but we know that we can do more and we can do better, but this is a great start.
Anyone else?
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned the HRC Quality Index, because I will say, since I transitioned in the late 90s, I fully remember that before the Affordable Care Act, health insurance would not cover transgender people. Simply being transgender was considered a pre-existing condition, and they could deny you a policy because you had a pre-existing condition. Or if you had a policy, it inevitably had a trans exclusion clause, which meant that they could deny you coverage for both transition-related health care, but also anything. And so before the ACA, one of the ways that we began to get health insurance coverage as trans people was two trans advocates joined the HRC Council that created that equality index and said companies can't get 100% unless they offer trans healthcare to their trans employees. And companies wanted that 100%. So they started making sure that their insurance policies that they were offering their employees did not have the trans exclusion clause. Companies making that decision because they wanted that 100% rating drove the culture change that allowed the ACA. And I bring this up because that ACA ruling 1557, which requires health insurance companies not to discriminate against us, is what Trump was trying to roll back on Friday last week. So there is a connection there.
I have a friend who's a scholar. She's a mentor. She's an author. Her name is Jennifer Finney Boylan. And Jenny Boylan told me the story that her mom told her when she came out, which is nobody can hate you if they know your story. And that's why at Outsports, one of the things that I try to do is to fill our website with the stories of people coming out, LGBTQ, everyone under the rainbow. And these are our most popular stories because we see in each other the courage to be who we are. And what I hope we can all do is to amplify those stories. And that's one of the things I love doing is telling people stories, because once someone gets to know you, it really is hard for them to hate you.
Right.
I think the moment in time that first of all, everything, I agree with everything. I second everything that everyone said. And I agree with it. And I think going further than, because doing drag performance in New York City, I've had the opportunity to be a part of many a Pride celebration. And I've witnessed pretty much every single company that has ever come through the parade, rainbow washing their float. I've seen it all. I've heard all the rhetoric and the talk and the pledges, and I've seen it all. And it honestly, at one point in time, it felt very nice just to have, oh, look, they changed their logo to rainbow. And that felt great. But now that I believe that we are in a new age of accountability and sort of self evaluation, both as individuals, I think it also goes with larger companies. Yes, it's important that you show up and participate and donate money to certain causes, but it's extremely important that you actually implement a lot of those things in your companies, and not only at the lower level, at the administrative level and in positions of power, whether it's an entertainment company or a corporate, business, finance, whatever. It's important that we actually infuse your company with the same exact ideals and practices that you're claiming to be a part of on the outside. And I think that's really the ultimate key. And that, coupled with everything that everyone said, is, I guess, we'll find out when we get there.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more with everyone. And Peppermint, I absolutely agree. It's not just what you put out. It's not just a product. It's not just throw a rainbow on a T-shirt. It's what you're doing in the company as well to really make a difference for the community. And Randall, I just have to say the work MasterCard does is so incredible. You guys are trailblazers. I wish that every company would look to you for how to really set the stage on what to do in terms of inclusion. And I just personally want to thank you guys because I think you're doing everything right in terms of changing the conversation for the better of the community.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's just not me because it's a team of us. And so the organization has leaned in. And so I'm the mouthpiece for it. But I think in order for any organization to even consider doing anything that we've done, as well as other contemporary organizations, it takes the entire village to carry this across the finish line.
Well, you guys are great role models. And again, I'm speaking for, I know a lot of people who will be watching this. Thank you. And I want to finish up talking about a topic that, Peppermint, you kind of touched upon it earlier, and it's, the need for a powerful dialogue around intersectionality. And we're in this continued fight right now, this important fight for Black Lives Matter and equality for our trans friends and for the entire LGBTQIA community in general. So how do we encourage individuals to use their voice and ignite action towards making this world more inclusive? A lot of people sometimes have the right intention and they want to show support, but they're afraid or they think they'll be looked at a certain way. So what advice can everyone give on how to really start making these necessary changes to become more inclusive?
I would say that if you are an individual who's watching this, well, you're probably on the right path if you're watching this. But if you are an individual who looks around you and says, well, I don't witness any racism, and I don't witness any transphobia, and I don't witness any homophobia, and I don't witness any of these things that people are talking about, none of this seems to affect me, then you are probably in the perfect position to begin the work of dismantling all those things. Because if you don't think that you're affected by those things, then that means that you are in a position, you are in an area that operates from a place of privilege, that you don't visually see that you're affected by those things, and that means you could probably benefit from having some conversations with the people around you to get them involved in speaking out. And I know that it's scary when you are speaking out, when you're in that situation and you feel like you don't witness any of those things, and you realize that these are systems that are in place. Then the next step is, what does that mean for my relationships with different people? And you may be afraid that if I speak out on homophobia or transphobia or racism or sexism and misogyny, I might lose some friends or some relationships. And let's just be real. You may lose some friends. You may lose some relationships. And that is okay, because people are losing their lives.
Right.
So do the work and have the conversation.
Yep.
Wow.
Absolutely.
I'll add one thing to that.
Said.
I had a conversation with a colleague, and he says, I'm not a racist. And I said, no one's saying you're a racist. But, you can say racist things and not be a racist. It's perception. You need to be aware of what you're saying and what you're exposing, what you're putting out there. Perhaps you didn't think of it as a racist expression or a racist position, but people are taking it that way. You need to re-examine why it is you would say that. Where did you come from? What your privilege is.
And what I would add to that is I kind of live it, just like Peppermint said. I'm at one of those intersections. So I'm black and I'm gay and I'm a guy and married to a white guy. So there's a lot going on in my house. So there's a too funny, but one of the things I think is really important is that each of us cannot dispute someone's experience or their feelings. And so when in opportunities for us to be in positions of power or positions where our voice and platform is heard, is for us to tell those stories, because we could be saving the life of someone else or giving someone hope or encouragement that they can get to the same places that we can. I know it's hard because some people don't like rejection. None of us like rejection. But until we have folks that are in our own community and being able to speak up in meetings when someone's making an off comment about someone that's gay or someone that's transgender, speaking up on our own and sharing our own experiences, I think that's when we start to see a little bit more changes, when we as a community step up and show our voices and our faces in our own communities.
And I think we have to remember we're all in this together, and we're all here to lift one another up and support each other. And we have to take responsibility to take a stand against anyone who's being racist or not inclusive or any of those horrible things. And we have to stand up. We are out of time, but I have one more quick question for you guys. And real quick, how are you celebrating Pride?
In my living room, wearing all of the outfits and gowns and doing all of the shows. And I'm so excited. And celebrating Pride, kicking off NYC Pride with MasterCard, GLAAD, and NYC Pride for the Black Queer Town Hall. And then I'm going to watch Disclosure.
Amazing. Anyone else?
Disclosure's on my watch list too. Yeah. And we've got our Pride flag and our transgender flags flying. We live in a progressive neighborhood in Connecticut, and I'm so glad to be a transgender straight dad to a gay son, a bisexual daughter, and a 13-year-old boy who says, I don't know what I am, but I know I'm not straight. And I said, that's cool.
I love that. Randall, Nick?
I am also celebrating Pride in my house largely here in Los Angeles. My husband and I have been together 19 years, and we finally got married earlier this year. And then it's been so busy that we haven't had a chance to have a honeymoon. So my hope is that my Pride celebration will be after June is over, we can actually maybe leave the house and go somewhere and have a honeymoon.
Go to the store. Go to the store.
Good for you. I love that. And Randall, for you.
Trader Joe's honeymoon.
What I'm going to do is I want to take a break, a little bit relaxing, but I have so many friends like in different places, so we're going to do a big old LGBT gay Zoom call for Pride. And so we're going to have our little setups in our homes. And so from Australia to London to here, we're all going to be on the same place and toasting to, all the work that we as a community have tried to do, and then toasting to the future of where things will be.
I love that. Well, you all make me proud to be part of this community, and I want to say thank you for joining us today. You offered such incredible insight into the changes we need to make. Thank you, MasterCard. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Happy Pride.
Thank you.
Everybody, thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us on this Pride panel on the music industry. So excited to be here. My name is Mitchell Kuga. I am a freelance journalist from Hawaii who currently lives in New York City, and I will be your moderator. Before we begin, why don't we start off with introductions? Shia, do you want to kick us off?
Yes, of course. I'm Shia Diamond. I'm a singer-songwriter, and I'm based here in Los Angeles.
Crystal, do you want to go next?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Crystal Ramirez. I'm in a band called The Aces, and I'm based in Los Angeles.
And DJ B Major.
Yes, DJ B Major here, originally from Detroit. I'm a DJ based in New York City, Brooklyn to be exact.
So I would love to start this conversation by grounding us in this current moment. We are living in what feels like a historical moment with regards to Black Lives Matter moment, the Black Trans Lives Matter movement, and the epidemic. And with that comes the responsibility as artists to not only speak up, but to act, to donate, to advocate. We've seen various examples of that. We've seen initiatives like the Blackout Tuesday initiative that started within the music industry and then kind of filtered outwards to varying success. I guess my question is, do you consider yourself an activist, and what role do you think you play as LGBTQ artists in this moment?
Yeah, I guess I can start. I think that this year specifically, and especially with the Black Lives Matter movement, has really pushed me as a person to realize just where I can do better. And I don't know if I consider myself I would have called myself an activist, maybe outside of things for the LGBTQ community, because it's a community I'm a part of. But it's just made me realize it's just been such a wake up call, I think, not just for me, but for a lot of people. And as much as I hate to admit that, I do think it's pushed me. It's okay, I can't just post about it. I can't just talk about it for a week. As me and the girls in my band, it's been how can we truly help? How can we actually educate? How can we actually impact the people who follow us and love our music in a way that's going to propel real action and change and these real conversations that have to be had. So that's been something that's really on our minds, and continuously, taking that term activist and really incorporating it into our everyday lives. So, yeah.
I can go next. I don't know if I really consider myself an activist. I consider myself a living, breathing human being in this moment as a Black male, a Black gay male. And so I'm trying to figure out ways to actually use my voice, to use my platform where I can be the most conducive, That's an interesting question. 'Cause I don't know if I consider myself an activist. I consider myself maybe an artivist. That I'm using my art to continue the discussion. Encourage people to get out there more. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
And I would kind of piggyback off that a little bit and call myself an artivist as well. I think it's kind of like performative to say, hey, I'm an activist. And but I believe that if it's true to tone, that you stand for something, whether you're fighting for your own rights or the rights of others. I believe that it's something that we've been activated to do, we've been called upon to do. And so there are various ways that we use our artivism in order to actually amplify the voices of the activists that are on the ground and actually doing the work. And so there was a point in time where I actually would, march, and sometimes I do occasionally march. But I feel like, in this time that it's more important for us to be able to amplify the voices of those who don't have that power behind them or that strength behind them to be able to call into action more people. So I believe that through our music and through the message of our music, we're able to really reach a broader audience and to connect everyone together.
Yeah, I also struggle with that casual adoption of the word because, as you said, it's like it is a full-time job that people really devote their entire lives to. And as much as I care about everything that's going on, it's like I can't claim to have devoted that much of my life to that. So let's go back to sort of when you first started your careers in music. I think a lot of LGBTQ artists have to negotiate just how LGBTQ they're going to be. And that's especially true when you're working within a corporate structure, a major label structure. So was there ever a point in your journey as an artist when you considered either staying in the closet or playing down your queerness to be more palatable?
Actually, I'll start. So before I started DJing, I was a scientist for a environmental consulting firm. And I did that for maybe 8 years. And I was in these boardrooms with these big time lawyers, and I never felt really comfortable. So I would always have to downplay my sexuality. I would have to really address myself before I go in these, have a conversation with myself. How was I going to present myself in these meetings, during these depositions and stuff like that. So I would have to downplay my sexuality. I honestly don't even think I even brought it up, or hopefully I didn't bring it up during these meetings and stuff like that. But when I more transitioned in the last 3 years into a full-time artist, I feel like I still had to sometimes not downplay my sexuality, but I never felt like I can be 100% honest with my sexuality, if that makes sense, in certain things. I will always in the back of my head think like, oh, what is this executive going to think, that I'm like a gay black male? I will always kind of not intentionally downplay my sexuality, but I think subconsciously, constantly thinking about sexuality, and the first thing that I would go in these meetings and these conversations that I would have, and even the DJ set, I would be sometimes conscious on the music I play, and it's actually interesting because I never intentionally thought that I would be doing this, but subconsciously in the back of my head, I would always be like, oh, I have to keep it keep it for everyone and stuff like that.
Totally.
I mean, myself,
yeah, I think. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. You started.
Are you sure? I was just gonna say, I think that's I feel like that's a really shared experience for me. It was very much the same way, and I think there was a lot of factors. because I'm also in a band of other people that, you know, at the time, you know, one of them is not queer. She's married to a man. And then the other was not out at that point. So me and my sister, who are in the band, were out. But it was like, okay, but how do we reflect on the whole band? It became like this responsibility to not override their identities in a way, or like, you know, I think in the music industry, it's really tough as well, because you get this, well, you don't want to niche yourself. You want to be commercial to everybody. And that's so sad that like, that's the way queerness has been obviously, you know, put in this like weird box of like, you're only gay people or queer people are going to like you, which is like, first of all, incredible, but second of all, like just so silly that that would be a negative that like, you know what I'm saying? So it's been really interesting for me to like, it's been a huge part of my identity and my career so far, of like trying to downplay my queerness, but getting to a point ultimately where I've realized it's like, you know, that is such a beautiful part of who our band is and who we are. And actually the more we lean into our identity, I feel like the more we really speak to our audience and to the people that are listening to us. So it's been this like really amazing discovery to see that as we've like, you know, been more and more public. But definitely was a thing that was constantly on my mind. Definitely was a thing that was like, oh, we want to be more commercial. We want to, you know, and something that we have like struggled with, but now have, I feel like, come to a way better place with, for sure.
Well, me, yeah, it's been quite the opposite. I feel like that my music kind of took a back seat to my gender expression and gender identity, and for good reason, unapologetically, as a Black trans woman, you know, kind of navigating in like this misogynistic world that is transphobic, that is like all these different layers. And on top of that, we have this like, she's a Black trans woman, you know, and so what that looks like in music and how necessary it is for me to exist, you know, for our youth, because we didn't have that representation when I was younger. So I think about like, how can I let other youths who have that dream that I had once upon a time, to let them know that their dream is actually obtainable. And so I had to be unapologetic and had to relay a message of power, of just my existence being radical, and being just a riot in itself, you know. And so I believe that it was so important to come into these spaces that again, at the meetings, like you said, that were very transphobic, and, you know, they kind of couldn't really focus on the music. They could only focus on my representation. And of course, you know, everyone seeks to kind of limit your audience to that particular base. And so I've kind of found with kind of serving this this equality-based music that everyone can identify with, because we all, at the end of the day, we want to be loved, we want to be accepted, and that's, you know, that's not a given, you know. And so what does it look like from a person who is telling a story from an underdog type of a scenario? And so so for me, I just unapologetically knew that I had to say, hey, Black, trans, and proud.
That's amazing.
And
one note on,
you know.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I really respect you so much for that, because it for me, I remember, you know, like Tegan and Sarah for me changed my whole life. So to be able to see people that like you just see yourself in, who, you know, are the first to really stand up and own their identity, it's just life changing, you know, for a lot of people, and for musicians as well. Like, I feel like that's such a brave, amazing thing to do. So thank you so much for doing that.
But again, I feel like we have to, because we're doing it now so that they won't have to. It's like we have to wear this gigantic label on our head, like, hey, you know, I'm here, and, you know, but as time progresses and they see, okay, this is possible. There is a possibility of a gay man or gay woman or trans woman being the number one person on Billboard, and or being the song that you hear in your favorite movies or TV shows, that it is quite possible. And then, of course, you can slide into stealth, and say, hey, I'm just, I'm just a musician. But right now, we're just not there yet.
Right. Absolutely. It's so interesting, Shio. What I think what you're saying is like, along with the LGBTQ acceptance in the music industry also comes the flip side of that as well, which is the, tokenization oftentimes that you can feel as an artist as well.
Definitely.
So we are still, for the most part, under quarantine. And it's been, really fun watching musicians and nightlife as an industry pivot towards, various virtual platforms. And you have all been great examples of that. DJ B Major, you had your Club Major on Instagram. Shia, you recently performed at Billboard's Virtual Pride Summit, and have also been interviewing LGBTQ musicians for Billboard's Pridecast. And Crystal, your band went on a digital wellness tour on Instagram and even shot a homemade music video. There's obviously a ton of downsides to this moment as artists and musicians who survive in the gig economy, live performances, all those things. But I guess on the flip side of that, I'm wondering, is there anything about this moment that you're finding either musically or spiritually inspiring, or, just in regards to pausing and sort of reflecting?
It's something that's been spiritually rewarding. It's just how we've connected like never before. And okay, it says call interrupted. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. To make sure we were still here. Yeah, so there has been this connection spiritually with musicians that I don't think, if it hadn't been for the pandemic, that a lot of us would connect in the way that we connect, and that we would be able to stretch, our imaginations to be able to be creative in a way that is so necessary to this time. And, but when it comes to financially sustaining in the industry, without our tours, it's just it's kind of harder to pay the bills. And so while, the world is saying, hey, stay at home, don't work, and my landlord is saying, hey, you're late for rent, pay up, and I just didn't understand the correlation between that. There was no give and take to that. And so while we as artists or activists or artivists, tend to lend our art to our communities in order to for the betterment and to really address what's happening right now and to heal music does. I find that a lot of people reaching out are like, hey, we have micro budgets, we can give you $100 or $200, and I'm like, okay, $100 or $200, I have a whole band that I have to pay, and there's no way possible I can stack up these $100 and $200 to pay my rent and still be the type of businesswoman that believes in paying the people around me. And so that in itself was very difficult. And I had to come to a space to where I had to just be a little bit more direct. There are things that I can do for my community in this time, and there are things that financially it's just not responsible to do. and in order to keep the music going, to keep the art going. So we're thinking about how to keep the organizations going, so we're letting our talents, but how do we keep the music going? And if music suffer, then I believe that essentially we all suffer, because we all depend so much on so many different elements of music, whether it's our dance song, whether it's our exercise song, whether it's our, kind of get busy, type of song, our love and romance song, So there are so many different elements, and if music suffers, I believe we all suffer. And during this time, I believe that music is so essential to our conversations that we're having, to the movements, to every single movement, from Black Lives Matter to Trans Lives Matter. They connect with our music in some type of way. So just being able to find spaces and find collaborations of other artists who are trying to fund, the art, like of course Bob the Drag Queen and Peppermint. They're doing the first Black queer town hall, and so what was kind of so different about this event is they were vested in making sure that the artists were, fairly compensated. And so you really don't hear that language. You hear, okay, what can you do for us for free? We understand this is what you do for a living, that you don't have like a McDonald's or a Burger King job on the side, or you're not doing anything else, but this is how you're living, is off of your art. And I think some people are starting to understand that, and I think that the message really needs to be delivered to the people who still don't get it yet, that we need to fund art.
Yeah. I was having this conversation yesterday, actually. I feel like this whole pandemic is a blessing and a curse. It was a blessing because it taught me really that I'm resilient. I can pivot, I can adjust. I'm flexible. I never thought I would be flexible with my art. But, it's also a curse because nobody expected this to happen. I mean, I'm pretty sure we all had stuff lined up for this year. Essentially wiped out overnight. Literally overnight.
It was wiped out overnight.
Yeah, literally, I feel like March 13th was the last DJ set. I'm like, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
2 weeks. No.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's I think this time has really taught me just how important DJs are to the community, and even what DJ D Nice did on his platform, just how music can bring everybody together. Music is healing, especially during these times that we have during this climate. Music is really the common bond that we all as people that can relate to, and I think it's fortunate that now we're recognizing just the power music has in healing a community. Because before the pandemic, I feel like we really took music and the music community for granted. And essentially, this is going to be another concert, it's going to be another DJ set, blah, 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 artists every day. But I feel like now we just realize just how important music is to a person just for that mental health. And that's one thing I really focused during this time was how can I use my talent and my voice to really help somebody? I don't care if I just get one listener. If that person is making it through based on what I put out in the atmosphere, then that really, I know I did my job. So that's why I think this pandemic is a blessing and a curse, because before that, I really think people took our jobs for granted. And now everyone see just how important we are to the community. We are to healing. We are to mental health. So just trying to adjust.
Yeah, I totally agree with everything you guys have said. I think, we all thought 2020 was our year. It was just
right?
Year. We were like, 2020, I'm getting everything in line. Yeah, but in a lot of ways, I don't think it was the year anyone anticipated or expected, of course, and it's been a really, really tough one for sure for a lot of us. I think for me, this whole pandemic has kind of just reset why I love music so much. Exactly like you guys are saying. I think in the music industry, it's super, super easy to get caught up in, I need more streams. I need more money. I could be bigger. I could be better. How come I'm not getting that spot? How come in your head, you have those conversations. And for me, I've just started to connect to, oh my gosh, like I've accomplished so much. I should be so proud of where I am, where I've come from. I should be so proud of that and not take that for granted. I should also, I've just reconnected to the idea that as musicians and artists, we are like you guys said, healers and comforters. And that actually fully rejuvenates me more than I realized. I think, I realized I need the people who love my music just as much as they might need me. And that's like fully, it's just this big reminder of like how fortunate I am to be in the position I'm in, even though, not everything is as perfect as it is. But, life is just so short. Things change in the blink of an eye. You have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. So you just have to like enjoy what's going on and enjoy every moment. And as cliche as that sounds, I feel like this year for me has just been like a regrounding and a reassessment of what's truly important in my life and what really matters and why I do music, why I'm an artist, why I chose to do it. And that came from such an organic, beautiful place from the time I was just a little girl. I just naturally did it. I love to do it. I chose to do it. I paid to do it, and now it's like, the roles have obviously reversed and it's become my career. But I think for me, that's just been the most beautiful reminder. And out of like all of the ashes, that's been the thing I've tried to every day wake up and remember, even when it feels like I'm, doing another Zoom call, doing another live stream from home without the crowd, and just appreciating and looking forward to a time when I can, get on stage again and connect with people again, and like definitely not going to take that for granted ever again,
Crystal, you mentioned the reset on a personal level, but a lot of people have also spoken about a reset button being pressed on industries at large, across the board. And I mean, Shia, speaking to the underfunding of queer artists, especially queer artists of color, do you have any hopes that the music industry or nightlife will emerge out of this moment in a new and hopefully better place? And what would that look like?
I do feel like we're going to bounce back, bigger and better than ever. At least I'm hopeful. I believe that while so much is happening in the world, we have everyone's attention. It's just like, this is our only way to communicate right now. Whereas, we all were so busy going to our prospective jobs and prospective performances and, going to the studio and all these things and getting our glam done and all these old fab things that we've grown accustomed to. So now it's just like, okay, now you're beating your own mug. Now, of course, your performances are virtual and you have to depend on the internet. And, the internet tends to lag a little bit because so many people are using it. But like I said, with Black Lives Matter and everything else going on and Trans Lives Matter, I believe now we finally have people's attention. Now it's about what we say. And now it really matters, the content that we deliver. So, I believe everything at this point should be very intentional. I know a lot of people say, hey, you guys, it's not really organic to monopolize off what's happening now. So I realize a lot of artists don't really want to speak about the things that are happening now. And I feel like that's a problem. I feel that, we as artists, we have to, and especially LGBTQ plus, we have to make a statement, and it's our mission statement to say what our time was. like, what our existence was, because looking 10 years from now, no one would ever know that we suffered in our art, that we were discriminated based upon our gender, sexual orientation, or gender expression. And so unless we put that in our music and kind of like have this call to action type of music, then we're just as bad as any other song that a cisgendered community has put out that has been only one-sided and not telling the whole story. So like representation in movie matters, representation in music matters, and so I would like to see more. So it's my goal to call for more attention to the trans artists that don't have as much visibility as I have. And when I think about that, I think about, like how we celebrate so many things, but we forget, like, the main underdogs that have been out there and pouring their sweat and tears into this industry and has never got the time of day or our recognition. I think about actresses like Alexandra Gray, who was on like one of my favorite shows of all time, which was like Empire. It was all music all the time and drama. It was like our life, like written, in script. So I think about her being on Empire and the impact of that, and how our community went completely silent about it. And just listening to her talk about, her journey and, on the show. And also just about how, again, performative, people's activism has been, because, Hollywood is Hollywood. And I like to say Hollywood is going to take care of Hollywood. Hollywood is this big old show. So basically, when there's a Black Lives movement, we're like, hey, Black Lives Matter. And, as soon as someone says, oh, that's a little bit problematic, we tend to pull back. And so I believe that we need to start standing in that and not have this performative activism, and really start putting direction and highlighting and amplifying the voices of those who never get a chance to be heard. And so in our music, we should do that as well, like in our playlists, when, we should, have our playlist being representative of queer art, outside of those popular ones that we're used to. So I believe, like, in music and movies, there is like this great need for the great white hope. And so we always look for it in every single thing. And so it has been very overt, and we just never really fully address it. And so, but when there is that splash of color, like one or two, we realize there's a need for like one or two just to be able to say we're not racist, just to be able to say we're not transphobic. But if we really weren't transphobic and we really weren't racist, then it would be more, inclusive,
Yeah, it's actually interesting. During this time, I feel like it's a great. I feel like I've become holding myself more accountable on what I say, because before this, everything, the pandemic, and before everything started happening, well, we started paying attention to it. It's been happening. I feel like I didn't hold myself accountable. I didn't hold myself accountable with the art I was putting out there. I didn't hold myself accountable with what I was saying, to the community. And I feel like this time I've really, it's power behind words, it's power behind art, it's power behind what we put out there as a community. And I'm just grateful during this time that we're being seen, we're being heard. And I just love that, everybody's using their platform to whatever views you have. Everybody finally has a voice, and everybody's listening to that voice. Because before, I felt like I wasn't really heard, in a sense, by the majority. And I feel like now I definitely am. Now my voice matters. Now, what I say actually hold weight in the community, hold weight in the world. And I feel like this time has really taught me that, I'm a Black male in the society, and I matter. I'm saying I'm here. I'm living. I'm thriving. And I also think it's important for, like you said, Shia, for the community who doesn't have the most visibility, that we are uplifting those voices as well. You know, we're using our platform for good, and it's really just making me think of like ways that I'm actually using my platform. Like, is it benefiting the community? What can I do today? Every day I wake up, what can I do today to benefit this community that we're living in during this time that we're living in? And yeah. Sometimes you gotta say yeah.
Crystal, did you want to add anything?
No. I
Yeah, I mean, I think they covered it.
Yeah.
I'm sure we have a lot of. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're back. I'm sure we have a lot of younger LGBTQ viewers, and I'm wondering if you have any advice for queer musicians who are trying to come up in this industry. Any advice or resources that you could offer from your own journeys?
Mine is to actually have a positive outlook. I realize we get so exhausted so fast because we all work so hard at this, and we all give it, our best. And so the thing is like we're the ones that you see, but the ones who do the same thing are unseen. And so I would tell them not to give up, because like no one got there overnight unless they were like Lizzo, No, but seriously, no one got there overnight. It was hard work. It was a whole lot of no's. It was a whole lot of rejection. It was a whole lot of putting your heels into or your dress shoes into a big bag and putting on your sneakers and kind of running to the performance. It was a whole lot of catching the bus before you got a car service. It was a whole lot of riding economy before you can earn your way to first class. And so never give up. Always stay hopeful, stay positive, because at the end of the day, people want to work with someone who is positive. And so if they see your struggle and see what you go through, like in my particular story, people can really connect more with my incarceration. I was incarcerated for 10 years in a male's institution. And so they think about me, and they think about what I would, how my presentation would be, that I would be this bitter, angry artist that's always biting people's head off, instead of this artist that we're calling people in instead of out. So be that person that people want to work with. Come to work, with a positive attitude. Come prepared, knowing and having confidence, because usually in this artistry we don't have the confidence until later on, until all those no's, until all those run and sprint to your performance in your tennis shoes, and then put into you don't have the experience. And so sometimes you have to learn in life that there's a reason for every single season. So while in the summertime it may not be your season to blow up and to pop and to be this superstar, but in the wintertime it may be your season. So be prepared for your season. And so it's about having a story to tell. So you have to have those little ups and downs to be able to have that pain in your voice. You have to have those breakups. And so I would tell them to live life. Don't stop living life. Experience things. Be an adventurer. Be that type of person who still wants to not only excite their crowd, but excite themselves. Don't get bored with yourself. Don't fall into a spiral of depression, because all too often we hear these no's and we see other success stories. And like you said, why not me? why isn't this me on this journey? And so I think the more you focus upon your own life goals instead of the successes of everyone else's story, then you'll be true to your own story and be able to tell your story with authenticity in a way no one else has been able to do. Because we all kind of tell this story about competing. Oh, my hair look better than yours. I'ma steal your man. I'ma steal your man. And so but there isn't this type of thing to where we're telling this story like, hey, boo, you can do it too. I did it. You can do it too. And so it takes that experience to know how to be an artist, to know how to be an influencer, to know how to sell your brand, how to market your brand, how to be palatable to the masses in a way that it doesn't prevent other artists from working, but it also amplifies the voices of those artists who are unseen.
Yeah.
Really?
Ooh, yeah. Yes. One thing I would say, just during the time I had is to be humble. I would, that's one thing. Because as we know, overnight everything can change. So be grateful.
Yes.
Just be grateful for whatever opportunity you get. Always treat it like your last, because you never know, it may be your last. And yeah, just be humble. Speak with everybody with kindness. People are dying so quickly in the world now. You never know. If you get the opportunity to tell somebody that yes, you're loved, yes, you're appreciative, yes, you're appreciated. Just be a humble human being. We get so caught up. Like you said, we get so caught up in this thing like, yeah, I'm looking this, I'm looking that, I'm untouchable. But then, no, it can all change overnight. So just be humble, be grateful for what you do have, and just know that, tomorrow is a new day. If you mess up today, tomorrow it's a new day. Just treat every day like it's your last. Because these times we're living in, it may be someone's last. So, yeah, just be humble, be grateful. Yes.
Okay.
I always say that we're only as good as the last thing we did.
Yes.
So no one remembers like what you did 2 years ago.
Right.
They can only say, you tell them about, oh my God, I was nominated for a Grammy 2 years ago, and they're like, okay. What are you do? What are you doing now?
Right.
They kind of slide that in, and so it's so super important, like you said, to treat everybody right, because the person that you spit on might be the one that you may be shining their shoes tomorrow. So be careful what you do when you rise up, because because the bigger your head gets, honey, the harder it's going to be falling down. So, you're going to have to reach those same people coming on down. So just make sure you treat everybody right. It's not about how many followers a person got. You know what I mean? Still give them the same attention that you would give somebody who has 1 million followers. Treat them the same as a person who has like 112. And, because again, no one knew how great you were. You've always known how great you were, but it took other people a minute to figure out how great you were. And so, and the same goes for other people. So just because a person has like 200 followers, we kind of sleep on them a bit, but we don't know how great they are, how great their talent is, and how it could supersede your own.
Right. Yeah, and it's, one thing I always tell myself, whatever job I go into, speak to everybody in the room. I don't care what anybody is doing, speak to literally everybody in the room, because you never know who is doing what in the room. You may think somebody's doing something, but they could be doing the opposite. So I make sure, shake everybody's hand, say hello to everybody, treat everyone with kindness, because you just never know. And it's funny because you see a lot, like you say, people get so caught up with the followers and the job titles and everything, but that, at the end of the day, that does not matter. Nothing matters. At the end of the day, followers do not matter. And because we all buy followers. like, you know, people have
Right.
20,000 followers, engagement is 2 likes. So you know what I'm saying. So just treat everybody with respect. Like I just try to tell myself to, you know, make sure I have a conversation with everybody that's in the room. I don't care what you're doing. I'm saying hello. How was your day? You know, are you well? Yes. Okay, let's keep it going.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, what's been really important in kind of building my bands and my career and throughout my life has just been to remember that, like, you just do what you can with what you have. I think that that's really important to remember. I think a lot of people get caught up on, I don't have the right equipment and I don't, this isn't perfect and this isn't exactly how I wanted it to, and it's okay, but it didn't turn out exactly like I wanted it to, and so I'm not going to put it out. It didn't work out. And I feel like that's what stunts so much growth as an artist, because exactly to Shia's point, no one cares what you did 2 years ago. So put it out, have fun with it.
Yeah.
No one's gonna look back on 5 years ago, whatever, when you were a kid and judge you for your whole career. You know, these are all stepping stones and pieces of the puzzle. And if you don't lay one, you know, puzzle piece down, you don't get to the next, you know. And I can look back and look at the music I was putting out 5 years ago, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I was such a kid. And I know I'm gonna look back in 5 years from now and go, oh my gosh, I was such a kid, you know. So as soon as you can get comfortable with the idea that nothing will ever be perfect, nothing will ever be exactly what you thought it was going to be, and you give yourself room for that imperfection, I think is when you start really conquering what it is to turn your art into your career. And so that's been really key for me. And that's something I always tell people is do what you can do with what you have and know that it will grow as long as you're doing what you can. And it's this ripple effect, right? Because you start to win over your 10 friends. And then those 10 friends become, you know, 20 to 30 people in your hometown. And then you get 100 people in your hometown. And then you go statewide, nationwide, global. That's it's this big, long ripple that starts. But if you don't start in, like, you know, the coffee shop with like your 2 best friends who are hyping you up, then you can't get to that global point. So just have fun with it and don't take it so personal, as hard as that is with your art, because it is so personal. Realize that you will make so much art in your life, that you're this rounded, beautiful human being with so much to share. This one EP or this one album or whatever it is just a little piece of the puzzle. And so to obviously pour your heart into it, but realize you're going to make so many things in this life if you continuously, you know, work at your craft. So yeah.
And surround yourself with people that nurture you. Like, it's so important as an artist. Like, you know, you spoke about friends, and collectively your family, the people that are around you who have the most impact on your life. Make sure they are people who are supportive of your art, or it'll be to your own detriment. Normally, you know, we surround ourselves with friends that, you know, like, cause as me, as being a 42-year-old Black trans woman in the music industry.
Absolutely.
You can only imagine, just like, you know, and being formerly incarcerated for 10 years, you can imagine that people said, okay, girl, you can give it up. Girl, it's over. This is a young person's industry. Girl, you already know, honey, that you're too dark, you're too fat, you know, and all these things. And these are from your friends. Right. So only imagine what your enemies are out there saying. So it's just like, if you have the wrong people around you, then, you know, your art is going to suffer. So you need people around that are going to show up. The reason why, for me as an artist, I chose to remain single is because there was this time to where I was in this relationship that wasn't nurturing me completely. Of course, they can handle the things in the bedroom. Of course, they can handle a bill or 2, not 3, but a bill or 2. You know, they may be able to pay your nails, but not your hair. You know, may be able to buy a bed, but honey, not to pay the whole rent. And so So just realizing that I needed someone who was just as confident and just as brave as I was to put myself out there in this industry. I needed that backup. I needed someone who believed in me just as much as I believed in me to be around me. So I needed someone that could nurture this plant instead of the weeds that tend to grow around us. And so we are so accustomed to allowing these weeds to grow around us that we're never plucking them out and obtaining our full growth. And so sometimes you have to really observe the people that are around you, what they're saying, how they're doing. And so if these people aren't able to show up to your shows, honey, they're no good for you. If they're not able to buy your $1.99 single, then they're not worth your time. They're not worth any of it. And they're telling you, hey, oh girl, you got 1 million people in the world, girl. You ain't the only one with a dream, girl. It's so unlikely. You might as well stop that, honey. They hiring at my job. Just because you gave up on your dream doesn't mean that I'm going to give up on mine. So you need people who believe in you just as much as you believe in you.
Cut that
Thank
jealousy
you,
out real quick.
So unfortunately, we are out of time. That was like a perfect way to end. Before we go though, what are some of your Pride plans this year? How are you celebrating? Really quickly.
Me, Pride, everything is virtual, so I'm on everybody's Pride performance list. So you just look it up. I'm probably somewhere in the middle of it. So that's my Pride.
Yeah, for me, my Pride this year is just living, being healthy. I'll be DJing a couple things, but really just enjoying the moment, enjoying this time that I have to really think, enjoy life. Pride is 365, so yeah, treating it like any other day, to be honest.
Yeah, I think same. Just trying to celebrate on the phone with my queer friends and maybe get a blow up pool and make a tequila drink. I don't know. We'll see.
Yes.
a kiddie pool. Okay, we'll figure it out.
I'm coming over.
Come on over. I don't want to social distance with those tequila.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time. This was so lovely speaking to all of you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
Happy Pride.
Lil' mama so crazy, dog. Lil' mama, she gon' shake it. Lil' mama so crazy, dog. Lil' mama, she gon' shake it. Lil' mama so crazy, dog. Lil' mama, she gon' shake it. Lil' mama so crazy, dog. Ooh, shake it low.
I don't care who's gonna be there, sis. If the music is on point, I'm there, I'm chillin'. I'm just trying to dance, girl, I'm trying to move. I'm trying to get lost tonight and groove.
Lil' Mo, she gon' shake it. Lil' Mo so crazy, dog. Lil' Mo, she gon' shake it. Lil' Mo so crazy, dog. Lil' Mo, she gon' shake it. Lil' Mo so crazy, dog. Ooh, shake it low. When she get real low. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Just go. through my worst. I needed you when I was going up and down on this merry-go-round. I needed you, yeah, when I lost the hope. Now I can't get you out of little simple things. Can't get enough of your time. Just wanna dance the night
try, but nobody can compare to you. Nah, no. Guess I thinking about it, man, it's driving me loco. Paint the perfect rule, baby, why'd you go so low? No, I did you wrong, but I apologize over and over again. If you really love me, you would see my heart, then come over and hug me. We would work to build this, maybe have some children. Baby, are you willing? Tell me I'm forgiving, cause I'm sorry. Daydreaming, why'd you have to go? Said some things, but I didn't mean it. Oh, please don't leave me now. I never meant to break your heart like that. Oh, if I could, swear I would take it all back. Whoa, sorry. Daydreaming, why'd you have to go? I'm telling myself that I can deal with this. Kissing someone else and I'm just thinking about your lips. I see your face when I close my eyelids. Man, I don't know why I get so childish. Oh, act as up, you know I'm still bad as all. Give me up. I graduate tomorrow, I'm praying you come. Hey, I can't replace you, you're the one that I want. I really need you, how you leave me alone, you got me started. Daydreaming, why'd you have to go? Said some things, but I didn't mean it. Oh, please don't leave me now. I never meant
Turn up, let's go. Let's go.
Tell me what you came for. I think that I've had enough of dancing around the point. You love to keep me guessing. Caught me in a different mood, one that you're not used to. I'm letting it all go. I'm tired of the games we play. Can we talk for a minute? I've been waiting for the perfect time. Boy, you can get it, you can get it. What I gotta do to make you mine? Do you see what I'm wearing? Just different dress me down. I'm picking up what I'm saying. It's all right now. We can do this all right now, all right. Can we talk for a minute? Waiting for the perfect time. Boy, you can get it, you can get it. What I gotta do to make you mine? Do you see what I'm wearing? Just different dress me down. Are you picking up what I'm saying? We can do this all right now. Are you picking up what I'm saying? You can get it, you can get it, you can get it, you can get it. Picking up what I'm saying. You can get it, you can get it, you can get it, you can get it. Picking up what I'm saying. You can get it, you can get it, you can get it, you can get it. Picking up what I'm saying. You can get it, you can get it, you can get it. Can we talk for a minute? Waiting for the perfect time. Boy, you can get it, you can get it. What I gotta do to make you mine? Do you see what I'm wearing? Just different dress me down. Are you picking up what I'm saying? We can do this all right now, all right now. We can do this all right now, all right now. We can do this all right now, all right now.
Thank you so much to everyone joining virtually today. My name is Kenny Nooner, and I'm Partnerships Manager with Everytown for Gun Safety. I'm honored to be here today to discuss a topic that weighs so heavily on my heart, We're going to be discussing the intersection of guns and violence against the trans community. And while a very somber topic, thanks to the panelists that we have here today, it's also full of hope. I want to start by saying that since the beginning of this movement, it's been led by trans and queer people. And specifically, while we've come a long way for justice and equality, we also know that trans and queer people of color have been disproportionately affected by this movement. And specifically, Black trans women have been the hardest hit by hate and violence, and specifically gun violence. But before we start, we want to take a moment to have just a moment of silence for the trans people that we've lost just this year. Thank you. Now let's meet our panelists. I want everyone to start off by saying who you are, where you're from, what you do, and also what inspires you in the fight for justice for the queer and trans community. Let's start with Araya.
Hello, I'm Araya Lester. I am the Deputy Director of the Transgender Strategy Center. I live in Washington, D.C. What inspires me is the lived life experiences of trans individuals like myself. My life crossroads have entered a lot of different barriers, such as being homeless 3 times in my life, being unemployed for stints as far as like 2 years. So just thinking about those that still live those types of lives within our community really strives and inspires me to try to be the best that I can and to open up as many doors as possible to others like me.
Thank you, Araya. Bambi, what about you?
Bueno, primero que nada, a mí me gusta darle gracias a mi poder superior por darme la oportunidad de tener un nuevo día y también honrar la tierra en la que estamos y también honrar la gente que nos acompaña. I know that it was hard for some of you to understand what I just said, but it is something that I am used to doing, honoring my higher power for giving me the opportunity to have one more day to breathe, and also honoring the land where we all stand, and also honoring the beautiful and amazing people who is joining us today to this amazing panel. And I want to say greetings to each and every one. I am so lucky and honored that I get to share space with these beautiful and amazing and incredible individuals. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of this platform and this panel and greet the beautiful people all around the world. My name is Bambi Salcedo, and I am the president and the CEO of the Trans-Latino Coalition. We are a national advocacy organization that also provides direct, supportive, and life-saving services in Los Angeles. We are the very first trans-led organization in Los Angeles doing this work for our community. And what inspires me to do what I do, I have been doing community work in community for over 20 years. And truly what inspires me is people, who I have seen over the years, who I've known, young people who I've known who are trans, who I've known since they were 12, 13, 15 and now they're 30, and they're leading amazing work and movements. So really young people to me is the light, and to me is who inspired me for me to continue to do what I do. And so I'm very grateful that I get to do what I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Bambi. That is truly inspiring. What about you, Everett?
Hi, all. My name is Everett Redente. I currently live in Portland, Oregon, and I do community organizing with Every Town for Gun Safety, supporting Moms Demand Action volunteers out west. I am inspired truly by the resiliency of our community, of trans people who find hope and meaning in a world that constantly tells us that we shouldn't exist.
Wow. Finding hope and meaning in a world that tells us that we should not exist. That is truly powerful. Rodrigo, last but not least, what about you?
Hi everyone, I'm Rodrigo Hang-Leitonen I'm the Deputy Executive Director at the National Center for Transgender Equality. We're a policy and advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C. And I'm really inspired by the power of our activism. There's a lot we have to do, but there's a lot we've already accomplished too. When I came out as trans in 2007, we were having to push and push and push LGBT organizations to do any kind of transgender work at all. Even though the T is in LGBT, it wasn't in a lot of these national advocacy orgs for a very long time. And now things have really changed. That's just a small example, but it's just, as much work as we have still to do, like we have already proven that we're capable of it and that we know what we're doing, and we just got to keep pushing and pushing. So I'm really inspired by how much we've already succeeded, and it just proves that we know what to do. It's just a matter of time until we win.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Rodrigo. So we have a very small amount of time to talk about a subject that, we could probably talk about for forever, but let's just dive in. My first question is a bit broad, but mainly directed, I'd say at you, Araya, excuse me. I'm constantly thinking about the intersection of being Black and the disproportionate effects of gun violence and how I can work in ways to liberate my community. And as a fellow Black woman, I'm curious and I want to know, where do you think we have opportunity for growth or need to build in order to have true liberation for the queer and trans community?
Well, I think when you look at the life of Black transgender women and specifically, there is a lot of places that we actually encounter gun violence, whereas other communities and population may only see it in like one or two places. So we see it from our own fellow Black people, be that in relationships or, in assaults and violence against ourselves and our bodies. We see it from law enforcement as well. And then from law enforcement, you may see it on the point of being either profiled or singled out because of sex work. And then you also see it from being a Black individual. So I think when we look at those intersections of guns and within the life experience of Black transgender women, we can understand just how deeply violence and guns are integrated within the high numbers that we see within our deaths and just the charge that is put out against law enforcement and against justice departments to actually look at us in a kind of a more deeper understanding. I think that there is opportunity for us to really raise the level and make a movement towards gun safety by focusing on those who are most severely affected.
You're right. Thank you for sharing that, Araya. And I mean, you bring up guns at the intersection, and let's just talk about it. What about, as a trans person, let's say, what are some major obstacles you've encountered fighting for violence prevention and gun violence prevention? I would love to start with Bambi, maybe, to answer this question.
I think, it's evident, right, that the violence that we experience simply because of who we are, just because our existence really intimidates almost everybody, right? Um, and that in itself, it puts us at a vulnerable position, right? But I think one of the things that is also important to understand is that gun violence and the violence that we experience like correlate with one another, right? And so I think things that need to happen, obviously, it's for us to understand not just our community, but just society in general, to understand the position that trans people, transgender, nonconforming, intersex individuals hold within our society, right? And what have been the situations, or, and in this case, right, the institutional violence that have placed us to be where we are in 2020. And now that we have all experienced a global pandemic, right, where trans people are going to be situated, or how trans people are going to be set either even further behind than where we were in 2020, right? Rodrigo talked about like the gains that we have gotten. It's true and it's amazing. Many people have contributed to those, right? People who are in this panel and people who are, have done amazing work historically. But unfortunately, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And there's a lot of infrastructure building that needs to happen, not just within our own community, but also for the broader society to understand what needs to be done in order for us to better the livelihood of our community. And also the interrelation of gun violence and how those portrayed in our lives, and the violence that is portrayed against us simply because of who we are. And I think along with those lines, it's important that we also talk about the criminality of trans people, right? In terms of like, we're targeted and criminalized simply because of who we are, as if who we are is completely wrong. And my dear sibling Everett said, that society thinks that we're not supposed to exist yet. For generations, we have been here, and we are here, and we will continue to be here. But how do we better the livelihood and the conditions of living of trans and gender nonconforming people?
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's important to note that, the intersection there is very strong. And you mentioned the criminality and the hate against trans people. We know that guns don't cause hate violence, but we know that guns make hate violence more deadly. As advocates looking to you, Everett, how can we ensure that gun violence prevention work we're doing includes and protects the trans community?
Yeah, these issues are one and the same. Like, there's a staggering connection between gun violence and violence against trans people. We know that 74% of trans and gender nonconforming people who were murdered in the United States in the past few years were murdered by a gun. There's a fundamental problem with how we sometimes approach this work. We either have organizations that specialize in single issues or specialize in serving the trans community, but rarely both. So we need single issue organizations, like one centered on gun violence prevention, for example, to include and center Black trans femmes and women in their work. There's a couple ways that we can do this, just a few examples. One, we need to hire and support trans staff, not just when we hire them, but throughout their tenure with an organization. So it's not like they're in there and feel completely unsupported once they're in. And two, we need to partner with trans-led organizations and pay them for that work. We in the gun violence prevention space need to actually hold ourselves accountable to doing that.
Yeah, I agree. I love how you framed that. It's such an important thing to point out. I mean, we need to hold ourselves accountable and make sure that we are including everyone who's affected into this conversation, and frankly, just everyone in general, and making sure that we're all fighting toward this equality. And speaking of equality, we're going through a moment right now that, everyone is dealing with in sort of an an outcry about police violence against the Black community and also the trans community as well. And let's talk about the police. As a country, we're having these conversations more than ever, and Black people are suffering. And what conversations do we need to have about the impact of policing on Black trans people? I want a lot of people on this call to answer this question if you have an answer, but I want to start with Araya on this question.
Well, I've been tackling that on many different fronts. One, I do contract with the Department of Justice, and I worked with them on their inaugural first-time law enforcement in the transgender community, where we bring different precincts, FBI agents, CIA agents, and bring them together in a room with trans individuals who can train them on true, organic, deep cultural competency, and not only on the level of just understanding what it means to be trans, but understanding what it means for you to be a police officer and for trans individuals and gender nonconforming individuals to have certain things put up against them that are stereotypical, that lead to a lot of the violence that we get from law enforcement. And then it's also kind of nurturing the community and understanding what their rights are, not only their rights, but where their power is, and really being able to put pressure on law enforcement on different precincts and pressure on cold cases that need to be reopened for some of our murders. And then when you look through the justice side, it is actually getting the long-term convictions on those who do occur violence on our lives as we move about, to get the highest sentences out there so that there is kind of a price to be paid in taking away a trans life, where currently it seems that is an easy thing for Americans to do without consequence when you really look at it. So it's empowering the community. It's actually working with law enforcement, and is building up the power of civilians and having civilian review boards that can pressure law enforcement agencies.
Yeah. Bambi, I noticed you talked about policing a little bit earlier. I wanted to see if you wanted to weigh in as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the way that we're going to, I like to rephrase or frame as cultural transformation, right? It's going to have to be multidimensional and approach in many different ways, right? Many members of our community, I myself, I'm part of the people's budget here in the city of Los Angeles, right? And, what is happening now and what we have been saying all along for many, many years is that, instead of investing in arming the police, right? And really creating this system of oppression against all of our communities, right? We want to divest, to defund the police, right? Like, they don't need tanks, policing our streets, right? They don't need, all of those things that they get, right? With all the money that they get billions of dollars in funding, even in each city, right? Or each major city. What we need is to really empower people, and being able to receive the basic and needed services, right? Like those social supportive services that empowers us, for us to be healthy individuals, for us to be able to thrive, right? And it's the same for trans people. All of our organizations, I know that for us, when we decided to also be a service providing agency, was because our community was not having access to those basic needs, right? Like housing, food, right? Like just basic necessities that people need to have. And that's what needs to happen, right? We know that Black people, people of color, Latinos and Blacks, obviously are the ones who make the vast population who are incarcerated, right? And it's the same how we are being targeted as being trans, right? We know that many of us walking down the street, we're stopped by the police because of this, like, prejudice that we are doing sex work when we're actually going to get milk to the store or something, right? And so, like, we need to like really invest in communities, and that's what we all want. You know, we all have tried for many years. I know that I have worked with the Department of Justice. I have worked with multiple police enforcement agencies, and the institution continues to be the same. So there's something radical that needs to happen, and what we want, it really is to use the feminist lens to really transform the culture of the police, you know, and through supporting our community directly, it's one of the ways that we're going to be able to empower our communities, but also transform the culture that has been built that continues to marginalize us for centuries.
Yeah. And, you know, lack of resources is a huge, I think, obstacle for many reasons as to why different communities are disproportionately affected by these issues. I think one of the obstacles that we also face when we try to find solutions for this, right, to gun violence against trans people, is a lack of awareness and a lack of research on this crisis. And one of the things that I'm curious to know is, why isn't anti-trans violence breaking through to the mainstream audiences? I mean, we hear about it every now and then. We don't always get the full report or understand what actually happened to people. And what role, you know, do we think that the media is playing in elevating this issue, or how are we having this lack of awareness? Rodrigo, I'd love to hear from you on this one, since I know that your organization really focuses on this sort of thing.
Sure. Well, one of the big issues that we face is that the media and law enforcement agencies keep getting violence against trans people wrong. There's a lot of layers to this. One thing is that oftentimes police officers will simply rely on the name that's on someone's driver's license or state ID, when that might very well not be the name that the person uses every day. I mean, I'm transgender and I go by Rodrigo, and that's my legal name now, but there were many years where I was going by Rodrigo every day. It's the name that everyone knew me by, and it was not the name on my ID, because updating your ID can be very expensive. It can cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars. It can require a letter from a doctor, and we know that a lot of trans people experience discrimination when trying to access healthcare. I mean, there's just so many reasons why people might not have updated their IDs. So then you have police officers who are just simply rely on the name there, do not investigate thoroughly or in a way that's at all sensitive. Like Araya said, there's so much just like dismissiveness, and there's all these cold cases, and you know, violence against us is just not taken seriously by police, let alone not even getting into the fact that police officers often perpetuate this violence themselves. So anyway, then what happens is the media replicates all of that harm. A lot of times then journalists will run a story not using the person's name, which may sound like a small thing, but is really about treating someone with respect and really just honoring someone's memory. So journalists should really take the extra step to confirm, was this person trans? Was this the name that they actually used? Get in touch with people who actually know the person. Another issue we see is that journalists will say, well, I heard a rumor that this person went by another name, but their parents wouldn't confirm it. I mean, a lot of transgender people face rejection from our families. There's absolutely no guarantee at all that your blood relative is going to be the one who actually knows what name your friends knew you by. So, you know, one thing is just that journalists have to take the extra time to get the story right and actually confirm if someone was trans, and honor the validity of friendships, and not just dismiss friendships as, well, it's just some person who knew them, but the parents can't confirm, so it doesn't matter. A lot of times our friends are our family. They're the ones who really know us best. And journalists need to take those sources seriously to then report our stories in ways that are respectful and affirming. And then another issue is that, honestly, Journalists need to cover stories about us when we're alive, too. Getting the story right when we die is still not going to be enough. We need our neighbors to see us as full-fledged, well-rounded human beings. And that's not going to happen if journalists wait until there's a homicide to tell our stories. So as important as it is to raise awareness about these homicides, we also need the public perception, the public to see us as full human beings prior to a crime like this being committed. And the media has a big job to do in that respect.
Okay. And so I heard the media. I'm curious to know if anyone else has more thoughts on this piece about showing the trans community as more human, because even Everett mentioned it earlier about, being in a world where we're not seen as human. How can trans people or the world, and not put this burden on trans people, but how can the world be more accommodating to treating human people as humans? And I know that sounds so simple, but I'm wondering if there are other ways outside of the media that we can work together, that allies can work together to do that.
I think that it's exactly what you said, not burdening trans individuals, because trans individuals were not the ones who created these negative narratives for ourselves. It's media and other people outside of our communities that have created this. When you look at like the talk show circuit in the 90s or the 80s into the 90s, and how that crafted a narrative around trans people tricking, individuals, and trans people being the lowest of the low when you look at the social ladder. So I think it's about education. I think it's about educating yourselves as allies, as people outside of our circles, and then taking that education and spreading it. Just the topic alone is a taboo topic, at the kitchen dinner table. And it should not be, because gender, one, has nothing to do with sexuality. This is a conversation that we can have with our children when they are young, when they're able to understand words is when we can talk about gender, because we talk about gender roles to them and what is expected of them because of their birth sex. And so we need to talk about what it means to be transgender outside of the stereotypes that have been pushed for so many decades.
That's so important, Araya. I think in order to understand a problem or to solve it, you actually have to understand it, right? So, Everett, from a gun violence perspective, what data and research are we missing around this?
I really think Rodrigo and Araya hit some of the really important pieces, but thinking from a gun violence prevention perspective, right now, we only know when a trans person is killed if the media happens to report on it, and the police, again, and if they happen to get the victim's gender identity and name correctly. And oftentimes that comes with advocacy of grieving, community members. It often comes back on trans people to advocate and say, hey, this is my friend, and this is actually the name that they went by. So we're seeing a lot of that. We need better reporting of these murders, and we need police and media to stop dead naming and misgendering these victims. We also need mandatory reporting of these crimes. So currently, law enforcement agencies are not mandated to report hate crime data to the FBI. So if we're going to exist in a world that has law enforcement, these numbers there are huge gaps. Some entire states have 0 hate crimes reported every year, and we know that that's not true. Other than homicides, we know almost nothing about how trans people experience gun violence. Trans people need to be included in research being done on gun violence across the board, but also research in general to get that full picture spectrum of our lives.
And that research needs to be trauma-informed as well. I just wanted to add that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and by trauma-informed, just for our listeners, what do you mean, Araya?
Well, I myself, I've had times where guns were pulled out on me, from people in the street. And there was a time when law enforcement pulled out guns on me as well. And so when we're looking at having people recount traumatic experiences is one, in order to make a safe space for that person, not only to give you that data, but a safe mental space to actually go through those emotions. Because a lot of us deal with PTSD because of our lived life experiences as trans and gender nonconforming individuals, especially us Latinas and Black women, within the transgender spectrum, because we're seeing most of that violence put against our bodies. So you need to have a mental approach when it comes to assessing and collecting data from trans communities from traumatic experiences.
Yeah, that empathy piece I think is very key, and thinking about how we approach this issue and making sure also, once again, bringing it back to the human or the humanity piece of it all. I think that's a really good key. So thank you for noting that, Araya. Very nicely put. Thank you to everyone. Really, I think I want to start moving this to sort of a closeout, but we've talked a lot today, and I think it's important for everyone watching to keep this conversation going and to take action, really. So I want to ask everyone on this call, particularly for cisgender people who want to join the fight, what would it be? What would you say they should do? And I'm going to start with Rodrigo on this one.
Well, one thing that's really important is to engage in all these other attacks that the Trump administration is perpetuating to put trans people in harm's way. So for example, any day now, probably in another week or so, the Trump administration under the Housing and Urban Development, HUD, is about to drop a rule that would allow homeless shelters to turn transgender people away. And keep in mind, they're doing this in the middle of a pandemic and a recession in our economy when people need housing and shelters more than ever. And the Trump administration is trying to let shelters turn people away. That might sound disconnected from the issue of violence, but the thing is that when people in our community are pushed into desperate circumstances, that's when you're even more vulnerable to violence. If you can't have a roof over your head and you have to sleep outside, you're in a much riskier situation, and no one should have to do that. So, I'd really encourage us to connect the dots on all these issues to protect trans people and protect our community from being in such vulnerable situations to begin with. And one way to do that on this HUD issue in particular is you can go to housingsaveslives.org. So again, that's housingsaveslives.org. You can sign up there. We will email you when the public comment period starts so that you can write your comment. It's like sending an email to protest against this rule. If we apply enough pressure, we can keep the Trump administration from going through with this so that emergency shelters and housing shelters have to keep supporting and affirming trans people. Now, there's a lot more else we need to do to make shelters more accessible to begin with. They're not perfect, but we know that allowing shelters a license to discriminate, to turn people away altogether, would be even more devastating. So again, I just say housingsaveslives.org. It's a good place to start.
Thank you for pointing out that intersection, Rodrigo. I hope everyone will take that call to action. I'm going to move over to Everett, particularly for cisgender people. What would be your call to action to join the fight?
I have two quick things. First and foremost, I would say to donate directly to Black trans folks and Black trans-led organizations. This will provide direct relief. And, people have the autonomy to choose where they want those funds to go to in their lives, where it will have the most impact. And second, if folks are interested in getting more involved in gun violence prevention, take the first step and text PRIDE to 64433 to get signed up.
Amazing. Bambi, what would be your call to action? Oh no, I can't hear.
My apologies.
Okay.
My call to action to all of these beautiful and amazing people who are watching this session is a couple of things. One, that it is important that you understand your power as an individual, but also that we all understand the power that we have collectively, and that we can obviously transform the way society has seen us for centuries, right? I want to really encourage people to unapologetically be who they are and really demand what is righteous yours, right? Um, and really, just be radical if you have to, right? Because a lot of people are very conformist, and a lot of people just go with the flow basically, and the standard has not worked for us and will not work for us if we don't empower ourselves. So I hope that all of you do understand that we do have power, and it doesn't matter if the Trump administration is trying to erase us, right? We will always be here. But we have to obviously be strategic, and we have to organize, and we have to claim and demand what is rightfully ours in our society. So I invite you to really hold your power in space anywhere and everywhere you walk. Thank you.
I love that. Araya, what would be your call to action?
My call to action would be, first, make us an everyday conversation. Make trans individuals, gender nonconforming individuals in your lives an everyday conversation with your families, with your friends. And you might think like, whoa, that's too much, but look at the conversations now with Black Lives Matter and so many non-Black people, white people finally speaking out, saying, well, I've been silent this whole time, but now I have to speak out about it. I can't be afraid just because I don't know what to say to not say anything. And that's what's needed for trans lives right now. We need to be normalized, because we are people and we are normal people. So we need to have those conversations on a day-to-day basis. And we need for other individuals, allies or so-called accomplices, that it would be better to leverage your privilege. All of us have privileges. Trans people have less than any other person. So take whatever privilege you have, assess yourself, find out what that privilege is, and then utilize that privilege in order to leverage communities like trans individuals.
Yes, and you guys have said some really amazing things. And honestly, when I was listening to Bambi, I was inspired and actually sparked one of my last questions that I think would be really great for us to close out on, because this is obviously for New York City Pride. I want to know, what's everyone doing for Pride this year? I mean, we have to shelter in place. I would love to know what your plans are. I'm going to start with Everett.
I am working on continuing my advocacy work and reaching as many folks as I can in the networks that I have, and leveraging the privilege and space that I do have, keeping in mind that I am an immunocompromised person and I am limiting my contact, still living in multiple pandemics right now.
Thanks so much, Everett. What about you, Rodrigo?
Well, similar to Everett, I mean, I'm really leaning into all these digital tools. It's funny, at first it seemed like, oh, Pride events are canceled. But I think as we started realizing all of the potential to organize digitally, it's really inspired me. I mean, I think ironically, I'm actually able to participate in more Pride spaces like this now. And before we had as many digital options like this, and when we were relying on in-person events, a lot of times prides were, at least were in the cities I happen to live, they were in neighborhoods that were hard to get to, or there wasn't good public transit, or it was huge crowds, and I know people in wheelchairs struggled for accessibility. So I'm really thinking a lot about how we can use digital tools to make things more accessible. It's not perfect. There's a lot of things we have to improve upon, but I just think there's a lot of potential there. So I'm really excited to figure out how we can make Pride actually even more accessible than it used to be, with all of our creativity.
Yeah, I love that. Pride everywhere. Bambi, any plans for Pride this year?
Well, so for me, Pride is plans for Pride this year. I think for me, I don't necessarily believe in pride. I think that all of us should be proud of who we are every single day, right? And not just one day or 1 month, right? And so for me, pride is just, Pride Month, I guess, is sort of like an excuse to celebrate and people get drunk and all of that. Like typically now it's different because of what we're experiencing, which is, cool in some ways. But I think, pride has sort of like pride has evolved to be what it wasn't intended to be in the first place, right? And I'm really glad that the uprising is happening right now, because it's up, it's happening in June when it's supposed to be like Pride, right? But Pride really started as as an uprising of the marginalization of the LGBTQ community. So for me, I learned to be proud, right? I learned to be not ashamed of who I am, and I think if we learn to do that, we can celebrate every single day ourselves in our community. And I don't need June for it to be Pride. I can celebrate my people every single day. So Pride is just, it's a capitalistic way of profiting from our people also.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully after people hear this panel and really think about it, they'll start to become better advocates and more intentional advocates for the queer and trans community. Raya, last but not least, what are your plans for Pride?
Well, I agree with Bambi. I'll be remiss as board chair for STAR, the organization that Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera created in 1970. The first Pride was a riot, and that's what Pride should be about. We have to celebrate our pride in ourselves, like Bambi said, on an everyday basis. But during this time where we have like kind of a national and a global lens in our community, it is an opportunity for us to be loud about the atrocities that we are inflicted within our communities, LGBTQ and of color alike. And, for me, I'm actually happy to have a virtual Pride because, I get anxiety around big crowds, i.e. just rewind this whole conversation to see why. And so I think that these virtual platforms are a breath of fresh air, and I am grateful for it. And, continue to be proud in your rioting, be proud in vocalizing our issues, and be proud in taking a stand to ensure that everyone sees us as human beings.
Yeah, I think that was beautifully said, and honestly a great way for us to end. I am honored to have been in this space with you all. Thank you for actually just giving me a moment to get educated, and everyone who's watching this right now. Hopefully people will walk away with something or feeling that they have some hope on how they can create a change within the queer and trans community and overall. I really just want to thank you guys for your time, your courage, and your power. And I really am excited to continue working with you and hope that we will cross in different spaces again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
everyone. Thank you for joining us for our panel conversation about the state of LGBTQ media. I'm Brooke Sapelsa, NBC Out's editorial director, and I'm joined by Raquel Willis, a writer, public speaker, activist, and former executive director of Out Magazine, Monica Tresandes, GLAAD's director of Spanish language and Latinx media, and the former editor of Frontiers, one of Southern California's longest-running LGBTQ magazines, and Mike Doyle, president of Ketchum North America Public Relations and a GLAAD board member. Thanks, everyone, for joining me. When we say LGBTQ media, I see it as two separate but related things. One, LGBT-specific media, and LGBTQ representation in mainstream media. And I'd like to start off with the latter. Raquel, from your purview, how would you grade the state of LGBTQ representation in media, and where do you see room for improvement?
Well, thank you, Brooke, for having us. And I would just say I think we're definitely in an unprecedented time of representation for LGBTQ plus folks. I guess I would grade on a scale of 1 to 10, maybe about a 6. Because although we're doing well, of course, there's always room to grow. And I think we're seeing, obviously, more folks of color that are LGBTQ plus identified in the media. But I also think that we need more representation of what I consider to be more of maybe a queer politic, right? So I want us to get a little bit messier with the stories that we are sharing to the world. We can be complicated. We don't have to be so polished and palatable all the time. So I want to see more folks who have experienced incarceration, more folks who maybe are sex workers or have lives that may be considered less respectable than the general public might think.
And do you think we've been on that track to get those messier, more nuanced stories?
I think we've gotten a few. I definitely think of particularly Gun Hill Road a few years ago. That was a very beautiful portrait of a young trans Latina. And then, of course, Laverne Cox's groundbreaking role on Orange is the New Black of an incarcerated Black trans woman. But we definitely have more room to grow. I also think even looking beyond fictional representation, we need more of the documentaries to delve deep into those narratives as well. So just as we're building up what may be considered the fantasies or the fictionalized versions of our lives, we also need more of those messy, real lives as well to kind of offset that.
Definitely. And Monica, I want to go to you next. How would you grade LGBTQ representation in media broadly, and then in Spanish language media, which I know is your focus at GLAAD?
Yeah, sure. I think broadly we are doing better. Definitely we're seeing more representation, especially in television. Television is also becoming more diverse. We're seeing more representation than ever on TV and more diverse representation, which is great. Film, large tentpole films are still way behind. Way behind. We're seeing far too few characters in film, and they're not main characters, right? So the overall number is not high enough, and then they're not main characters. So we need to improve a lot in terms of English language film. In Spanish language TV, networks are not doing great. It's still far lower than English language networks. So Spanish language networks, the last study we did was around 3% of the characters were LGBTQ on Spanish language networks. And even then, they weren't main characters a lot of times. So that definitely needs to improve, absolutely must. We're seeing more characters, a bit more thanks to streaming, which is great. We actually just did a study with Netflix in Latin America. And not only did it show that people really appreciate when they see themselves represented in media, I think it was 5 countries, it was 6,000 people, so a nice sample size. And about 75% of those who are LGBTQ in those countries said that seeing themselves, their lives reflected in media, in Spanish language shows that they see on streaming, really help them talk with their families about who they are and about their lives. So it's making a huge difference. And then among non-LGBTQ people too, they said it was really important for them to learn about who we are. So, I think we all kind of know this, but it really underlined it for me, like how important it is to see yourself in media.
Absolutely. And Mike, what's your big picture view on LGBTQ representation in the media more broadly, and then in your area of expertise in the ad world?
So first of all, let me thank you and tell you all what an honor it is to be a part of this panel. So in my business, we're in the business of counseling big corporations, big brands on how to tell their stories, right? That's the business that I'm in. But I want to flip that on its head, actually, because I actually think this is a moment where big brands and advertisers have the resources, the influence, and I would argue the obligation to, instead of just focus on their stories, to illuminate the stories that need to be told, to use their resources. This is what we're counseling our clients to do now, to use their resources to allow those stories to be told. I think when we think about the state of the media, so to answer your question, sort of a bigger picture view, it goes without saying that we are at a time now where just the very notion of media is under attack. Media should be the truth tellers. Media should be those that are shining a light on injustice, on racism, on unbelievably important issues. So this is, I believe, a time for media to step up, to either continue if they're doing it, or to really own what I would argue is the obligation to be the conduit for these stories to be told. And I think, this is a moment where reporters, influencers, screenwriters, as you said, anchors, it's that group's, I would truly argue, obligation to be illuminating the stories that need to be told. And it's what we're counseling our clients to do.
Thanks, Mike. Raquel, I want to go back to you and talk about LGBTQ media specifically. We've seen a number of queer media brands. New Now Next comes to mind, Grinders Into, Out, where you had been either cut staffs or closed down completely. What do you think's behind this, and what, if anything, has been filling the void left by these brands?
Well, I will say, I think the lifeblood, of course, are the queer media makers. We always find a way. We're a scrappy people. And so I think about the folks who are moving to independent forms of getting their content out, like Substack or Patreon, especially in the wake of COVID-19. But of course, I think some of the ripples that we're seeing through LGBTQ plus media in terms of the shrinking of resources, we're seeing across particularly print media. So it's not simply just our particular corner of it. I will say, I think that for many folks who are content creators and are queer or trans, there is a feeling of being disposable. And we have to consider what that means when a lot of the owners of LGBTQ plus media are not actually in community. And so the stakes may not be as high as if we actually had ownership of our own media outlets across the board, right? So I want to see more of that. I want to see more of us championing our own kind of economic independence from cishet leadership.
I know a number of young queer journalists who are feeling disheartened by the current environment for LGBTQ specific media. Raquel, any words for those folks? I mean, should they be disheartened? Do you see us coming off of the other side of this with a more robust LGBTQ media landscape? What would you say to those younger up and coming queer journalists?
Well, I think that first of all, I want to make sure that we validate maybe those feelings of being disheartened right now. I mean, this is a difficult time for many folks, whether it's healthcare or it is workplaces going through their own kind of reckoning. I think what is heartening, has been seeing us question leadership at various publications. I think about what has happened at Bon Appetit. I think about what has happened at the New York Times in the wake of an op-ed that really was insensitive around the fight for or against white supremacy in this moment. And so I think that's going to be a reckoning that LGBTQ plus folks can also rise up in, because of course, like I was saying before, I think a lot of the gatekeepers of the media in general are not of our experience and don't always know how to best support us in producing the work that we know will hopefully get us to a truer version of queerness and transness writ large.
Definitely. Monica, I want to go to you next and ask, for folks who are hungry for more LGBTQ content, whether it be journalism, film, TV, what can they do to help make this happen? How can they support queer content creators?
I think that's a great question. And, make more of it yourself if you can. Find outlets, find ways to tell your stories. Because of social media, there are so many new tools. It can be challenging to break through, of course, but tell your stories as much as you can. Reach out to GLAAD. We can sometimes help find places, venues, ways to help people tell their stories. That's what we're all about, helping our community tell our stories. And my big message always as a cheerleader is share stories. When you see stories that are LGBTQ inclusive in any media, but for me, Spanish language media, of course, or Latinx media, let people know about it, share it, make sure that other people tune in and watch that show, whether it's Vida on Stars or One Day at a Time or any of the other great shows that are out. Make sure those shows succeed. Be a cheerleader for what you see, for the great journalists who are queer and people of color who are doing great work. Be their cheerleader, share their work, get out there and see yourself as part of helping them succeed.
And Mike, many media outlets, both LGBTQ, mainstream, are based on ad revenue. What has the relationship been like between advertisers and queer media, and how has it changed, and where do you see room for improvement? Sorry,
so
I gave you a three-parter.
That's okay. I'll do my best. I'll say two things in response to that. The business that I'm in communications and marketing consultancy, it has always been about starting the conversation in the choices that advertisers are making. It has always started in data, right? What are the data telling us as a brand? Where should this content be placed to be able to be seen by as many people, or to have as much influence and power in influencing perception or purchase behavior? So it's always started in data. So let's continue that process, but let's have brands understand the power and the influence of the LGBTQ community. So you can't ignore the data anymore. You can't ignore the $3.7 trillion that have been attributed to the spending power of the LGBTQ global community. So my counsel to advertisers and to marketers in all forms is don't walk away from what works. Start with data, but don't turn a blind eye to the data that would suggest you have to start to or continue to take queer media seriously, because we do, and we will watch the brands and we will behave accordingly and support or not support the brands that are taking that seriously. The second thing I'd say, just a quick response, I was fascinated by your question and Raquel, your response about LGBTQ journalists who are working in that space. I think what's really interesting that we're seeing a lot of big brands do is actually creating internal content machines, inside brands, sort of always on content engines. So one thought I have is, what a great place for some of the LGBTQ journalists, photographers, etc., who may not now have a permanent job. Brands should be hiring these folks. What better way to change the conversation inside an organization and then influence the content that organization might put out than actually bringing in our community to help inform the conversation from within. So though I hate seeing the proliferation of so many folks in our community maybe lose their roles, I'm hoping maybe we could see that as an opportunity to open up roles for them inside big brands.
I like that silver lining, Mike. I want to pivot a little bit to the current news cycle. I don't think anyone can deny this is an unprecedented news cycle, from a global pandemic to anti-racism protests happening not just around the country, but around the world. And earlier this month, a Supreme Court decision that no one can deny is a landmark decision that won millions of LGBTQ workers additional protections. Raquel, you've been a proponent of more coverage at the intersection of LGBTQ and Black issues. How intersectional has the coverage been during this current news cycle so far? And how would you advise folks to make it even more intersectional?
Sure. Well, I would like to clarify, I think, just one thing. What happened at the Supreme Court was historic and legendary, but it was not a fight for additional protections. It was a fight for protections that we already should have always had. And so I hope that folks understand that this is not additive. This is restorative, really. And so when I think about the ways that maybe we can be more intersectional in our approaches, I think that we always have to be seeking out new voices, new experiences to elevate. We can't deny that white supremacy has touched every part of our society in every industry. And so it is on all of us, not just the people of color, right, to make sure that we are championing more diverse voices in media. And of course, it's on us to really reckon with any of the privileges that we have. Even as a Black trans woman, clearly I also have my own privileges, and I have to be confronting everything from ability to anything else. And so I think what we do is we continue to bring more of us into the fold. We're not just the talk pieces. We're not just the one-off faces in the campaign. We are also the strategists. We are also the architects. We are also the lifeblood of the LGBTQ plus movement. And so we need to be trusted to be the leaders that we have always been, going all the way back to Stonewall and beyond.
Excellent point. And Monica, how have recent news events, particularly the historic Black Lives Matter anti-racism protests, impacted the focus of Pride Month this year?
Well, I mean, it's reminded us, I think what Raquel said was brilliant, and I completely agree. And it reminded us, if I don't know that we needed reminding, we know that Pride came from protest, and that it was people of color who led so many of the protests, not just at Stonewall, but in California and in so many places. So, it just underlines for us that people of color are our movement. The movement is based, is enriched, is people of color. So it reminds us of the importance of continuing to center and to uplift voices of color, Black people especially. GLAAD, I think we're doing great work. Some of my colleagues have created some fantastic things like Neon, which is an artistic collective that helps to raise up the voices of Black folks. So continuing to do that work, it's a reminder to continue and stay in it every single month, obviously, right? Every single day of every month. So I'm hopeful. We're all, I think, hopeful at GLAAD that what we're living now is going to continue to take us forward as people in this community. So it's Pride Month, but it's tomorrow and it's the next day, I hope.
Agreed. And Raquel, I want to go back and ask you a follow-up about Pride and the centering of queer Black voices and Black solidarity in many of the Pride events, from the virtual global Pride to big city Prides. There has been some mixed reaction to the strategy that some of the different Pride organizers have taken to center Black voices. What's your take on some of the approaches? Who's done it right? Who's done it wrong? And what can be done better going forward?
Well, I have struggled a lot, I think, with some of the responses, and I also understand that we are in unprecedented times, literally. And so folks are really trying to figure out how to even just own maybe the ways that they have fallen short of supporting and elevating marginalized communities throughout time. And so I think about a lot of the statements, and I don't really have any that stick out to me that felt particularly transformative, because when I looked at a lot of the different brands that came out, many of them made decisions to pivot maybe away from supporting the LGBTQ plus community or prioritizing the LGBTQ plus community in this moment. And they specifically maybe said they were going to donate to Black organizations, but many of those are Black organizations that mostly serve cisgender heterosexual people, right? And so there's kind of this erasure of the fact that there's always an overlap of Blackness and queerness and transness, and you could have just supported also a number of Black LGBTQ plus organizations as well. I think the other point, particularly in LGBTQ plus led formations, is this idea of Black solidarity is kind of fraught because it really doesn't speak to the accountability that these spaces and these organizations and these leaders need to take for not already having a Black presence in their midst. And so for you to even say that we need to make a statement about Black solidarity, Black people are already a part of queerness and transness. So what are the ways that you are acknowledging that you missed the mark and that you're going to make things better moving forward? And I think the other piece of all of this is we really need to rethink these campaigns that come out this time of year, particularly during Pride Month. We need to be serving the most marginalized, especially if we're going to claim the ethos of the Stonewall riots. So how do we do that? We support and elevate and prioritize the funds from campaigns going to grassroots Black LGBTQ plus organizers on the ground and also brown LGBTQ plus organizers on the ground, not major organizations that are mostly white-led, mostly cis-led, that already have a safety net that many on the ground don't have access to.
Can you give a quick shout out to some of those groups that you'd like to see people focusing on?
Yes, definitely.
Some of those Black-led organizations?
You know, the interesting thing is that there are so many Black leaders everywhere. So if you could probably just open your door and look out and see some folks. But definitely Solutions Not Punishments Collaborative in Atlanta is working specifically to make sure that Black trans folks are not being profiled by the police locally, and are figuring out ways to move beyond the criminal justice system that has harmed our communities for so long. Youth Breakout in New Orleans is doing similar work, particularly around Black LGBTQ plus youth. There's a transgender district out where the Compton cafeteria riots happened that is preserving the cultural heritage, particularly of trans women of color. There's Brave Space Alliance out in the Midwest that is doing powerful work as well on behalf of communities of color. And these are all led by Black folks, and most of them are Black trans folks. So there's a whole list, and I would love to share with folks if you find me on social media, but we've got to start supporting those leaders on the ground who, again, are the lifeblood of our movement.
All right. Thanks for that. And Mike, how have advertisers adapted to these pressing and historic issues? I mean, everything from the global pandemic, which we've been living with for months now, to the unprecedented protests happening across the U.S. and around the world.
So, you know, in our business, we spend a lot of time talking to clients about what we often call the say-do gap. Is what you're saying about a particular issue, does it marry up with what you're actually willing to do about it, right? And what I'm pleased to say is that we, as the horrific events that happened several weeks ago and have continued, what we've continued to see are clients recognizing that it's not enough just to ask the question, should we get involved in this? Is this something we should get involved in? That is often the case, right? Instead, either they're asking us or we are counseling them. This is not a should we, this is a how we. How should we get involved? How can we get involved? And there's what I'm pleased to see with many of our clients, frankly, most of them, is that they're recognizing that this is now an imperative. And so the questions that we're having them ask themselves are, What will authenticity look like for you? You know, as I think Raquel said, you know, it's not enough just to talk about it. It's got to actually be married with action. What actions will a brand take to understand what they've done well or not, to be willing to change at the grassroots level, at the employee level? What are they willing to do to acknowledge these times and let them serve as a catalyst? These aren't new issues. They're just getting an important new spotlight, right? And so that's what we're doing a lot of work with our clients on. What I would say too is, and I mentioned the employees, what I'm also really pleased that we're in a position, and others in my industry are in a position to remind clients, remind big brands how important their actions are, how important it is for them to stand up and stand for something for their employee base. This is a moment where, you know, if you rewind a little bit, you asked about the sort of impact on the pandemic. In the weeks, in the days and the weeks in the early part of the pandemic, big brands were really focusing appropriately on, are employees safe? Are they able to work from home? Are they? What does that look like if they have to come to the workplace? They were really asking those hard questions that were a matter of safety and health of the employee base. That's now evolved. That hasn't gone away. They're still wrestling with that. But what's important now is, do our employees feel like this is a brand that matches their values? You know, is this a place that I want to really stay as a career, because this is an organization that I'm proud of stepping up and they're doing something about it? Our clients at MasterCard, for example, and the launch of last year's launch of the True Name card, the first credit card available to members of the trans community that shows their chosen name. It's a breakthrough. The employees at MasterCard today are also proud, not just of that, but that MasterCard is continuing what they're doing for the LGBTQ community, but doubling down and really putting this year's resources towards Black and Brown members of that community. So that's what I'm talking about, is an opportunity now, I think, for brands, for advertisers to realize how important their employee base is. Those employees are the biggest advocates for the brand, well beyond consumers. So I'm pleased that brands are doing that and having those tough conversations and those moments of sort of self-realization, but they've got to keep it going. This can't just be something that ends on the last day of June.
I'd love for you to put your executive hat on, and you know, as someone who's in upper level executive management, how can employees communicate their priorities up the organizational ladder to help make these changes? As an exec, what strategy would you recommend to, you know, to on the ground employees?
I'll give you my perspective based on what we've been doing at Ketchum and what I've seen other colleagues and other execs doing. I actually think the first step, it's the step that I hope are taking with enough gravity, is to actually be true with ourselves about how safe people feel inside the organization to speak up. You know, I was counseled in the earliest days of what we saw unfold in these atrocities. I was given some counsel to not just start to talk, right? I think it's often any leader's inclination. I've got to make sure I say something. I've got to say the right thing. That comes later. The first thing we had to do, and I'll counsel other executives to do too, is figure out what your employee base actually feels. Do they feel like they have a safe environment to speak up, to share their own fears, their own truth? Do they fear retribution if they speak up? Like, understand and really take an accurate temperature and ask for more opinions. Don't just trust one or two employees from the field. You've got to make sure that you're asking a wide swath so that you're really facing your own truth as an organization. So I think that's where it has to start. And then the second is to then create those safe spaces. We have a series at our organization that we call Real Talk, Real Issues, and it's been ongoing and it's been pretty successful. We've got to fuel that. That can't happen once a month anymore. It's got to happen once a week, and it's got to be, Raquel, I love that. It's got to be about the messy issues. I love that term. It can't just be about something that feels comfortable to talk about. So I think creating that safe forum for people to raise their voices. And the third that I would argue is an imperative then is making sure that that doesn't just have a time limit. This is not something that's got an end date, right? This has to be something that continues. And so making sure that employees know that this is something we're going to continue. We're going to continue those conversations, and I'll get off my soapbox, and we're going to do something about it. What are the measurable goals that my company is going to publicly state, stick to, and make sure we're communicating progress around? What are brands doing that are just beyond an advertisement? It can't just be about a piece of content. It actually has to be about systemic change inside your organization to stick to what you're committed to.
Thanks, Mike, and hope executives tuning in are taking note of that. I want to zero in on some specific issues that you all have focused on. And Monica, I'm going to start with you. June 12th marked 4 years since the mass shooting at Orlando's Pulse nightclub, and the tragedy undoubtedly shook the whole country, especially LGBTQ Latinx folks and those who are at the intersection of those two communities. What's changed for these communities, particularly those at the intersection, in the past 4 years since that tragedy?
Well, they're an amazingly resilient community in Orlando specifically. Just beautiful people who have come together so well to support each other. So they've worked hard to honor them with action and honor them with, remember them with action and honor them with action. It's a campaign folks have created in Orlando to take action and to make sure that it's about the future, and that it's about coming together, helping people in Orlando come together, helping folks in Puerto Rico, helping folks really, really looking at the intersection of communities and supporting each other. So what's changed? I mean, I'd like to stick with the positive and say that, the action-oriented, community and love-oriented actions are what they're doing, and they are. And actually, Brandon Wolf, who's a survivor of Pulse, an amazing leader, he wrote an op-ed that I recommend everyone check out in the Orlando Sentinel, which is just beautiful, about how he's channeling the grief he still feels, which of course the community will always feel, into action. So, I'd like to say it's all positive, but I'm sure there's also fear that's a residual, and it was a safe space. It was a beautiful Latinx safe space. And so that can't be undone, but I mean, it's the community that's done amazing things in terms of remembering people, holding them in their hearts, and then moving forward and creating action.
Thanks. And Raquel, you've produced incredible coverage on trans issues. I'm particularly thinking about your Trans Obituaries project series, which focused on fatal violence against trans women of color. How trans inclusive do you think media coverage has been this past year? And what specific issues pertaining to trans people of color specifically should be top of mind for journalists and other media creators going forward?
Yes. Well, I think that, the coverage of what is happening to the trans community has undoubtedly increased over the last few years. Of course, we've talked about a visibility moment. We've talked about a tipping point. I think we often don't talk about how the emphasis on visibility doesn't always translate to an emphasis on vitality. And so just because there are so many folks of the trans experience now on television, or now having a chance to speak up, or having platforms like myself, that doesn't necessarily mean that it translates to a decrease in violence on the ground or a decrease in discrimination in everyday life. I still walk down the street, right? And I'm worried if whether someone is going to recognize me as a trans leader, or any kind of thing could happen. And I still live with some of the same fears I had before. And so with that, I think that when we're talking about the trans experience, it's so important, of course, to elevate the hardships, right? And I think about the folks who are doing reporting on the violence that is happening in the lineage of someone like an Ida B. Wells, right, who was uncovering the mass lynchings that were happening to Black folks, particularly in the American South. And so this work is important, and I don't think that people often understand the gravity of it and what it will mean, hopefully, for generations beyond. But we also have to balance the tragic with the moments of triumph as well. And so when I'm thinking about my work, I'm hoping, there will be more opportunities to also share those moments of victory. And part of the Trans Obituaries Project was elevating how trans folks of color, in particular, trans women of color, are leading the fight to end the violence in our communities. And so while we're having this moment of mass unrest and people are talking about police brutality and elevating mostly Black cis het leaders, cisgender straight leaders, oftentimes we fall through the cracks as if we aren't being impacted by those things as well. So I think we also have to look at the experience of trans folks as one that is holistic. And so sometimes, we have a perspective that is so crucial that doesn't necessarily just hinge only on our trans identity. It could just be about race. It could just be about being an employee. It could just be about being in a healthy relationship with our loved ones.
Mike, I want to pivot to you and talk about the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is the biggest day in football. Also, as I understand it from someone not in the ad world, so tell me if I'm wrong, it's also the biggest day for the advertising world. During this year's Super Bowl, we saw a record number of LGBTQ inclusive ads. I believe it was at least 11. What was behind that record? And is it representative of more brands trying to reach our communities?
Yeah, I'm reminded of that terrific Microsoft spot featuring the Katie Sowers, who's from the 49ers, right? It was, I'll say a few things. I'd love to live in a world where the coverage of Super Bowl advertising doesn't have to have an asterisk that says there were 11. Right. That's and yet I applaud the fact that on, yes, what is often called advertising's biggest night, the Oscars of the sports world, as it were, that there's a global audience of eyes that are watching. And so I celebrate those brands that realize that and realize the power that they have to reach so many people without content that focuses on stereotypes or sort of arcane tropes about what the LGBTQ community might be doing that night. So I celebrate the brands that did that. But I think, does it say something? Does it mark a sort of a shift in strategy or in the ability for the LGBTQ stories to be told on a big night like that? I hope so, but I hope what it really does is it urges brands to recognize the power that they have when it comes to media in all its forms, advertising on television, but short form video content like we do a ton of, that we're all consuming, particularly now in the times that we're at home and consuming so much content through different channels. I celebrate the brands that are using those platforms not to exploit the opportunity, not to exploit our community to be able to reach that $3.7 trillion in spending power, but to explain it, but to sort of shine a light on what those truths actually are. We were absolutely honored to work with our clients at Gillette, part of the Procter & Gamble family of brands, and their campaign called First Shave, which perhaps you've seen, that tells this unbelievably rich story of a young trans man who is celebrating his first shave. It's all about Gillette taking a different look at what it is to be masculine and talking about masculinity in all its forms and in all its evolving definitions. That's what I celebrate brands for doing. So did I appreciate that there were 11 ads that night? Absolutely. It's more than 10, but next year I hope it's double that. And I hope that I'm still working in this business when we don't even have to talk about the asterisk and the number that were featured that night.
And on a related topic, I want to talk about the impact that some of these LGBTQ inclusive ads, films, TV shows, news programs have. A number of surveys and studies, including a new opinion poll released last month by GLAAD and P&G, have found that exposure to LGBTQ people in the media, whether it be in Super Bowl ads, whether it be on cable news programs, leads to greater acceptance. And Raquel, can you talk specifically about LGBTQ representation in news media and how you think that has impacted over the past, let's say, several years, queer acceptance?
Yes, I definitely think that it has been powerful to see more LGBTQ plus creators getting a chance to tell their own stories on their own terms. For a long time, our narratives were filtered through a cisgender straight lens when we had all the capability to share our truth with the world on our own accord. And so I think that what we're seeing is more of an importance on making sure that some of these legacy brands are carving out space that is dedicated and sacred to the LGBTQ plus experience or more gender expansive experiences. But I also continue to see the need for us to have our own independent outlets. They're just conversations that we can have that get to a depth that maybe we wouldn't reach at a publication that has such a broad audience. So we always have to have our specific corner and lane. And you know, I think that as we continue to see how things shift in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, you know, we saw so many advertisements and posts and just a larger focus on what was happening in the current moment. People weren't as interested in things that didn't feel grounded in the gravity of the moment with the pandemic. And I think that that's important. I actually think that we're going to see a shift maybe next Super Bowl season where folks are going to be more in the moment and true to life in a sense, instead of maybe trying to fit an issue into a hole that it doesn't actually fit into, right? So I hope that we continue to see that. We continue to see more authenticity, more vulnerability, and these brands understanding that they have to be actually connected to their audience. It's not enough to give a great advertisement. It has to mean something to the people that are watching it.
Agreed. And Monica, if you can talk a little bit about the impact of LGBTQ inclusive entertainment, whether it be in films, television, what impact do you think that has had on LGBTQ acceptance?
Tremendous impact, tremendous, no doubt about it. Because, you know, we all grew up in, all of us, even those of us who are LGBTQ, grew up in a homophobic, transphobic world, right? And we were raised, all of us really, on images that were, unfortunately, oftentimes stereotypical. If we were even there at all. You know, trans women and men are still relatively invisible and certainly have been in the past. Bisexual folks, just generally LGBTQ people of color, invisible. And when we were there, it would be stereotypical. It would be we were there to be the joke or the butt of the joke. And what does that teach people about who we are as LGBTQ individuals? And so people who didn't have anyone in their lives who was LGBTQ, they learn so much from media. Learn, past tense, and learn, because certainly it's still the case in this country and in Latin America and the rest of the world. Folks who don't have people around them who can be out safely, for example, right? Because we would all love to be out, but not everyone can be out safely. They don't have anyone around them. Where do they learn from? They learn so much from media about who we are as LGBTQ people. So it's transformative. I mean, I talked earlier about the study in Latin America where everybody said, please keep more and more and more. We need more stories, more characters. We need to see ourselves represented. It helps those who are not LGBTQ, and it helps us, because if you're not in media, you're not part of the story of this culture, of your culture, because media tells the story of a culture. If you're not there, it's as if you don't exist. So we need to keep pushing for it, fighting, and elevating and thanking and talking about and being on social media when people do include LGBTQ characters.
I'll never forget the impact that the had me as like a just graduating college, like newly out lesbian. It was like changed my world. Last question I want to ask each of you. We'll go around the horn. Pride weekend is coming up. What are all of your Pride plans? I know Pride's going to be a little different this year than it's been in the past, but Raquel, I'll start with you.
Yeah, well, I actually am regenerating myself after our major march for Black Trans Lives here in Brooklyn earlier this month. And so there's just so much energy surrounding that. And I think we're going to see more and more folks just be out and specifically support of the trans experience also in the wake of the Supreme Court decision. The protests are still going on. People are still out on the streets, right? And so there's always going to be a number of things to jump into. I try to just take it one step at a time, actually assess how I feel. Can I really show up in the moment, or do I need to recharge my energy? Because this is a long fight, particularly against these systems of oppression. And I don't want to be burned out, and I don't want my people to be burned out either.
Monica, how about you?
I like what Raquel said, rest and rejuvenate. We don't want people to be burned out. And at the same time, I'm going to read, I'm going to watch films and celebrate who we are as LGBTQ people. And I'm also going to think a little bit, I think, as I do a lot now, about get out the vote efforts and inspiring people to get involved and do more to make sure that others vote and are involved in the electoral process. Hugely important to me and to all of us at GLAAD. So a little combination of all those, plus some just resting and enjoying my kid.
And Mike?
So I'm going to put in a plug for GLAAD and celebrate the great work that GLAAD's done to put together an online Pride guide, which is a fabulous sort of one-stop resource. You can see what Pride activities are happening all over the country. So I intend to check a bit of that out. And then, I'm with you today from our place in Asbury Park, New Jersey, which really is a thriving community of so many LGBTQ couples, singles, folks who have come here either as their first home or a second home out of the city, out of New York City. And so I know that there are some activities planned, all socially distanced and appropriate, but I know that I'm going to be spending time with a lot of my husband's and my dear friends, members of the community, to reflect. It's a year for real contemplation, and I think a moment that is that catalyst for us to make sure we're actually, as people, closing our own say-do gap. So I'm going to spend a little time thinking about my own and how I might have to work on that.
Nice. And since I cover LGBTQ issues, I will probably be working Pride weekend. And I'll do my own plug for those who are not familiar. You can visit NBC Out at NBCOut.com. And this Pride, we're centering queer Black voices, which are always part of our coverage, but we're really making a point to elevate and center those voices this month. So I thank you all so much, Raquel, Monica, Mike, for this great conversation, and for sharing your time to share your insight with us, with the public. Happy Pride, and I hope to talk to you all soon.
Happy Pride, everyone.
Thank you.
Happy Pride. Thank you.
All right, yeah. Oh, baby, what you do to me, love? I said I'm losing my mind now. You dance so close to me, crazy like it's 1965 now. All we got is time now. You're looking fine now. Yeah, 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 yeah. We've been around this town, but we ain't never been here before. I said I'd never go back, I'll never go back no more. I got that 9 to 5 for you,
The future is unpredictable.
It's an unknown road of possibilities, and it gives us hope.
The future is safe.
It can feel like this impending thing set in stone already.
Die Zukunft ist unberechenbar.
But it's not set in stone. You can change it.
El futuro es la aceptación.
The future is non-binary.
The future will be a world where people are able to identify how they want without persecution.
Because we can change everything we know and make it a better place not only for ourselves, but the future after us.
Because if 2020 has taught us one thing, it's that we'll never know what comes next. But if we stick together as a community, as a family, we will survive.
The future is pride.
El futuro es pride. The future is
The future is pride.
The future is
The
pride.
future is
The
pride.
future is pride.
Future is
The
pride.
future is pride.
Future is
future
pride.
is pride.
Future is Future is pride.
The future is pride.
The future is
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us for this panel titled The Future Is. My name is Brandon Wolf. I use he, him pronouns. And before I get into introducing myself and our fabulous panelists today, I'd like to, of course, thank our sponsor for this panel, Nordstrom. Nordstrom has long been committed to creating an environment where their customers feel a sense of community and their employees can be themselves, contribute their ideas, and do their very best work. Nordstrom believes that the support of the LGBTQ community enables them to better serve their customers and also attract and retain top talent. Nordstrom is proud to support New York City Pride and celebrate the many contributions of the LGBTQ community. Thank you to Nordstrom for helping put this on, and thank you, of course, to New York City Pride for bringing us together today. Again, I told you my name is Brandon Wolf, and to be honest with you, I am still fairly new to this work. On June 12th of 2016, I escaped Pulse nightclub with my life. That night, a man armed to the teeth, filled with hatred, charged in and killed 49, mostly LGBTQ people of color, including my two very best friends. That tragedy and their deaths propelled me into advocacy. I've spent the last 4 years being a national voice for common sense gun safety reform, last year becoming the first survivor of the Pulse shooting to testify before Congress. And now I do the work full time to help secure full civil rights protections for the LGBTQ community here in Florida and across the country. I've learned a lot in the last 4 years. I've learned about the need for our generation and the generations to come to step up and have our voices heard. I've learned just how crucial and critical it is to be civically engaged and not let current events just be a ticker on a screen or a channel we can change. And I've also learned just how much it means to bring your trauma to this work and how important it is to take care of ourselves, our mental and physical health, and to take a step away when we need it. And I know that we're going to get into that on our panel today. I'm really looking forward to talking about what the future truly is when young people are leading. Before we do that, I, of course, have to introduce our fabulous panelists. Again, thank you, New York City Pride. I'm so excited to share a few moments to chat with these fine, fabulous folks from across the country who are doing really important work. And I want to tell you a little bit about who I have here today. I'm very excited to have Chella Man with us. He is a 21-year-old artist based in Brooklyn, New York. He's given talks across the United States on the intersections of his identities, including a TEDx talk He became a columnist for Condé Nast's first queer publication and was the first deaf trans masculine model to sign with IMG. On the acting side, he can currently be seen on the second season of the DC Universe series Titans. His work focuses on highlighting queer and disabled rights. So excited to talk to Chellaman today. We also have Jamila Reddy. Jamila is a writer, a self-empowerment coach, a life enthusiast on a mission to help people manifest their dreams. Jamila is the creator of Make It Happen, an online course for creative, compassionate people who want to show up in the world powerfully and purposefully. Jamila's podcast, Deliberate and Doing It Afraid, features stories from their journey to their best life and the lessons that come from it. Jamila has spoken and written for TEDx, the Loveland Foundation, Afropunk, Ethel's Club, Greatest, The Body Is Not an Apology, and Shine. Really excited to dive deep on self-care and reclaiming what protest means with Jamila today. We also have with us today Sean Ross. Sean is a Bronx native, and although he is known for his work in the fashion world as the first male model with albinism, his recent work and current focus is the music industry. He's known for working on many music videos from Lana Del Rey's Tropico to Beyonce's Pretty Hurts. Sean has graced the runways, campaigns, and magazines for designers and publications, all the way from Givenchy to Alexander McQueen, Vogue, GQ, ID, and so many more. Sean has decided to show the world that he is more than just a model by releasing his first single, Symmetry, along with his first album, debuting this summer. Really excited to chat with Sean as well. And last but of course not least, we also have Tangina Stone. Tangina is an acclaimed New York City-based singer, songwriter, producer, and engineer. She has been championed as the universal breath of fresh air. Her eclectic blend of soul, rock, electronic, and R&B has garnered her international appeal and brought her to stages around the world. Her unapologetic honesty and quiet dominance shine through her music and presence. And as a queer woman of color, she's been highlighted as a trailblazer in an industry that traditionally has not celebrated artists like her. Whether on a stage, protesting, or in studio, Tangina is at home. Welcome to all of our fabulous panelists. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you for having us.
Great.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see you. Chellaman, I want to start with you. And I think, the same question probably goes around the table. But first of all, how are you? This is a critical time. It's a difficult time. We've got a national uprising against systemic racism and police violence. We've also got a global pandemic that's taken over 120,000 American lives. How are you, and what are you doing to take care of yourself?
This is a great question. I've been answering to this question recently. I'm existing because there's just a lot of emotions, and it's kind of hard for me to say that I'm one thing. And honestly, right now, I just feel pretty anxious. For the first time, in 2020, I feel like I've had a lot of anxiety due to the current events happening. And I mean, I'm just really happy to be alongside all of you and be able to hold this conversation, because I think it's extremely imperative that we speak about these things. And I always just feel more connected when I'm with my queer community. But yeah, my answer is I'm existing.
That's great. That's great. Thank you for sharing that. I think it's a perfect word to capture how many of us are feeling. Jamila, same question goes to you. And I know you do so much work in the self-care and mental health space. I'd love if you could talk a little bit about how are you and how are you taking care of yourself in this moment?
Whenever I'm asked that question, I am really intentional about answering for the present moment. So in this moment, I am feeling energized and grateful and a little tired. And I'm taking care of myself actually by logging off. I deleted Instagram yesterday and it's still deleted
oh my gosh.
today. And
that is brave. That is very courageous in today's world.
For real. It feels like a weight has been lifted. Even though I love it, I love, to echo what Chellaman said about being in community, and social media is a place where I find community, and I also know that it exhausts me. So I have to take lots of breaks. So these days, to take care of myself, I'm being really intentional about what I consume, not just like food, but also like the input. I'm super sensitive, so I have to be really mindful about just like what I'm consuming media wise, music, in my environment. So just trying to like minimize chaos and clutter in my own world, inner and outer, and taking lots of space to kind of reset.
Yeah, I admire that. And I appreciate that you said food, because I think that's the only thing I've been inputting into my body lately. So if I could get your tips and tricks on how to stop feeding myself to feed my soul and my feelings, I think that would be great. Sean, question goes to you. And I know, you do work across the arts. You do, work in the fashion industry and music. Talk to us about how you are and how you've been plugging into those things to make yourself whole.
Well, I definitely want to agree with the two statements I just heard. But for me, I think more so with everything that's happening, more so than existing, I can definitely say that I feel like premonition is met. I used to have conversations with a lot of my friends before the pandemic happened, before everything that is happening right now. I've just had so many conversations about how the world needs a rest. I felt it for a very, very long time. I mean, I would be lying to all of you if I didn't say that right now, but I just felt the way that the world was going. It needed some form of relief. And even though this isn't a relief, it gives people a sense of thinking. I think that a lot of us live on autopilot, and we don't like to take into accountability to have our own thoughts and how to actually process them and digest them. So this entire time, I'm looking like, okay, this is what I felt coming on. So during this entire time and space, I've just been trying to perfect my craft. I think that being inside of the fashion industry for 13 years and coming into music, one of the biggest obstacles that I've been having to go through is, again, like I'm pretty sure everybody here on this panel knows about, you have to prove yourself. You have to prove yourself to yourself first, and then if you want to other people. And I would also love to prove to myself that I am worthy to do music. So I've just been trying to perfect that craft this entire time, being inside of quarantine.
Yeah, I think that's beautiful. And, when people say I'm tired, well, at least when I say I'm tired, I mean, my soul is tired. And I feel like that goes for many, not just in our community, but really across the world. It's a tumultuous time. And I appreciate that you talked about, reclaiming what it means to be you. And just doing the work that makes you feel whole and you feel proud of yourself. There's a lot of power in that. So I definitely want to come back to that. I'm putting a pin in that. And then, over to you, Tangina. You said you're at home no matter what you're doing, whether it's protesting, whether it's, art. So talk to me about how you are and how are you taking care of yourself, and if protesting is a part of that.
I think that protesting definitely is a part of that. It's been really difficult for me to figure out how to take care of myself during this time. In the beginning, I was sick, when everything first happened. So I went from like being really sick and unable to work, or do anything really for like 25 days, but get better. And during that time, I had to really think deeply about what it means for me to make progress and to be productive, and what my relationship is to productivity and if it's healthy or not. And I came to the conclusion that it wasn't. And just looking at, progress through lots of different lenses, and also just figuring out how to honor what I need in the moment. I had not broken quarantine at all because I was so traumatized, with everything that happened with COVID, until I went to protests, and it felt like what I needed. So I've been figuring out ways to honor, what I need while still, maintaining boundaries, very firm boundaries to keep myself safe. I think that I've figured out now what it means to both self-preserve and stay informed. And that's been really important. Self-preservation and just making sure that all of my decisions are decisions that help me live a life that feels sustainable for both my physical and mental health have been important. Honoring my healing process has been important. In this time, we've all had a lot of time to just look within. And I don't think that everyone was necessarily ready for that, but we've had it nonetheless. And while looking in, for me, I've decided that a lot of things that I've been trying to heal from in my life that pertain to all the things in the world right now, that pertain to family and career stuff, the things I've been wanting to heal from, I'm going to grant myself those things instead of waiting on them to come from other people or systems, and being delicate with myself in that process. So that's what things have been like for me lately.
Yeah, that's beautiful, and I appreciate you sharing so vulnerably. Also, I'm glad you're feeling better and you're well.
Thank you.
And I think I think you kind of teed up the next question that I have. Chella, I'll toss it to you, but folks, feel free as you hear things to kind of jump in. You talked about progress and understanding what productivity means. I think there's a lot of external pressures, especially on young people, to show up every day, all day, whether it's on social media, whether it's, writing something, posting something, that there is this drive to need to fill the vacuum with productivity, right? And so I guess my question to you, Chella, and then the rest of the group is, what advice do you have for young people who are struggling at home, who don't feel productive, who are feeling this pressure to keep producing content? What advice do you have for them? How do they create space for themselves in this moment?
Well, this is something I'm continuously figuring out and practicing. And as a non-Black person, I feel like it's very essential that I show up and protest in one of the many ways. As we're going to speak about, protesting doesn't simply mean being out in the streets. It could mean staying at home, laying in bed, donating, or educating yourself and those around you. So doing one of those things, personally, I feel like I am able to go out and protest, so I have been doing that quite a bit, and it just feels like that is where I really need to be right now. Again, especially as a non-Black person, I need to devote space and energy to Black people right now. But on top of that, I think it's also just figuring out how to do that in a way that's productive for myself, which means not triggering myself and doing it when I feel comfortable and able, which is a line I am continuously figuring out how to draw. But something that Raquel Willis, who's a Black trans woman, absolutely incredible individual, she recently tweeted something like, if you don't feel ready to be out there, and if you don't feel okay yourself, it's not helping anyone. We need you for this fight. So that just was another reminder to me that, I need to prioritize my own mental health, because it's not helpful if I'm not in a place that I am mentally able to do any of those things. So I've been taking a step back in the past few days. Deleting Instagram, good idea, noted. Probably gonna test that out for a little bit. But it's a practice, I think. And when things are practice, you may never really reach that goal, but practicing it in itself can be productive. So to answer your question, I think everyone, especially youth right now, needs to really think about if they are in a space they can be of use right now to this movement, to others, and if they feel comfortable doing that.
Yeah. My note is, and I'm coming to you, Tangina, next. My note is that the producers are probably freaking out because they put everyone's Instagram handles on the bottom here. And Jamila has us all deleting Instagram by the end of today. So apologies to New York City Pride for that. Tangina, what are your thoughts there? Because I think, you talked a bit about this self-discovery that you went on.
Yeah, I think that it's really important right now for youth to think about this. One thing that I learned while being sick and unable to work for 25 days, I know the exact day, hours, because it was that hard for me to just accept that I couldn't do anything. I was watching friends innovate and learn how to perform online and all this, and I had to sit. And I realized, you know what, this may be the only time in my life that I can rest, and there are no consequences for resting. However, there are consequences for not resting, very, very serious ones. So I think for the youth right now, it's really important to always weigh that out. The consequences for not resting and not taking care of yourself are so much deeper and so much worse than the consequences for getting that rest. I think it's important that a really brilliant friend of mine mentioned before, she I mentioned before that not everyone's role right now in this, I'm not like quoting them verbatim, but not everyone's role in this situation is on the ground. That's very, very true. But it is important that we all remember we have a role. We all have a role. Everyone has a role. Whether or not you're a black person, a white person, like we all have some kind of role that we can play. And it's just about figuring out what that is. And in doing that, your very, very best. Showing up in that way, your very, very best. I was talking to a friend of mine who's a healer and does not feel at all equipped, or, to be the person that's out on the ground. But that role as a healer is really, really important. So I talked to her about it, and now she's figuring out ways to show up, for people who are on the ground. Everyone's role is important. So I think just figuring out that role and remembering that we have to sustain ourselves. This movement, this uprising is not something that's meant to start and just end. This is a continuum. And so we have to sustain ourselves. Everyone has to in this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Sean, I think when I think of the fashion and music industries, I think about how much work goes into that. And so in this moment, I wonder if you have thoughts on, you've lived this sort of high pressure, always being productive life where everything is about churning out new products and being innovative and being dialed in. How do young people cope in that kind of pressure environment, despite there being, no way to do the normal things that they do? How do they build space for themselves?
Well, I think so it's really weird. Jamila said that she deleted Instagram. And for a lot of my friends, I found that to be extremely helpful. For me, I personally have never, ever felt the need to delete Instagram. And the reason why I don't think that I have a really good sense of self. Like, I will honestly say that. Like, I think a lot of people are not confident enough to say, like, confidently, like, I know who I am. Like, you're always finding out who you are. You're never, ever going to stop finding out who you are. But I have a very, very good sense of who I am at this time in life. And with that being said, I've went through trial and tribulation of, the comparing. And you always have this invisible person that's always on your back. Like, am I doing enough? Am I doing enough? And that's why you have to sometimes go back and, count your blessings. You have to go back and really, really look at your resume, like, of life in general, and just say, like, this is what I've done. And a lot of that doesn't always have to be so extensive. To us, success is so extensive when we don't realize that success starts with just breathing. And when you have kids today, that's a whole nother panel of discussion, to be honest with you. Youth today is just so, they're not, I guess in terms, they're not woke. They're not as woke as they think they are. And when I say that, like, I see a lot of young kids, like, I'll give you a great example, like Teen Vogue, what I really feel gave a voice to a lot of young, kids today that are talking about, about everything. But when I look at them, I'm like, are you speaking with knowledge? Are you digesting the knowledge that you receive, or are you just speaking? Sometimes you have to really, really understand what you are speaking about. So what I would love to say is, like, when you're in this space of social media, if you have to delete it, cool. But at the end of the day, like, I don't ever look at social media and feel like I'm inadequate. I don't look at social media and feel like I have to be doing something. When I get up in the morning, like, yeah, I will say that I do feel that urgency of writing things, but I don't feel the urgency of, like, I have to write and post and do these things to feel relevant. Like, relevancy, to be very honest with you, like, when I look at some celebrities or very, very well-known people who have had, like, a very relevant life for like 20, 30 years, all I can think of is, how tired are you? How tired are you of always being underneath the microscope? How tired are you of always being judged? How tired are you always being watched? And I get this place where my entire life, having albinism, even before wanting to be in fashion, do dancing, all these things, I've always been under a microscope. So I get the opportunity in a mental space to say, hey, if I'm gonna post something, and let's say, like, like one thing that we all can agree, likes are a thing on Instagram. sometimes you'll post something and it'll get like 20,000 likes or 10,000 likes. And then you go and you post, oh yeah, I passed my test today, and it gets like 2,000 likes. But you go and you post a picture of you half naked, or you go and you post a picture of you like in some bomb clothes, it gets all of the likes in the world. I think that you have to be okay with knowing that your mind and the way that you see things is okay. And it's okay that other people may not, digest it the same way that you do. Like, a lot of people don't have the same mental capacity that all of us have. And we hope that one day that they will. We hope that one day that they will have the broad minds and the experimental and amazing awareness that we have. You just have to pray that one day that people get to your level. So that's, I guess, what I would say.
Yeah, I love that. So Tangina, let's go to you and then kind of round it out with Jamila.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
I missed the last part. Was it me or Jamila?
Yeah, go for it, Tangina.
Okay. Yeah, I think a few things about what you're saying stand out to me. I think that I think it's really important that we don't generalize with the generation after us, because I think generations before us often did that with us. How many millennials, comments do we get? The avocado toast jokes went on for years and years. And I think that when we think about it, I feel like millennials, we're breaking the wheel. Like, we are jamming the wheel right now, and we're changing things in a major way so that generations behind us, and someone put this in context for me before when I was thinking about generational trauma. They're saying, you may not be the one person, that like ends generational trauma for your whole family, but you certainly may be that person that's like jamming the wheel and stopping the system so that others behind you can follow up and do that. I see, Generation X doing some amazing things beyond the Tide Pod stuff. and I think that they give me so much hope. They give me so much hope when I have conversations with my nieces and my nephews. They give me so much hope. I think that it's really important for us to remember that, we are like the generation of unlearning some things. I think especially I'm a queer Black woman. There are queer Black folks here. I think about the very specific kinds of like homophobia, internalized homophobia and transphobia that I've had to work to learn, to unlearn. And so I think it's not even about learning for our generation. It's very much been about unlearning the ways that society has taught us to hate ourselves. And that process is really difficult. We have to remember that we weren't supposed to even know that these systems were in place. We were supposed to just seamlessly keep following them, and so now we are unlearning them. And that's not a pretty process, but it's a very, very important one. And so I think just remembering that we're the generation that's unlearning. But when I have a conversation with my niece or my nephew, it's no question about it. If I say, do Black Lives Matter? I was talking to my 5-year-old nephew yesterday on FaceTime, and do Black Lives matter? Black Lives Matter. He seems to just know that and understand that. When as me, as a whole ass adult, had to like understand that this is, I understand that. Like, I had to, inform myself while in college and understand the movement. And so I think it's really important that we give that space and that we also, if the generation after us needs our help, like, I think it's on us to help, I think it's just, I'm really impressed with some of the things that these children are doing. These babies give me a lot more hope than the generations before us that made it really hard for us, who spent time making avocado toast jokes instead. Yeah, there's something else that you said that really, really resonated. Oh, with Instagram. You're talking about Instagram. I think that boundaries are very, very important. And honoring one's capacities looks different for everybody. As a person, I'm an artist, and I remember spending so much time feeling like, I haven't gotten my due, and nothing meant anything until I got like the blue check, and like, that's how I felt at one point in time. And actually it was during this time being at home locked down and like, being sick with an illness that I watched lots of people, pass away from. I put a lot of things into perspective, and now my relationship with social media is much different. I've realized a few things. One of them is that this social media is a tool for me, that me as an artist and as an activist, I can use this to like really share my message instead of using it, as a a way to frame where I fall in this system, you know, in this industry, and how much I should, you know, like or dislike myself today. I've reframed the way that I think, you know, with social media. But not everyone is there. That's me. That's where I am, and that's like how I can honor my capacities this way. But it looks different for everyone. So for some people, they may have to delete it, you know. And I also think that it's really, really important that in addition to like honoring our capacities, we leave room for those things to change. They fluctuate, you know. I don't know. Instagram can be a tool, and it can also be something that's just not helpful. I've realized that when I post something on Instagram about a protest or about a movement or anything related to politics or my activism or music, I realized that in this uprising, one of my roles, in addition to being a person who's on the ground, is sharing information. And when people come to my profile and they see something that I post, I've learned that they do not go do their own research after reading what I say. And I'm sure we can say that for probably all of us in this group. So our role is really important. When we do choose to use social media, we have to remember that we are the source. When as all of us may go and, you know, do our research before posting something and making sure that like we're super informed, for other people, when they read our posts, they view themselves as informed now. I officially can go ahead and move forward with this because Sean or Chella or Jamila said this. And I don't have to do any research. Look, here's my source, you know, your Instagram post. So I've realized that there is so much power in that. But we all have to be prepared to use that power in the way that is necessary. And if we're not ready for that right now, it's absolutely fine to delete it or take a break from it until it's okay.
Yeah, I appreciate what you said about being a cog in the wheel, right? Because it's not lost on me that millennials are who created and popularized social media. And, you know, it was our generation that used information as a tool to begin to understand the world in ways that, you know, our parents and our grandparents maybe didn't allow us to understand. And I think that's why I feel such a bond with Gen Z as well, because they've figured out how to perfect that process, right? And we're using social media to grow our understanding of the world and understand other people in a way we never have before. So I thought that was very poignant. Jamila, your thoughts on leaving space as a young person in this moment for yourself?
So something that I started thinking about after Mike Brown was murdered, when I was hearing Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, I had to ask myself, when I said Black Lives Matter, it wasn't just to convince someone else to believe that. It was affirming that for myself. And so I had to ask myself, I was confronted with the reality of being out of alignment, of saying Black Lives Matter, but then treating myself and treating my life as if it didn't. Not getting enough sleep, eating whatever, normalizing feeling bad or feeling okay. And so when I give myself space to rest, to be easeful, I am affirming the statement that my life is inherently valuable. And what I mean by my life is inherently valuable is that I am inherently worthy of ease, of joy, of pleasure, of rest, of health. And so that is not just something theoretical. It's not just a chant. It's actually a practice. Like Chelaman was saying, it's an everyday commitment to living, to embodying this theory, this statement, this claim, Black Lives Matter. So every single day, I make a choice to move through the world as if my life is precious and sacred. And I do that by giving myself permission to feel good, which is absolutely radical and revolutionary in a world where, you know, there's messaging constantly that my life is sort of dismissible or dispensable. It to me feels super revolutionary and like an act of protest for real, for me to say, no, I actually deserve ease. And so what that means is that I'm gonna sleep today. And giving myself permission to feel good is part of how I affirm the value of my own life.
I love that. I love that. And you kind of touched on my next question. I'm going to toss it to you, Chella. We are obligated to remember in this moment that Pride was born of protest. Pride is a riot, has always been a riot. It's always been a struggle to actualize justice and equality for all, to make that an institution, not a slogan. And so in that way, protest and resistance takes many forms in our community. And I wonder if you, Chella, have thoughts on what does protest and resistance mean to you? And what are some things you've done to reclaim those words?
I think the first thing that comes to mind is, like we were saying before, protesting is a continuum. I mean, it can literally mean absolutely anything from being on the ground, supporting those who are on the ground, taking care of yourself, as Jamila just said, it's just any form of speaking out and doing something and not being complicit to the events that are happening around us. For example, a small thing that I did as a protest that was not on the ground was reminding everyone, I've recently seen a lot of incredible videos circulating, but none of which were captioned. And I feel like it's very important to remind people that when you're talking about being inclusive and when you're talking about pride, it truly isn't pride or inclusivity if you're not including the disabled community. And I think speaking out about that was just one small form of protest. And doing that in itself was to reclaim what protesting meant.
Yeah, I love that. And I love, to your point, that it is a continuum, right? A protest is not about showing up one day to get the Instagram content that you were looking for. It's about showing up every single day and asking yourself, to Jamila's point, how do we radically change the way we move throughout the world to give our lives meaning and value? Sean, I wonder if you have thoughts on, protest and resistance and what do those things really mean to you?
For sure. I think the terminology and meaning, and I really want to also hear from Tangina after this, because I feel like we maybe, I feel like we're maybe kin on this. I feel like protests have changed. Even before we were born, like to what it is today, like I think it has changed dramatically. I think that what people have to remember and what I think a protest should be today is you have to realize what is happening, why are you protesting? I think that there are a lot of people out there, including the youth, including even, not even just the youth, all ages, the purpose of why you're protesting. Yes, protest, like visibility is a great thing. Like visibility is one thing that our generation, or this time specifically, is like amazing. Like we get it. We are the most visible time ever. But there's also, in my opinion, a curse that comes with that. We're visible, but with visibility, and that's when it goes into Instagram. Like as long as it's visible, and as long as I show you that I support you, that means that there is support. That's not accurate. Because you can also, you can go and support anybody publicly. Like you can go and support anybody publicly. Like I can give you a great example. There's a video right now that's going viral of a whole bunch of actors and actresses, some I've worked with, and it's about them talking about how they take responsibility. Me, in my opinion, despite from them all personally, I think that video is garbage. I think the video is garbage because they're reading a script. Nothing about it is heartfelt. Nothing about it feels real. And I think that that's what I see when it comes to social media, is that there are a lot of people out there who want to do things for the likes, who want to do it for like the views. I've been to about maybe 6 protests that I can say. The first 2, I didn't really go ham, but one thing that I definitely told myself was that I did not want to take a picture and I did not want to post it on my Instagram. Me personally, I didn't want to do it because I felt that it became a trend. And when you started to see these videos circulate on Twitter of girls, predominantly Caucasian, going and taking pictures in front of broken glass because they are, they want to feel, empowered. It's like, but you weren't even there. You weren't even there. You weren't even a part of what it was that was going on. And I just see a lot of that happening. So when I see protests and all of these things that are occurring, you can protest, but understand why you're protesting. When I'm inside of these crowds and people are saying, say his name, George Floyd, say her name, Breonna Taylor, after a while, when it is in repetition, it starts to sound like a nursery rhyme. And there's a sense that I feel when I hear people saying it, like, do you even know why you're saying his name? Do you even know what happened? Do you even know what you witnessed in modern day history? Do you even know, like, do you even realize, can you even fathom what has happened to you? And that is the issue that I feel like humans today can be so empathetic in a way where they're just like, I will just go and I'm going to say it. I'm going to say his name, but then I'm going to also go back to the comfort of my own home where I'm not in danger at all. And that is the issue that I have. But it's a touchy subject because damn if you do, damn if you don't. And it's one of those things, but I feel like when people are protesting, make sure that you understand what is happening. And even like I said, like we had a conversation before this entire panel, and Chella was speaking yesterday, and you were talking about certain things that you feel comfortable and uncomfortable speaking about. You know, regardless of you not being a black man, you are a man of color. If there's somebody out there that wants to, practice racism or white supremacy, you fall in that same category. You're not safe the same way how a black person isn't safe. So when I feel like there are people who are in the room that they feel like, oh, like, yeah, like Black Lives Matter, or I'm doing the best that I can. If you feel like you are doing the best that you can and you feel like it's not enough, look at yourself first and ask yourself, how would I feel if this happened to me?
That's really poignant. And Tangina, coming to you, I think we've touched on not only what is protest, what is resistance, but also a bit of knowing your history, right? And grounding yourself in where we've come from and why we're here today. So I wonder if you have thoughts on, what does protest and resistance mean to you, and why is it important to ground that in our history?
I think that it's really important to ground that in our history because, the Sankofa symbol. I remember, fun fact, I remember moving to Brooklyn. I'm originally from Ohio, and I've been in Brooklyn for a long time. And I remember going to the African burial grounds and learning about all the symbols that you see often in architecture in Brooklyn. The Sankofa symbol, the heart, was one of them. And remembering that, that symbol in so many ways means knowing where you come from to get where you're going. During all these protests recently, I've been protesting for years and years now, and I've been having conversations with my grandmother a lot. She used to protest as well, and she was born in the 50s, and so my grandma and I have been sharing information about protests, and she's been giving me tips on how to stay safe, giving me tips on how to, create a place, for people to meet up afterwards, just stuff like that. And even my grandma saying, you might go to jail. Sometimes that happens, and, be prepared for it. And if this happens, this is what you should do, having those conversations. So I think it's important that we remember, both within the LGBT community, also, just as a black person, like remembering like my roots in this, remembering that so much of my life and so many of the different like ways that I've learned to protest and that I actively like protest wouldn't be possible, without black trans women, wouldn't be possible without women like my grandmother, wouldn't be possible. None of this would be possible if I didn't have this model. And so I think that we have to remember like what we're doing right now will one day be written in history books, and these babies are going to read it and they're going to learn from what we do. So again, I think we're the cog in the wheel. To touch on some of the stuff that Sean was saying, I think that you're talking about performative allyship, and I think that absolutely has to be addressed all the time. And I've talked to people about this because accountability is not just a one-time thing that like accountability, sometimes you have to always learn from it. I pointed this out to a person. I'm like, if I had a problematic thing that I posted like 10 years ago, like best believe that I'm still going to be prepared to be accountable for that. And for what, whatever I said, however that may have harmed a person. I think that it can blur the lines right now, Sean, with people who think that just posting a black square is enough. And I've had lots of conversations with different organizers and especially lots of allies. So I've protested a lot in New York recently. My partner and myself, we're both queer Black women, and we protest together. And when we go, I've been protesting with one of my best friends. He's a cisgendered heterosexual white male, and his partner, a cis-het white woman. And they come with my partner and I to the protests to ensure that if anything goes down, that they can be a barrier between police and us. And so I've had some really interesting conversations with white folks who are organizing and are allies. And they've talked to other white allies about what it means if you decide that you want to come in person physically to a protest. It's really important that allies understand that in this, the role of allies is to help amplify our voices. Is to help amplify us, not to speak over us, not to hijack what's going on, none of that. I've talked to, I remember being in college and writing a paper about this, and I talked to some of the people involved with the New York chapter of Black Lives Matter. I talked to the person who was the head of the chapter at the time, and she told me that one of the biggest challenges at Black Lives Matter protests, from the beginning, was that often what would happen is that violence would be incited, by a young cis white male. And then, when the police bring out the batons and violence happens and arrest happens, it's Black folks who are getting put in handcuffs. And that was a really big challenge. So I think it is extremely important that allies, when they decide to show up at a protest, again, Sean, to your point, think about why you're protesting. Understand that and also be prepared for the fact that this may be an ongoing conversation with yourself. And it's not on Black folks to have that conversation with you. It's not on us to do that labor. It's on you to constantly be informing yourself, to constantly be having conversations with yourself and with your other white peers about what it means to be a white person who shows up. One of my friends who organizes, she's a Jewish white woman, cisgendered, and she lives in New York and she organizes all the time. And she's amazing at what she does. And she put it simply like this. She said, for any white person that wants to come to the protest today, I'm going to put it nicely. If you're not prepared to put yourself between a Black person and an officer at a protest, then being on the ground may not be for you, because that's what's needed right now of our allies. That's what we're calling for right now. It's not to speak over us. We don't need the megaphone taken away. It's not about that. It's helping amplify us. It's helping to focus on the issues that we're bringing up and that we're fighting for our lives. So if you're interested in helping in that effort, great, but don't make this about your life right now, because right now it's our lives that are extremely at risk. You know what I mean? And we're grateful for allies, but that doesn't mean that we deserve more labor because we have them. You know what I mean? So be mindful of the labor that you're asking of people. This is a great resource for people to come back to if they want and listen to it. But, to Sean's point, think about why you're protesting and don't expect a person of color to do the labor to explain that to you. I should say, not even just people of color, Blacks specifically that I mean. Don't expect a Black person to do that labor for you. I have to say that plainly to make it clear.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And thank you so much for that really important reminder about what kind of labor we're heaping onto people who are already busy fighting for their lives. I think that's a perfect point. Jamila, we are just about out of time, but I do want to quickly go around, give you a chance for some final thoughts, and also to tell us what your plans for Pride are.
So something that, thinking about protest and resisting violence, I'm also very aware that violence is not just physical, and that there's a sort of secondhand violence that happens to our minds and to our spirits as a result of witnessing violence, as a result of living in a world where your life is constantly devalued. And so I think part of resisting violence is also protecting my spirit and making sure that I know that it is on purpose that people feel overwhelmed, exhausted, burnt out, hopeless. And so part of how I resist is by making sure that I am cultivating the energy to continue, like Tangina said, to be in this for the long haul, to make it sustainable. And protecting my energetic sphere, protecting my spirit and my mind is also, that feels equally as important. and for all of us too, so that we're not allowing ourselves to be depleted, so that these systems can continue to proliferate because we're all too tired to do anything about it. And so I am celebrating Pride, honestly, with my family. I've been quarantining since early March. I live with 7 other human beings, all of my family members from 2 years old to 84 years old. And so we had a little Pride dance party up in here. It was a production, okay? Everybody was dressing up and we played some music and danced. But yeah, just kind of like staying connected to myself, doing a lot of affirmation in this time, doing a lot of like self-celebration and self-love practices. That has been kind of it is an ongoing, to everyone's point, it's an ongoing celebration. It's not just a one-time thing. So celebrating myself every day by being gentle and generous with myself.
I love that. I love that. Chella, how about you? Plans for Pride?
Plans for Pride, I think, well, first of all, that was beautiful, and I feel like I'm doing the same over here, and spending it with my chosen family and biological family here in quarantining, and yeah, just having really important conversations right now, and practicing my own self-care and, you know, rewiring what it means for me to be productive right now, and to continue that is kind of what I've been focusing on this month of Pride. But I mean, I consider Pride to be, you know, infinite, so it's just like a continuous work.
Period. Yes, I'm here for infinite Pride. I'm here for that.
Yes.
It's always Pride in my house too. Sean, out in Los Angeles, what are your plans for Pride?
I agree with Chella. Like, literally, you took the words right out of my mouth. Like, that's for me. So I as a young Black gay man, I experienced, like I was telling you guys yesterday, I experienced going to Christopher Street. Like, I can definitely say, like, I'm beyond fortunate to have walked the parade, vogued in the parade, the whole 9. But, you know, we're getting older. I will be 30 next year. And, you know, a lot of that, you know, we've done enough. So for me, but Pride is infinite. Pride is infinite. And I think that that's the issue. And I said that yesterday, where, like, even when it comes to Black history, like, it's not just a month. Pride is not just a month. It is something to be proud of. It is something to happen all year long. And something that I think that people have to also realize, where, in my opinion, I personally have always felt like the Pride flag should be updated, the colors with the skin tones as well, because Pride is something that has been started for the LGBTQ plus community, but it is also to just have pride in yourself in general as an individual. And people need to understand that and realize that. And that's why I feel like Pride is all year long. Like, there's so many things to be proud about as individuals. People go through so many things every day, from, who knows, from weight loss to drug addiction. And people should feel proud about conquering those things. And that's why I feel like Pride should be infinite. So for me, Pride is every single day. I'm proud to be who I am as an individual. I am proud of doing the things that I do. I'm proud going to Home Depot in the next 30 minutes.
That's great. I love it. I'm going to be proud not eating my feelings for the rest of today, thanks to y'all.
It's okay. EC, be proud of
that. Tangina, close us out. What are your plans for Pride?
My plans for Pride, it's funny because initially this year I would have been performing at Pride, which I was really excited about, but I'm still doing some kind of performance. I'm not sure how many of the details I can share, but my performance initially was supposed to be the national anthem. It's not going to be that. I'm doing something that in my mind, you know, I think will be healing for our community. Will be special and I don't know, I'm celebrating Pride the way that our ancestors did. I'm celebrating Pride the way that it initially started, by resisting. So you're going to catch me in the streets. You're going to catch me protesting in every single way that I can. And you're going to catch me amplifying voices that I think are very often left out of conversations around, Black Lives Matter right now. I think I just have to say this on here. I think that it's really, really important that we get into the habit of, celebrating and fighting for the lives of Black trans folks right now. My home state, Ryan Milton, was killed in my home state, and I had to talk to people at home in Ohio about why protests have not been mentioning that in Ohio. And so I think that, for Pride, I'll be spending a lot of time focusing energy and attention and protest and in whatever, ways I'm informing folks, I'm going to be making sure that I'm focusing on that specifically. Because again, many of the lives that all of us, I'm sure in this, in this chat right now live, our lives wouldn't be possible the way that they are. Our protests wouldn't be like, possible the way that they are without without the Black trans women that initially, started these acts of protest. So that's how I'll be celebrating Pride, by continuing on the fight, in all the ways that I personally can, and encouraging everyone else to join me in that. So yeah, happy Pride.
I love that. Happy Pride. I am so grateful for all of you. I'm grateful for New York City Pride for putting this panel together. I learned so much. I hope that you did too. I think what I take away is that the future is now. The future is young people being heard. The future is a celebration of our progress in terms of pride, but it's also a protest. It's about demanding justice and equality for all. It's about insisting that our lives absolutely matter. So appreciate all of you for tuning in. Appreciate New York City Pride, and of course our fabulous panelists. I hope that you feel inspired. I hope you feel motivated, and I hope that you enjoy Pride.
Welcome to this fireside chat moment with Ashley Marie Preston and myself. I'm so excited to be here with you, Ashley. But Ashley Marie Preston, honey, let me just get this little intro in the mix. You are an award-winning media personality, a cultural commentator, a social impact strategist and political analyst, and also a civil rights activist, which is such a gorgeous list of things to be. You are historically the first trans woman to become editor-in-chief of a national publication and the first openly trans person to run for state office in California. Can I please get this Wikipedia framed? Like, it is so gorgeous, and it only gets more gorgeous. You have won tons of awards. You also most recently were one of Elizabeth Warren's 2020 surrogates on the presidential campaign, which I see you, I love you, yes. And amid the COVID-19 crisis, you launched the youareessential.org in support of grassroots organizations all across the country, serving vulnerable communities disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. So I have chills all over my legs, and I just thank you for all the work that you do and just the incredible ray of light that you are. So excited that you invited me to be here with you.
No, I'm glad that we can do this. It's such an important time to be able to access these important conversations, but also to be able to share space and community with one another where we feel so disconnected and isolated. So happy to do this.
Me too, you. It feels weird to be, it does feel weird to be like excited in a classic sense in these times. But you are someone who I have looked up to for some time, and you've been on my radar, and like I wish that, you know, there wasn't an upper respiratory pandemic or a respiratory pandemic going around the world that prevents us from doing this face to face, because I would love to meet you and give you like such a hug if you're into that.
Totally.
But and outside of, you know, everything else that is going on, that obviously, like, we as a country have so much work to do. I am excited to have this moment to meet you face to face, technologically speaking, and have this time with you.
Happy to be here doing this. I think it's really interesting that you brought up the point about it's such a confusing dynamic to want to be able to celebrate Pride Month in this time, and then also to know that there are so many injustices happening in the world, with Black lives and more specifically with Black trans lives. I want to take a moment and acknowledge Dominique Remy Fells and Rhea Milton, who were two Black trans women who were murdered and only a couple of days apart. So I just want to pause and just take a quick moment of silence for them. And so at a time like this, when we should be happy and we do have a lot to celebrate and we do have a lot that we've accomplished, we still know that there's a long road ahead for us when it comes to continuing to fight these injustices. And so I think that as a Black person and as a Black trans woman, I recognized early on that Black joy is an act of resistance, because when you look at systemic racism and when you look at anti-Blackness and transphobia and structural and institutional violence that's inflicted toward us, it's meant to crush our spirits. It's meant to destroy your dreams, your hopes, your ambitions, your aspirations. It's intended to make you feel as though your life doesn't matter, as if you are nothing. And it's an attempt to completely erase you from every sector of society. And so when you find something to smile about, even though we don't owe anybody that, right? But when we allow ourselves to access that, it shines a light at the end of the tunnel for other people like yourself who are still navigating the darkness. And I'm really grateful that, New York City Pride and all of these other platforms and publications and networks and partners in media have given me the opportunity to be that to my community. So for that, I am grateful.
I'm grateful that you bring that up, and what I noticed for me come up in that moment of silence is this, which is really when I read that news this morning, because I read about the loss of their lives this morning, it went to this numbing place. It's one more thing where it just went to this numbing place, and then bringing it up, it's I just feel like when you really empathize and take that minute to let your numbing guard down, which I think so many people are always kind of numbing this pain, and it's just, yes, and it's just there's no other way to say it than everything that you said, and that it is a confusing time. A myriad of emotions at the same time. So YouAreEssential.org, which I think one thing that sticks out to me about YouAreEssential.org is that in times of discomfort and uncomfort, sometimes the strongest people rise up and confront these issues with such a beautiful and strong way. And I think that you're such a strong leader who has constantly confronted difficult issues. So I'm curious about, what you've been up to from since March and all of the ways that, you've been kind of getting through quarantine as it relates to your activism.
Yeah, well, I've been under quarantine since March 13th. I'm someone who has always had respiratory complications as someone with asthma and just breathing in general. I mean, I live in LA, so so anybody who lives in LA LA, like, you know, like when you go to the beach and you head back into the city, you can literally just see the smog just hovering over the city. So, so it made me, for like 5 seconds, I felt really defeated, and I felt depressed, and I felt useless. And I was like, you know, this is my entire work and my life is showing up for people during these vulnerable moments. And it was unique for me to be in a situation where I would be considered vulnerable in that sense, because I've always been larger than life, outspoken, in your face, kind of like, I'm not afraid of nothing, ha ha ha, like, you know, that kind of like person. And it's like, this is not a drill, girl. This will take you out. And so what many activists and community organizers are learning is that self-care is paramount. It's of key importance, because if you aren't able to take care of yourself, then you can't take care of anyone else. You can't transmit something you haven't got, as they say, like in the program. And so it's one of those things where I had to get really thoughtful and intentional and creative about how I joined not only the conversation, but how I came up with solutions. And so, you know, I obviously can't, you know, go out and work directly with people on the streets and give direct aid. But I'm a girl from the boulevard. You know, survival sex work is a part of my story. So a girl knows how to get coins, hunty. Like, I know how to get coins. And so I was like, I know enough people who have coins. And so I launched You Are Essential as an opportunity to fund grassroots organizations who were serving vulnerable communities who were directly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. And so I partnered with Revolve Impact, who's doing like a lot of amazing work in LA with social impact campaigns. They've done stuff with LeBron James and John Legend and Shawn Mendes and all these amazing people, Megan Rapinoe, and just amazing people. And yeah, that was what it was an opportunity to be able to not only support people who were already doing the work pre-pandemic, but also it was an opportunity to really highlight some of these organizations so that donors and philanthropists can build a relationship with them directly.
One thing that you brought up there, which I think is so useful, not only for a respiratory pandemic, but also I think there's like this other science word that's stronger than pandemic, but it's like, you know, because like the racism that the country has been going through for the last 400 years is, you know, bigger than, I would say, coronavirus, which who knew that people were going to be saying it that up front in March, but yes, so let's have that conversation. But the point is that, yes, you tell me.
Oh no, I was just going to say, well, like, look at the fact that right when they said that in Chicago, 70% of the COVID-19 related deaths were Black people, all of a sudden they were trying to open everything back up. And they were like carrying guns to the state capitol buildings and stuff and talking about like, we demand a haircut and we demand to be able to go to like, you know, whatever, to go deer hunting or whatever people wanted to do. Once they found out that communities of color were being disproportionately impacted because they were already living along the margins before the pandemic. And so it was just a reminder that Black lives don't matter. That was the first time when we recognized the health disparities and that we saw the response that came from that. And the response was, now that we know that it's only like older people who ageism is totally a thing, we don't take care of our elderly in this country the way that we should. We don't take care of our veterans. We don't take care of the homeless. We don't take care of those who've been chronically incarcerated. We saw that jails were still growing, even though there were alarming numbers of COVID-19 related cases in jails. We know that LGBTQ people who've been incarcerated are disproportionately impacted, not only by the violence, but by the fact that they're being denied health care for trans people, you know, just all types of different things. And so, yes, it definitely uncovered that truth about America, that in addition to the upper respiratory complications that are associated with COVID-19, there was a wider outbreak of racism where people just stopped hiding their anti-Blackness.
And also, I mean, yes. And also, one thing that I've been thinking about, I mean, I'm so grateful for the veracity and the intensity around this conversation. But one thing that I've been thinking is that it took like 400 years for things to get as messed up as they have been, and also like a like a literal deranged like autocrat who is like trying to become an autocrat, like, which is Donald Trump. So the point is that like even when we beat him in November, we are going to inherit a government that has been decimated by 3 years of really scary judges, really ineffective leadership that has essentially like decimated the institutions that were there to protect us, such as the CDC. The military has been affected by, it's like from its trans ban. So, I guess all I'm saying is the link there for me and what you said originally is how important self-care will be for activists as we engage in this road. And aspects of this we want to be a sprint. And I think, I'm not saying that they can't be, because I think that doing, striking while the iron's hot, so to speak, and being able to really use this leverage to get where we need to get on certain reforms, absolutely. And I don't want to dampen that. But there's also, that's going to be hard work. And there's going to be people that are going to be out protesting for like a long time, and people that are going to be doing all sorts of stuff. So it is so important to know what the tools are in your toolbox to accomplish the goal of self-care, which, it's like when you relax, your brain gets into like the theta waves and stuff. And like we heal when like our brain makes the theta waves, as opposed to like the anxiety waves, which makes us get sick. Which there's a pandemic. So there's, all of it's connected. And yes, we need the activism and we sure need the protest, but we do need a side of the self-care. And we all know how important sides are. Like, I live for a side.
Well, what it is that self-care has been so watered down and sanitized. Even so much so that when we think about self-care, like we only think about it through the lens of, I'm going to have pizza tonight, and a glass of wine, which those things are valid and they're good. But also self-care is sometimes doing those things that aren't always pleasurable. Sometimes it's learning when to step back, even though your heart and your mind is saying, nope, like we have to go full forward. I keep telling myself, like, the work that I've done over the last several years, like, has been to train up for this moment. And yet, just like with any, even though, we don't like wars, but when there is one, you don't see them go in and just give it all at one time. Like, it has to be spread out. And just to be clear, this is a war, and many people have accused Black people of starting a race war and being divisive. And it's like, we didn't start this war. We're just trying to finish it and end it and be able to move on with our lives and thrive. And so like for me, self-care has looked like being like, I know you want to go out there. I know you want to be in the middle of the protest and do all of this, but here are the numbers that say your chances of contracting COVID are a lot more higher than they were even in April and early May. And, and so kind of just like thinking about, doing things that are going to, work out for the best in the long haul. But in addition to self-care, I think it's been a treat to see white people, for a change, nationally, globally, step in and be willing to take on some of that labor, to put their bodies on the line, we know that when we see protests, they recommend that white people show up to shield, Black bodies and Black people from law enforcement, because there's been proof that they're less likely to assault a white person than they are someone who is Black. We also are seeing that our white allies are starting to take on some of the labor of educating other white people, which is really important because we're already on the cusp of, being taken out and succumbing to systemic racism as it is. But it's a lot to have to save your life, then fight for the lives of those in your community, because without them, you definitely don't have a chance. And then we have to spend all this time educating people who don't want to be educated because they're, choosing to participate in this. I refer to it as the epistemology of ignorance, this intentional, militant way of bypassing what they know about gender and race, because if they acknowledge these truths, they're afraid that a mirror will be held up and they'll see themselves for the first time in a way that disrupts their delusion of what it means to be a good person. I'm a good person. I'm progressive. I'm all of these labels that people grant themselves that they haven't quite really worked for. And so what we're seeing right now is this movement in which you can't ride the fence. You can't straddle the fence. It's like you're either about intentionally dismantling systems of anti-Blackness, or you're okay with completely benefiting from it, which contributes to our murders. And so I think that, again, the only way that we can really move forward and push this thing is when we have white people who are really, and non-Black POC, because we do have support from non-Black POC, people of color. And as I explained it before, and this may hit deep, but we're here to tell truths today. So I've always referred to people who won't check their privilege, and the ways in which Black people are disproportionately impacted by these systems. I refer to them as the beneficiaries of genocide and slavery. And when I first mentioned that, some people were like, oh yeah, of course, like white people, slavery. And it's like, it's not just white people. A beneficiary of genocide and slavery is anyone who gets to lick up the crumbs that fall from white supremacy's table in exchange for their cooperation. So it could be another person of color. It could be anyone who's subscribing to these respectability politics that were authored by entities that have never respected LGBTQIA plus people. They've never respected Black people, brown people, indigenous folks, undocumented people, immigrants, the disabled, the elderly, the incarcerated, the homeless, the impoverished. They have never cared for our interests. And so self-care sometimes looks like knowing that we can count on our white allies to step in and pick up some of that work.
Dang. Yes. Yeah. That kind of reminds me of this one time, whatever. But I could tell that story about my dad for like 20 minutes, and it's just not about that, so whatever. Here's the other thing. I have had an influx of having to have those sort of conversations that I've had to have with my father, with strangers in my DMs, specifically, confronting racism within our own community. And which, I think we can definitely talk about if you want to. And I do think that self-care is knowing when to you can protest online, and there are other ways that you can lift up things. There's so many ways to be a part of that conversation while keeping yourself safe, whether that's, you're immunocompromised. Another thing that I spent a lot of time thinking as it relates to the protest are people who are dreamers, or people who are, dreamers, people who are, undocumented. And if you get caught at a rally at the wrong place at the wrong time, so I just feel like there's so many ways that we can be active, but certain people do have to take a different approach to because it might not be jail. It might be that you're deported and no longer able to support your family. And so that is one version of self-care. But then also for the people that are, I guess all I'm trying to say, I'm going to make a point, I swear, is that so many people that are, it's like Amanda Seales says, there's like the people who happen to be white. And I feel like the people who happen to be white that are doing a lot of this conversation to the willful, ignorant people that are just like choosing to not, like just taking that bypass, that creates some frustration in the people who just so happen to be white and are like, trying to do this work. And then sometimes you just run into these dum-dums, and they might be in your family. It might be in, and when I say dum-dums, I need to use my words correctly, racists, people who are, looking up the crumbs of the supremacy, that whole thing. So racist. That's frustrating to know that it still is out in the world. And sometimes you do really need like that half hour of self-care that is, like, as my therapist would call it, like your childlike joy, like where you're really looking forward to something. So for me, like in quarantine, it kind of turned out to be gardening, which honestly I didn't see coming. And also I understand that like that has an amount of privilege because like I got to go be able to like buy the soil and have enough space to like set up my little baby cans. But it's something I look forward to do every day. And sometimes it's been like styling my hair, like in ways that I like doing different sets and stuff because I kind of miss doing hair. So I've been like doing random stuff, like because all those things can be self-care if it's like childlike joy related. What do you think about that?
I think I like that you pointed out the privilege aspect of it because for many Black people, we haven't even been given the privilege of even having a childhood because like I remember growing up in a single parent home. My mother was 16 when she had me. She had my sister at 20. She worked 2 jobs, went to school. So everything was pretty much, on her one day off on Sunday, she would take us to the park, but like, just kind of like, I love that you brought up inner child because the work that I do today and the conversations that many trans people are having who are fighting for gender justice and racial justice simultaneously is around making things right for that inner child that we weren't able to show up for in our earlier years. I didn't have language to describe trans identity in Louisville, Kentucky in the early 90s. I didn't have a language to describe what I was feeling when I had adults who were abusive, sexually, physically, all of these different things that happened to me that should not happen to any child. And so I think that you learn how to grow up really, really fast. And so for many of us, even under the current, socio-political climate, we even see white Americans responding to this kind of like, wow, like almost like this bubble of reality just burst. And for many of us, we're like, oh, it's just Tuesday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
These are the things that we have been going through for generations. And in fact, there's kind of this, earlier we were talking about the flux of emotions that take place. And so like many of us are like, yes, we're like excited that, more people are talking about this nationally. There's more white people that are opening up to the the fact that racism is real. And it is pervasive in the Black community. And it has been a direct contributor to the violence and the deaths that we have to grieve and all of these different things. But in addition to that, there's also this frustration because it's a reminder that we've been gaslighted for so long. And so you see people having conversations around racism like they just discovered it. Like they're becoming like the Christopher Columbus of race politics. And it's like, girl, we knew this thing was happening. In fact, we tried to tell you this, and now all of a sudden, because it's you can brand it and it's marketable, and it's like hashtagable. Now everyone's like, oh my gosh, this thing is brand new, and it's like, no, the racism most certainly is not new. Maybe the technology that captures it. Maybe the influencers who are willing to put their social capital and their platforms on the line to have these conversations may be new, but the ways in which we have been broken down and beaten by a society that has attempted to rob us of everything that we could possibly hope and dream of having is most certainly not. And so I think that in that I have been trying to learn how to which it shouldn't be our job to do this, but like, I feel that just as a human, as a spirit having a human experience, I'm okay with it, learning how to hold people accountable and hold them at the same time. So to make space for that realization and discovery and growth, because growth is necessary, and we can't say that we want people to grow and we want people to become better and we want people to actively dismantle these systems and to rally with us if we're not creating that space to set the tone for healing. Because what I do know from doing this work for so long is that we can't heal what we don't reveal. And so, whereas some people are mad at the fact that, oh my God, like, they're talking about racism and this is and that and like, blah, blah, blah. It's like, my ringtone right now is white people admitting to racism. Because what that is it is shielding us from this culture of gaslighting. Like, we know what it is. We know that anti-Blackness has been prevalent. We know the ways in which it works. And we've been told for so long that we were wrong and that was the old days. That was slavery. It's not about race. I don't see color. All these different things people have said. And so it was so bad for our mental health that it made us start to question our own realities. And so for the first time in my life, I almost feel like the spiritual playing field has been leveled, where we can have honest conversations that produce truths that have the potential to heal an entire generation and the generations before us. This is about breaking generational curses. And so when we're talking about white supremacy, we're not just necessarily talking about white individuals, we're talking about the system, because as quiet as it's kept, I don't care if you don't like me, really. I mean, high school is over, I'm not running for prom queen. But what I do have a problem with is that the gatekeepers and those who have the power to shape policies and legislation and all of these different things that can prevent me from accessing healthcare, that can prevent me from accessing employment, that can prevent me from accessing housing, that can prevent me from accessing social support when I went through a traumatic experience, and that can also give, these institutions through which we pay taxes to discriminate against me. That's where I have the problem. And that's where I think we're starting to take a look at the power that we have in voting. It's not just voting for the president, it's voting for your city, local, state government. We just had a conversation in California about what it means to defund the police. Like, we're not saying, just like take away the money and do nothing. We're saying reinvest this money in programs for communities that these state-sponsored, agents of violence have destroyed. I can go on forever.
Absolutely. No, I love that. I'm trying to do this thing from learning, trying not to learn to interrupt, frankly, where I just write down little things that I want to ask about later. So I was just writing down things. Honey, I was living for everything that you were saying. I was taking notes. I think one thing that one thing that I have learned just kind of in my healing journey is that so much of that inner child work is so important, because if you're a survivor of trauma, the way that it was taught to me is that, we have parts of our personality that are kind of around the age in which we experience that trauma. And there's all sorts of different, parts. I write about that in my book a lot, about internal family systems and how, according to that modality of therapy, it's our personality is this group of parts that, come out based on kind of what's going around us. That's kind of a really quick distillation of, and not wanting to take up too much time on it, but I just know that there's so much healing in working with our inner children and working with, because it's growing up, it's they say that, like, our psyche is formed from like 0 to 7. So all of the trauma that we take on from the time we're 0 years old until 7 that's a lot of stuff to unpack. And it is so about unwinding those generational curses. And I think the human nature is that, like, that abuse cycle is like, I lived through this abuse, so then you end up perpetuating the abuse. And you so have to disassociate from that in order to look at what's going on and say these things have to change. And when you talk about the ways in which white supremacy has stripped especially Black trans people, Black trans women, of their right to thrive. And there's intersectionality on that, because also white supremacy has done that to Black people, but it is especially so of Black trans people, like the barriers to just, like, if that quintessential American dream is like life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, it is way much more impossible for Black trans women to achieve that. And one thing that Celeste Watkins Hayes talked to me about, and like getting curious, and she wrote this incredible book called Remaking a Life, and it's about how women have gone from dying from and then living with and then thriving despite their HIV diagnosis. And she says that, kind of navigating the HIV social safety net is kind of like we're all on the same ocean, but some of us are in like pontoons and canoes, and other of us are in yachts, depending on like how you came into the experience of living with HIV. So she said that, but she also says that when you're picking a president, you're not only picking a commander-in-chief, but you're picking like a crisis manager, which to me also rings true of like mayors and district attorneys and really like any elected official. So that also came up in my mind. But the other thing that came up in my mind, more importantly, was with which all you were saying about like all of the obstacles that are in the way of the ways in which white supremacy like strips Black people and Black trans women of their ability to thrive. And I think one thing that I was thinking about, because all of those real life things that you were saying, like access to healthcare, access to housing, that is super duper real stuff that everyone is going to have to fight so hard for, and are fighting so hard for, like such as yourself, such as other people that are really doing that work. And it's like, for those people getting into that, like, it's like even if you didn't have a classic childhood, it's like if you had a half an hour in the morning to be like, what would my inner child want to do? Like, does that mean that I'm gonna like try to get like some sort of Amazon Prime thing of some like crayons and some watercolors and get into some art? Am I gonna like get into like just those healing vibes of like making your brain be excited? Like, I like signed up for Duolingo to try to learn Chinese because I was like, oh, I think I like learning languages. Have I done it for 2 weeks? No, I accidentally fell off. Oh, but it was really helping me look forward to something. So that's kind of what I was thinking.
Well, I like that
for the people. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. I like that you brought up a second ago intersectionality, because it's one of those buzzwords on social media that people keep saying and using, but I don't know that many people understand what intersectionality truly means. And so for those who may not know, who are watching, intersectionality describes multiple threats of discrimination when an individual's identity overlaps with multiple marginalized groups. And so some people, they think about it like, oh, like I'm a woman, so I have, these struggles, or I'm someone who's gay, so I have these struggles. But our identity markers aren't independent of one another, but each informs the other. So as a Black trans woman, I can't separate my womanhood from my Blackness, from my transness, and the systems that are conspiring to destroy me are working in concert with one another. Let me give you an example. We always talk about with trans people, like we've always been here. Like we are not new. Trans is something that I see all the time on social media, where I don't know what's going on these days, where like men want to be women and women want to be men, and it's like, honey, this is ancient. Like we have been around, we were royalty, like kings in like different countries, like they trusted, we were referred to as eunuchs. Like we've been around for spiritual leaders, in the islands and all over Asia. We're holy. We're holy. Trans people are holy, you know? And so the thing is that there was a former Black trans slave by the name of Francis Thompson in the 1800s during 1866 during the Memphis riots, who was the first Black person in America to testify before a congressional committee about the atrocities that were happening after the Confederacy lost the Civil War. And what they did to her, so this is where we get to see how racism and transphobia plays simultaneously. They gaslit her. She went with other women and talked about the fact that like they had broken into her house and like raped her and her roommate and done all of these things. And they were, you know, killing the men. They were raping, killing children. They were doing, they, meaning white people in that era, they were upset about losing the Civil War. And so they found out, even though she wasn't hiding anything, it was her nature. She was just a trans woman. They charged her with cross-dressing, with being a man and wearing women's clothes. And they used her gender identity to discredit the anti-Blackness that was happening in Memphis during the riots. And so they threw her in jail. For like 10 years, they did all of these different things. And so then they doubled down on the violence toward Black people in the South. That was when we started to see what it looks like when, first of all, they tried to turn the Black community against trans people, which, thank goodness, these days we're seeing that's not working. You know what I mean? We're coming together. We're becoming more unified and working together with one another for our overall liberation. But also the government has always been against trans people and Black people. And so that's what intersectionality looks like. Intersectionality is, you know, being a Black trans woman who's looking for home. And so there's a Black trans woman right now who just wants to feel at home, but she can't feel at home with the feminist movement because they say that trans women aren't women. Looking at you, J.K. Rowling. You know, there is a Black trans woman out there right now who feels like she can't be seen in the Black community because trans identity is seen as a secondary issue and a distraction from collective Black liberation. There's a Black trans woman out there who doesn't feel seen in the LGBTQ community because there are gay white men who are using their sexuality as a shield to absolve themselves of the responsibility of dismantling systemic anti-Blackness, sexism, and transphobia. And so that same Black trans woman is standing at this intersection, and while these groups are at war with one another, we're getting caught in the crossfire. So that's the best way that I can explain intersectionality. That is the best way I can explain to you why trans people, Black trans women, are disproportionately impacted by trans-related violence, because it's racism and transphobia and sexism, which the word for that is transmisogynoir. It describes our experiences at the intersection of race, gender, and transphobia. And so intersectionality, so important. And so when we're voting for these leaders, we need to make sure that these leaders understand intersectionality. Our next president needs to understand intersectionality. Our governors, our mayors, our city council, every elected official at every level needs to understand that if you don't understand how, not just how the Black community works, because let's be real, when we look at how voting is set up, there's so much pandering, and people are like, oh, I have the Black vote. What is the Black vote? What is that? We are not a monolith. Like, we all have our own unique experiences and challenges. And when those identities overlap with other communities, those struggles and challenges are compounded. So intersectionality is the Sesame Street I word of the day.
So, I mean, because you've been doing this work, what have been some of the, I don't know if it's like, is there any kind of new methods that you're seeing from within the resistance, like help organize more quickly? Or do you think there's, and I want to be careful of not saying like, you know, what are resources that white people can go that are new to understanding trade? Like, because I don't want to do that. But are there any like organizations that are just doing things that you think you're like, wow, that's really cool, or like that was a really good resource? Like, if someone is watching this that is new to something, or they want, I think I asked the question enough. I'll stop talking now.
No, you're good. So there are so many resources, so many. I think definitely the conversation we had recently with other organizations who were doing their own Black Lives events. Support the work that is already being done, because it's not just about protesting and bringing in bodies. It's about bringing in a message that makes it very clear what the objectives are and what the tangible solutions will be. So support Black Lives Matter, support these organizations that are on the ground who've been doing the work for quite some time, because what happens is that sometimes our allies have the best intentions, but then they end up centering themselves. And the whole objective in supporting these orgs is not only to take their lead, but it's to trust their lead, to trust that Black people know what Black people need better than anyone else, and it's also to invest and nurture and foster Black leadership in youth, to give youth the opportunity to reimagine what their lives could look like, seeing these possibility models. The other thing is definitely Google is a hot commodity. It'll give you a front row seat, first class to any information that you want to learn. Because again, when we say it's not our job to educate, some of us, that is our calling, and that's fine. And if it is, pay us, because even if you drop money in somebody's Venmo, Cash App, I've always said that education without compensation is exploitation rebranded. So the thing is that make sure that you're contributing to the economic empowerment of a Black person. Support Black authors and academics and speakers. And, there are a lot of people in our community who have a wealth of knowledge, and it's important to take advantage of that. Don't just go to the one Black friend or one Black trans person Go to various people. The other thing that I would recommend is, in addition to purchasing works from Black trans people or Black people in general, there are a lot of there are white people who are doing anti-racism work. So that's a newer term. You were asking about trends and like new catchwords. It's not new, but it's new to mainstream. Angela Davis once said that in a racist society, it's not enough to be non-racist. You must be anti-racist. And the reason why she said that is because non-racism is very passive. It's a subconscious way of distancing yourself from the impact of anti-Blackness in America, and trying to, again, absolve yourself of any responsibility or guilt. And so when you're anti-racist, you're actively working to dismantle systemic anti-Blackness. And so anti-racist, one of my favorite anti-racism activists is, how do I not know her name right now? Oh my God, I've been saying her name so much. Jane, oh my God. Just Google Jane anti-racist, and you'll find her. I cannot believe I can't remember her name. So basically, she did this, she does these classes, and she was in a class, it had to have been like maybe 300 white pupils in the room, and she said, stand up if you would like to be treated like a Black person in America. And no one stood up. She said, maybe you didn't hear me. Stand up if you would like to be treated the way an African American person in the United States is treated. Stand up. No one stood up. So then she concluded, if you wouldn't want to be treated like that yourself, how could you possibly stand by and allow others to be treated in that way? And that is how we have to break through. No, it's okay. That's how we have to break through and have these conversations with our allies, to not only interrogate your privilege, but to understand that privilege isn't a 4-letter word, that privilege isn't something that we say to demonize you or to try to erase any of your human experiences and challenges and, things that hardships you've had to go through. Even in the LGBTQ community, I've had so many gay white men go, oh, well, I know that I go through this. And it's like, we're not saying that you haven't went through hardship, sugar. We're saying that it's never been because of your gender or your race. That's all we're saying. And so that's just it. Really look into, if I were to leave you with anything, do the research, because again, Black people shouldn't be held responsible to dismantle systems that we didn't build. That's one. The second thing is that by purchasing works, you're also economically empowering and supporting, the Black community. The other thing is that you're going to be able to have conversations with other white people about the ways in which inherent racism has been passed down and has been normalized. And, even the way that in some of these comment threads, I see like when a white person says something problematic, friends of mine, like really close friends of mine who are gay white people, they'll be like, oh, I don't know. Why did you say that, Brad? Like, why did you do you think so? Instead of just coming out and saying, that's not okay, that's transphobic, that's passively racist. And so you see them infantilize other white people who say these things, and then they get this grace and compassion that Black people aren't given when we speak up against the ways in which we're being harmed. So I think that those honest conversations are important, because not only are they not able to weaponize the weapons, weaponize anti-Blackness against other white people, like gaslighting them and, using all of these like stereotypes and stigma-based narratives that are used to discredit our personhood and character. But if you're doing allyship right, you're going to include yourself in the conversation. So you're not just going to say like, what you did is racist and this. You're going to say, we've been conditioned. We're taking it to France. We have been complicit in this way. We have been socialized not to talk about race or color as a show of our non-racism. We have benefited from a system that rewards us for mediocrity and the bare minimum while moving the goalpost on Black Americans and trans Americans and Black trans women in everything they attempt to do. So when we're talking about white supremacy, the goal is not to set out to destroy every white person in our path. The goal is to destroy the systems. And unless you are actively working to destabilize white supremacy in America, you have given it room and board. And so the objective here to our allies is to betray white supremacy in a way that gives us an opportunity to thrive and grow as a community.
Yes. It makes me think about, and some people have talked about this, comparing the way that like Germany has handled their post-World War II relationship with the Holocaust, and then the way that like the United States has handled their relationship with its history of slavery, and what happened in early American history, and the way that that's taught and like referenced in schools. So, yeah. So basically, it's like when you're talking about, if you think about that, and then if you distill like something that I learned in therapy, which is like when you've had a disruption in a relationship, which I think kidnapping a bunch of people from a continent and putting them on a boat, and then an unstable boat where people could die from like all sorts of diseases because it's like the 1600s, and like if you make it and then they get kidnapped, and I mean literally like I can't think of a more disruptive effing relationship, right? And then there's never been a taking of responsibility. There actually had to be a civil war, which I literally just learned in my podcast earlier this year, that most of the people that were fighting on the behalf of the North wasn't because they were abolitionists. They were unionists, which meant that they wanted to keep the union of the North and South together. Not because they were mad about slavery. There was like 2 states that were pissed about slavery, which was Pennsylvania and Massachusetts. Everyone else was like, yeah, the South can do whatever, but like we just want to keep it all together because we're less likely to get taken over by another country if we stick together. So it had nothing to do with the racism in the South, you know, which I think is like growing up in rural Illinois, I always thought like I was in the North, so we didn't do the whole colored section and we didn't do slavery, so we're good up here. That's not how it was. There was colored separation all over the United States. Like there was racism like pervasive through the North. So if you were to distill this down to an interpersonal relationship, there's never been a taking of responsibility for what happened by anyone, first of all. And then second of all, the other thing that made me think about, because I feel like in 2015 and 16, when I started hearing about this stuff, I did, like when I first heard about white privilege, I was like, ew, I did not. And like it used to like really make me feel like bad and stuff, but that's like the work you got to do to get through it, to understand. And part of what I was hearing you say that I think is important for white people to understand, which I don't know, well, you can tell me if this is wrong afterwards, but I'm willing to go through this in public and hopefully it's not, so whatever. But basically, if you put 10 people in the same traumatic situation, they are all going to handle that traumatic situation differently. And because this system of white supremacy was set up 400 years ago, Black people were involved in that, like white people were, Native, like everyone has their own cultural pain body from the experience of this system. So it's not that we're trying to end white people. We're not trying to end any people. We're trying to end the brutality associated with this antiquated version of race that was invented by a super racist like guy in Germany. I think I learned like a week ago, like he invented like the whole 4 race thing, which is like the whole like the Caucasian thing, and how he decided that Caucasians were going to be called Caucasians. He was like this creepy 1700s scientist from Germany who like, have you heard about that? That whole thing about how, oh my God, if you look at Benjamin O'Keefe he also worked for the Elizabeth campaign. Yeah, I love it. He posted about it from this show that go on his Instagram, you'll find him. Anyway, the point is, I forgot basically, get it together. That was a lot at once. My nervous system got up here, and we're gonna bring it down. The point is that one book, The 4 Agreements, the first one is like, don't take anything personally, and it's like white people don't take this white privilege thing. It is so much bigger than you. It's a literal 400-year system that has never been dealt with, that has permeated every level of our society in some way or another.
And if talking about racism is uncomfortable or inconvenient to you or is bothersome, imagine what it feels like to experience it. Because I had someone who had the audacity to come into my comment thread yesterday and say, can we just like talk about something more positive? Like when I was talking about the Black trans woman who got murdered, they were like, can we just talk about positive stuff? This is like really bad for my mental health. And I was like, okay, so if you think it's bad for you to think about it, imagine what it feels like to experience it firsthand. Imagine what it feels like to wonder if you or someone that you love is going to be next. Imagine what it feels like to know that no matter how hard you work, no matter what university you go to, how much money you make a year, how large your platform is, there are always going to be systems at play that are going to remind you of who this country thinks you really are. And so the thing is that, you know, anti-Blackness is an equal opportunity destroyer. So you may not recognize it today or next year or the next 10 years, but anti-Blackness and the way that it permeates every sector of our society it's destroying the very fabric of our nation, and it will impact white people. And it's, you know, it's because talking about really quickly capitalism even, when I talk about capitalism, some people, they're like, what does that have to do with racism? And it's like, capitalism did all of this. Like, you brought Black bodies here, you slaughtered indigenous people, you made Black people work the land for 400, all of this free labor, never got a dime, never got a cent. You got to build family dynasties, which now we call them corporations. And so the thing is that, and then we know that many of these like high power corporations, there's so much money in politics. And so the government is bought and paid for. And so the thing is, we see that even when we talk about law enforcement, they were slave catchers. Their job was literally to protect the assets and interests of white people post-slavery. And as those people became corporations, those corporations and also the interests of the government, they were meant to prevent Black people from disrupting the flow of wealth and everything that they had achieved from capitalism. And so that's why when we talk about structural and institutional violence and anti-Blackness, it's important that we focus our energies there more than anything. So we must decolonize media. We must decolonize the workforce. We must decolonize the healthcare system. We must decolonize the education system. There's no reason there should be a inner city school with predominantly Black children who don't even have a Black teacher, no one that they can look to who understands their experiences. We have to decolonize all of it, government, who we elect into leadership, all of that. And so I think that, I guess my point in all of that was that it's really, no one's demonizing you for being white. We're simply saying that you have a responsibility not to support or help sustain these systems that are erasing us. That's really all we're saying.
So I know we don't have a ton of time left, and I think that we can end up on this as two people that supported Elizabeth Warren, and I'm going to make a quick point, and that is handling disappointment is one thing that I wrote down, and then also voter turnout is another thing that I wrote down. And I obviously the Democratic nominee is like not who I was going for. However, I think that there are so many things at stake with this election, from mayoral races all the way up to presidential races, for the institutions that are meant to protect us and that have so far not lived up. Like, I mean, Planned Parenthood, for instance, like, has been completely defunded and completely defanged, which was meant to help some of the most marginalized people. The CDC, for instance, like, hasn't been able to use the word transgender for 3 years. I mean, if Donald Trump is elected again, there are, I guess I'm just trying to say that, like, everything is so messy, but this election, this next 6 months of time, it sets up such a trajectory. And we have to, I think, come together and be able to listen to each other, but essentially remember, like, who we're trying to protect, and not ever get so cross with, I don't know. I interviewed Masha Gessen yesterday, and I'm really scared about the autocracy that we're presently living in. I keep making the analogy of, like, Dante's Peak, that classic movie with Pierce Brosnan from the mid-90s. It's a little known volcano movie, honey. But he does make that whole frog thing, that whole frog comparison. And a lot of white people have been the frog that's been thrown into the boiling water. And they're like, holy shit, this is so messed up. Like, but we have to sustain that energy, because we got to jump right up out of this boiling pot of racist autocrat water, because this, I think, we are in a landscape that is, yes, we have so much change, but if we don't shut this administration down in November, I think we are really in a world of hurt, where I think the discrimination that we've been talking about for this last hour, I think it could literally become, like, all the way government state, like, where it's not.
Yeah.
Like, I just think it could get worse. That's all I'm trying to say.
I think your fear is right. It's a valid fear. We've seen the ways in which this current administration has courted the Kremlin and world dictators all over the place. And more importantly, I've also overemphasized that we need to be able to build these cross-cultural movements and collaborative efforts that bring us together, because white supremacy is only effective when it can implement a divide and conquer. So there are these Asian provocateurs who are out here trying to create tension between Black and Latinx people, that are trying to sow tension between Asian people and all of these different cultures, because they know that if all of us unite, the white people who understand the value of human life, the Latinx community, the Black community, the Indigenous community, the Asian community, and all of these, different groups of people, Muslim Americans, religious minorities, all of these people, they know that we will win. And so speaking of all of these communities need to be counted. So everyone's talking about the census right now, the 2020 census. And for those who don't know, the census takes place every 10 years. And it is where it takes less than 5 minutes, and you just count how many people are in your household, and their ages and your ethnicity, background, things like that. And the reason why it's so important is that the federal government has this big pile of money. And every 10 years, they fund different programs in different states, and the amount of representatives that you get in Washington, D.C. Is based on how many people are in your state. So if we are undercounted, that means we are underfunded for the programs that we need for healthcare, for, services, for all of these different things that are important, and we're underrepresented. So we don't have enough representatives to advocate for us and vouch for us where it counts the most. And so I think that if I can leave you with anything from this conversation, please be counted. You count. Take the census. Tell a friend. It only takes less than 5 minutes. And I think that when we do that, we will exercise our power of economic strength as well, because it's not a gift. It's money that we pay in toward taxes. And because it happens every 10 years, now it's more important than ever. And I also want to clarify that there's a lot of myths about the census. It's not so they can find out who you are or if you have a warrant. It is not so they can try to deport anyone. That's not a part of it. None of it is about that. It is solely about being counted, receiving the money that we need to help our states function properly in a way that takes care of all of its citizens and constituents. And it's about making sure that we have enough people in Washington, D.C. who can fight this battle with us for racial, gender, and economic justice.
And actually, a lot of those rumors and myths are perpetuated by people who stand to benefit from those exact communities being undercounted, which is something that goes back like decades. That you can, those myths were perpetuated to do that very thing. And actually,
it's a part of like suppression, like voter suppression. It's all connected. Voter suppression, all that.
And that bureau was set up to be protected from intrusion. So really, that is so important that we do that. And also, really quickly to add to that, in 2010, when the last census was performed, it really, because certain communities weren't counted, the census in 2010 really cost so many gerrymandered districts all over the place, because frankly, the Tea Party swept that midterm election because as a knee-jerk reaction to Barack Obama is some of the, school of thoughts that I've heard of. But yeah, the census really is the key, one of the keys to dismantling white supremacy in the United States, because without that representation, we can't make the change.
Yeah, I think I know in California, it's www.census.ca.gov, I believe, and I think that you can find it by your state's initials through that address. If not, just Google census and take it. It's quick, it's easy, it is confidential, and it is imperative in that we do it, because the only way that we're going to win this battle is if we employ every resource that we have. So it's not just voting, it's not just the census, it's not just protest and marching, it's not just all of these different things, it's all of them in concert with one another.
And yes, and because it's all of those things together, and we know that that is going to take a united, sustained, coordinated effort from all of us. We know that this is Pride Month. We know that one thing that you said at the very beginning of this, which I can't say enough, is self-care. And I do think that some amount, you also mentioned at the beginning, it's like the robbing of Black joy. And I think, that cannot be for Pride. What are some of our joyful Pride plans, even if it's it's definitely not our past Prides, but I think that that's great. But is there, one, what are your Pride plans? And two, are there any little pockets of joy, as I like to say, that you have planned for the duration of your Pride?
There are different, I'm doing quite a few campaigns that are working with LGBTQ youth and kind of what that messaging looks like. Reminding them that they're beautiful, that they're light, because for me, we all have our motivations for why we do this work. Mine is for the youth. I absolutely adore, I just turned 36. And so, that kind of I'm starting to, everybody's a baby to me. I'm baby, puppy, crazy, everything. I'm just but I love youth, and I want them to have, what my goal is? I want to live long enough to be able to see snotty Black trans women who don't understand what we had to go through back in our day so they can get to where they are now. I want to be able, that would be such a gift to me to be able to see them benefit from all of this labor and work. But also, we're rolling out a documentary entitled Disarm Hate on June 23rd. We just came up on the anniversary of the Pulse nightclub shootings. And so we are actually going to remember the lives that were lost in this documentary. And 9 members of the LGBTQ community, myself included, went across country to the Disarm Hate rally in Washington, D.C. And along the way, we stopped through communities where LGBTQ people had been murdered by way of gun violence. And we talked about what their stories were, what their truths were, what some of their potential could have been. And we took a piece of them with us. And we also talked about the dynamics within our community around the lack of understanding of intersectionality and how we have a better opportunity to be the love and support that we're looking for on the outside to one another, because it starts within our own community. And so when we can do that for one another, we can then model that to the rest of the world. And again, reinforce the fact that we are lovable, we are worthy, we are strong and resilient and brave and courageous, and that we deserve unconditional love that isn't contingent upon our ability to fit into these narrow lines of respectability. But the fact of the matter is that you get to be all that you want to be. There's no such thing as, being a lot. In a world, in a world like this, you have to be too much in order to be enough when they're constantly trying to remind you that you're nothing. And so that's it. I'm really excited about this documentary. June 23rd, it drops. I'm a cast member, executive producer. There is brain tissue. There is a lot of Kleenex moments, but at the end, by the time the credits roll, there's just so much healing. And I think right now, more than anything, what we're experiencing, even through the pain, even through the fear, even through the uncertainty, even through the uncomfortability, even through the messiness, we're experiencing healing collectively. And I think that that's important, even to the allies who are like, how do we support? The thing I also want to leave you really, really quick about allyship is that allyship is meant to be messy. Allyship is not meant to be comfortable. Allyship is not meant to be convenient. Allyship is not meant to come with a rewards card, more followers, pats on the back, your own podcast. Allyship is simply about stepping back and centering those who have been living in the shadows for generations. And I think that the space that we're in right now is going to yield the kind of healing that makes us proud 20 years from now. And so let's make history together, and let's make this moment one that counts.
Ashley Marie Preston, I cannot think of a better way to end on that hopeful note. And I just thank you so much for your time and for having me and for all of your work. You're just the most incredible person, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Pride's 2020 Virtual Human Rights Conference. I'm David Correa, Interim Executive Director, and I'm so happy you're with us. We hope that you leave here today feeling inspired to make the change in the world you want to see. And to our panelists, thank you, thank you, thank you. You are the community leaders that keep Pride alive and well. We had to make the shift to a virtual experience due to COVID-19 because we wanted to ensure the health and safety of those in our community. As we enter Pride weekend, we at NYC Pride want to encourage you to show us how proud you are. Starting tomorrow, Friday, June 26th at 1 p.m., followed by Saturday and Sunday, also at 1 p.m., join us in letting the world know Pride is here and queer with a 1 p.m. Pride cheer. Each day this weekend at 1 p.m., stick your heads out your windows, bang some pots, holler for queer liberation, for trans lives, for black lives. My Boricuas out there, give me a good old huepa. We have to just show the world how proud we are. Nothing stops our pride. So stay home, stay safe, and give us a good old cheer this weekend, every day at 1 p.m.
going through a hard time right now.
Pride has kind of been canceled. We gotta find a new way to celebrate.
We are thriving despite all obstacles, and no one's gonna shut down this parade.
Pride can never be canceled.
Happy Pride!
Happy Pride, grandson. I love you.
Pride, we miss you. Happy Pride.
It's not just about going out.
Pride is so much more than a festival. It's so much more than a parade. It's so much more than a protest. Pride is all day, every day. In here. And there's nothing more important that you can do than be proud of who you are.
I have pride every single day that I wake up, and nobody can take that away from me.
We are the Pride.
Happy Pride, everybody! Woo!